Chapter 426 Boondoggle. Developing and improving the Hellcat design required an enormous amount of effort. Yet the Hellcat design team only consisted of 4 permanent mech designers with 2 temporary additions, of which VS was one of them. Professor Velton supervised the entire effort and occasionally stepped in to solve some difficult issues, but she was too busy to spend all of her time on a single design. Professor Velton isn't as spry as she used to, Alex said in an emotional fashion. A couple of decades ago, she could easily keep track of dozens of concurrent designs, but now, she's barely holding it with 3 concurrent designs. Any mech designer who advanced to the rank of senior was a formidable person. No one ever reached this height by being stupid. Professor Velton must have been an intellectual force at her prime. VS barely knew anything about the 6th Flagrant Vandals or Professor Velton. Both diverged so much from how the Mech Corps usually organized their units that VS wondered what lay at the heart of their difficulties. Sir, I've just arrived and I'm not very familiar with the Tari region or the Vandals. Can you give me a rundown on the Mech Regiment? Alex sighed and released a weary breath. The Flagrant Vandals look kind of bad, don't they? VS nodded. That's because the Vandals never quite fit into the Mech Corps. Alec briefly explained the origins of the Vandals. It used to be set up by an ambitious general over 60 years ago. The general tired of the constant defensive attitude of the Tari region divisions, so erected an additional Mech regiment with the express purpose of giving divisions a bloody nose. The only problem with the Vandals is that the Tari region is poorly endowed. It can barely field whatever forces they already possessed, burdening the regional headquarters with a full regiment of mechs, and everything that came with it pretty much broke the budget. Other problems also became apparent. Entering Vision space was a perilous ordeal, and while the Vandals achieved some early successes, they occasionally ran into a prepared opponent that decimated their raiding forces. The regiment used up a lot more mechs, mech pilots, ships and supplies than originally projected. So what changed from the start? VS asked. Alex shrugged his head. Headquarters came up with a new order for the Vandals that's never been recalled. The 6th Flagrant Vandals needs to be completely self-sufficient. They have to fabricate or procure their own mechs and ships, and they need to recruit and train their own mech pilots. This completely cut off all of the support that was necessary to sustain a mech regiment. Maintaining the mechs alone drained a lot of money, but supporting all of the ships was even worse. If VS didn't know anything better, then the Tari region's regional HQ wanted to dissolve the Vandals by starving it to death. It's a good thing that we're more resilient than that. The journeyman mech designer grinned. We slimmed down our ships and mechs. All of our mech pilots have taken pay cuts and steal everything we need from the Visions when we're short on something. Still, financing an entire mech regiment through raiding planets and trade ships could only stretch so far. Most mech regiments would have collapsed eventually from the burden. Our budget declined year after year. Nothing we did could have changed our downward slide. The biggest burden by far is the cost of replacing aging mechs and ships. Even if we're able to recoup most of the costs by recycling them, we were still bleeding a ton of money this way. Were? That's right. I didn't misspoke. Ever since Colonel Lowenfield took over as our regimental commander some time ago, she made a clean sweep of our regiment. She cut down costs to the absolute minimum by trading away our only fleet carrier, letting go of as much support personnel as possible, and shutting down all of our bases. Under her urging, we've completely transitioned into a nomadic fleet. Relying on logistics ships such as the Wolf Mother Factory ship formed the core to their strategy. Though it cost a lot to maintain their operations, their ability to move with the fleet meant that the Vandals never had to worry about stretching their supply lines if they ever went deep into enemy space. VS felt a little nervous after hearing this. You mean the Vandals bring the Wolf Mother along whenever they cross the border? Exactly. She spends more time in the Vija Kingdom than the Bright Republic even. We know the kingdom inside out, and while the Vesians have caught us out a few times, we've always been able to get away. Has the regiment lost any logistics ships over the years? A handful of smaller vessels have succumbed to the enemy in recent times. They didn't last very long under enemy fire. Great. When VS imagined serving in the Mech Corps as a mech designer, he always thought he would be put in some secret base deep underground. Serving aboard a moving factory ship was an entirely different matter altogether. The Vesians must be hunting for the Wolf Mother all the time. Alec briefly looked at the time. That's enough about the Vandals. We've got to get back to work. VS, since you're new, you should study the design files of the Hellcat first before you do anything else. The Hellcat is an exceedingly complex design, and were it not for your prior experience, I would have given you a refresher course instead. Everyone turned around and went back to work. Alec passed around a weather data pad to VS before he returned to debugging some piece of software. VS didn't disturb the design team any further and sat down at a sofa pushed into a corner. He activated the data pad and began to study the confidential documents held within. So this is what the Hellcat looks like. The Hellcat's humanoid frame looked bulky but powerful. Its head was shaped like a lion, but that was the only reference to its name. The rest of the design evoked pure power due to the thickness of its armor and how many weapon systems it carried. One arm carried a saber, and the other arm carried a kite shield. The kite shield wasn't all that thick and didn't provide full coverage, but that lessened some of the weight concerns of the knight. The Hellcat compensated for the deficiency in the shield by bulking up its armor to the very limits of what was expected of medium mechs. The Hellcat's second weapon system consisted of a pair of wrist-mounted nail drivers. A nail driver was a rather exotic weapon that didn't see much use. However, they packed a substantial kinetic punch without demanding too much space. Mech designers referred to them as the poor man's railgun. The pair of nail drivers wouldn't be very accurate if fired from the arm of a hybrid knight, but they granted the Hellcat a potent close-range punch that would be useful in a variety of situations. The only downside to the nail driver was that it only carried 3 nails in its tiny magazine. Along with the nail in the chamber, a Hellcat could only output 8 nails in total before needing to reload, which turned out to be a massive pain for the mech pilot. Changing magazines in the thick of battle was impracticable at best. Much like many other hybrid knights, the Hellcat also carried a pair of missile launchers on its shoulders. As a fairly low-tech weapon system, it hardly looked special in his eyes. The true worth of a missile launcher lay in the missiles themselves. Surprisingly, the Hellcat's tube diameter diverged from the standard used by the Mech Corps. Each state used their own standards in order to prevent the enemy from using their own munitions against them. If the Vesians ever captured a couple of containers worth of missiles, they were better off recycling them than trying to modify them to fire out of their own missile tubes. Adopting the enemy's technical standard on a mech that was supposed to be the standard bearer of the Vandals said a lot about the regiment. The flagrant Vandals can't afford to ship in Republic standard missiles, so they're getting them from the Vesians instead. It sounded crazy, but on second thought it was a brilliant design decision. The flagrant Vandals spent a lot of time in Vesian space and frequently replenished their supplies by raiding enemy trade routes. Since the Vesians loved to employ a lot of missiles, many of these convoys would be carrying tons of mass-produced missiles. Rather than destroy the shipment, or recycle them down, the Vandals were better off if they made of them. This became especially attractive after months of moving behind enemy lines. The only complication was that these missiles implemented safeguards that prevented them from exploding in the Mech Legion's faces. The Vandals needed some time to crack these safeguards before they could put them into their own launcher tubes. A saber for close-range combat, a pair of nail drivers for close to medium-range burst attacks, and a pair of missile launchers to provide long-range suppression. The weapons might be different, but the Hellcat pretty much adopted the weapon patterns as the Caesar Augustus and the Mark Antony. Many other hybrid knight designs copied the same pattern to the point where it became a standard in the industry. The Hellcat's flight system was the last thing that grabbed his attention. VS became impressed and concerned at its sheer size. It was about 50% bigger than any other flight system he had seen on a medium hybrid knight. It took a lot of power to keep them running for a decent stretch of time. VS turned to another file that detailed the internal architecture of the design. It looked completely different from what he imagined. VS expected a crammed-up interior where each part tried to squeeze out its neighbors. Much like the original Caesar Augustus, Mech needed to accommodate a lot more components if it wished to support so many weapon systems. The internal architecture of the Hellcat turned around his expectations. The internal components took up much less space than he thought, which allowed the design to feature a high level of redundancy and compartmentalization. The Hellcat was unimaginably tough. Its armor was thick enough to take a good beating, but its internals extended the durability of the mech by a significant amount. Inside and out, the Hellcat put the original Caesar Augustus to shame. How did the design team do it? The secret quickly became evident. This is a really expensive design. VS performed some mental calculations. He took note of the material composition of the mech and ran the numbers on their cost. The raw materials required to fabricate a brand new Hellcat cost as much as 350 million credits at market prices. That was as expensive as a heavy mech. This is a prestige mech. The Hellcat was a marvelous design that hid a lot of ingenious tricks and nuances that VS didn't fully understand. Professor Velton was a legitimate senior mech designer, so the Hellcat's design contained an invisible strength that brought out strength beyond what its materials should have been able to bring out. Nevertheless, cheap materials could only be elevated up to a certain point. In order to meet the Hellcat design's insane demands, Professor Velton resorted to powerful exotics that did more with less. That came at an enormous cost. In fact, when VS compared the performance of the Hellcat to an average heavy knight, he could hardly justify its existence. Why do the Vandals treasure the Hellcat over more practical designs? Heavy knights provided a lot more impact on the battlefield. Sure, they were too unwieldy to be used in space, but that was not a reason to develop an expensive boondoggle like the Hellcat. The files failed to list any information that could satisfy his curiosity. VS had enough of looking at the schematics. He needed to see some footage of the Hellcat in action. Chapter 427 Shock Attack. When VS asked Alec to see some footage, the journeyman immediately agreed to provide him with some footage. The footage is stored in the restricted archives, so you can't access it from your comm or from the terminals in this room. The proper procedure would be to apply for access to a secure terminal in an isolated chamber. Normally, only Professor Velton can weigh on your request, but she handed me a lot of leeway in these matters. Alec quickly prepared a code and access pass for VS. After pointing out where he could find the isolated chamber, he returned to work. He used the pass to unlock the secure hatch and enter the barren, but highly restricted chamber. A very visible laser turret constantly tracked his movements as he walked to the middle where he sat down on a stiff, metal chair. After supplying the code into the terminal, the projector began to expand and run some footage of a battle that happened around 4 years ago. At that time, the Bright Republic was at peace and VS was still studying at Ritterberg. No one had a clue that a handful of combat carriers of the flagrant Vandals penetrated the border and crossed several noble domains until it reached the interior of Vision space. Their target? A massive refinery complex in an otherwise quiet star system midway between the mines and nearby industrial planets. The complex orbited a rocky, broken planet that suffered numerous asteroid impacts hundreds of millions of years ago. Most of those asteroids turned out to be made out of several exotics. These materials reacted with the minerals buried beneath the surface to produce a strange new substance that made for extremely flexible armor plating that performed well against kinetic impacts. The footage started with the raid already in progress. The railguns and lasers flew in each direction as several companies of the Vandals assaulted the defenses of a massive depot in a head-on collision. What struck VS the most was that the attackers hardly looked any different from the defenders. Much of the mechs used by the flagrant Vandals actually consisted of a hodgepodge of distinctly Vision designs. The battle went well for the Vandals. They scoped out their target and gathered as much intelligence as possible before committing to the raid. They brought more than enough mechs to overwhelm the defenders. Although the defenders possessed enough mechs to put up a stiff fight, they were chained to the refinery complex in orbit. Their static turrets fell like dominoes and their defensive positions started to crumble from the sheer amount of fire being thrown in their way. The Vandals primarily made use of ballistic and kinetic weaponry. Though they wouldn't be able to outlast a force that fielded mechs with laser weapons, their damage output was extremely high so long as they didn't run out missiles. Just as it looked as if their mechs would easily break through the defensive line, more than 100 Vision mechs popped up from behind. Enemy reinforcements from the rear! Where did they come from? We've got to get out of here! The flagrant Vandals deliberately chose to attack a privately owned refinery complex defended by nothing more than a company security force. The lightly populated star system shouldn't have been able to support any other mech force, so the appearance of over 100 additional mechs unsettled the Vandals. Calm down! A clipped and clinical female voice broke through the chaotic chatter. They outnumber us, but won't be able to match our grit. Gather the Hellcats! The woman began to issue a rapid set of orders that split them into two. Most of the Vandals continued to press against the complex, while a smaller portion of mechs looped around to face the incoming horde of mechs. As the reinforcements came closer, the Vandals learned their makeup. 3/4 of the incoming mechs consisted of frontline mechs, while the remainder consisted of cheap melee mechs. Facing them were 12 nearly identical Hellcats. All of them were piloted by officers or elites. Pulling them out of the assault on the complex risked delaying the breakthrough, but the Vandals had no other choice. Your orders? Colonel Lowenfield spoke for the first time since the start of the footage. Meet the enemy reinforcements and smash them apart. Her orders sounded simple and to the point. As VS watched and listened to this record of past events, this was the first time he heard Colonel Lowenfield's voice. To his ears, she spoke without the usual force and gusto of mech pilots when they were on duty. She sounded like an office worker instead of a commanding officer. Nevertheless, the lack of weight in her voice didn't detract from her gravitas. The Vandals followed her orders without question, as if they had absolute faith in her leadership. What VS couldn't understand was why she felt so confident about her Hellcats. Even though their performance was extremely good, sheer numbers always had a way of negating any advantage in quality. The disparity in quality is not enough to make up for the deficiency in numbers. That was what VS concluded if he applied the conventional maxims. Any other commanding officer would have allocated at least 30 mechs against the incoming reinforcements. As the fresh wave of Vision mechs neared the battle site in orbit, the dozen hybrid knights prepared their missile launchers. The protective ports retracted, allowing the missiles to escape from the launchers and arc out into space. The missile launchers carried by this older iteration of the Hellcat used larger mech-sized missiles. Each Hellcat only released 12 missiles each. Therefore, they only unleashed 144 missiles in their only volley. Nevertheless, these missiles packed quite a punch. The reinforcing mechs must have recognized their own missiles because they quickly halted their forward acceleration and entered a defensive posture. Numerous lasers started firing from their formation in an attempt to shoot the missiles down. It was tough going for the Vision Mechs because these large missiles incorporated many elements that made it more elusive. For the most basic level mech pilots that piloted the frontline mechs, their abysmal accuracy ensured that the chance of knocking down a missile was low. The only thing the reinforcements had going for them was their sheer weight of numbers. More than half of the missiles got shot down by the sheer spread of fire, but that left a lot missiles alive. The Visions barely had time to brace their mechs before the missiles impacted their frames. That was a good volley! I love flinging their missiles back to them. None of the missiles carried enough force to destroy a mech outright, but all of the impacts succeeded in throwing the Visions off balance. Charge! The hybrid knights accelerated forward in a sluggish manner. Even though they carried proportionally huge flight systems, it took some time to get them going. However, once they built up a reasonable amount of speed relative to the Vision formation, the amount of force they could produce upon impact was extremely serious. Meanwhile, the Visions just recovered from the missile salvo. The missiles outright disable 4 or so mechs while heavily damaging 10 or so more. Every other mech only suffered scratches from the flying debris. Hellcats, charge formation! The highest captain of the Hellcats ordered. The hybrid knights adjusted into a V-shaped formation as they neared the Visions. Both sides accelerated into each other, so the time before impact wouldn't be very long. The Visions might have gotten an inkling of what they planned. Their legless space-borne frontline mechs frantically opened fire at the incoming Hellcats. Many shots went wide, but those that hit only added a couple more scratches to their armor and shields. Ready the nail drivers! The hybrid knights adjusted the grips of their sabers and shields and extended out the barrel of the nail driver poking out of their wrists. Aim at your designated targets! The captain transmitted a series of targeting instructions that focused everyone's fire on a handful of important-looking mechs. Fire! The nail drivers emptied out their chamber, releasing a long and sharp nail that flew forward until it met the Visions. Every mech that the captain targeted suffered a lot of damage. Many mechs flung backwards upon getting hit, and all of the nails that hit had been able to punch through their flimsy armor. The Vision formation fell into disarray yet again. The lead Hellcat officer successfully managed to take out the mechs that carried the officers in charge of the reinforcements. Though the surviving officers of the Vision reinforcements quickly imposed order, the damage was already done. Though they managed to reassert their formation, they hadn't been able to retaliate as effectively. The Hellcats spent the rest of their time on approach by emptying out their magazines at the enemy. Most of those nails hit as the fire hadn't been concentrated on any single enemy mech. Instead, the scattered fire was meant to disarray the enemy formation and prevent them from bracing against the imminent collision. Bring it on! Vandals ever burning! 3, 2, 1, impact! Yahoo! 12 space-borne hybrid knights simultaneously tore through the mechs of the Visions. The difference in mass proved to be decisive. The Hellcats spewed through several mechs with their kite shields held in front. Though the shields quickly got dented, the Visions completely didn't know how to handle the sudden intrusion. They aimed their barrels at the hybrid knights in the midst of their formation but hesitated in pulling the trigger. Their formation was too packed. While that added to their cohesion, once the Vandals entered their midst, they risked missing the intruders and damage one of their fellow mechs instead. They're dispersing. It's too late. The commanding officer of the Vision reinforcements decisively ordered his mechs to split, but it was far too late for that. The Hellcats moved in unison as they mowed down mech after mech. The Vision frontline mechs never lasted more than a second up close, while the Vision melee mechs only delayed their destruction by a couple more seconds. Mech after mech got cleaved apart by the brutal sabers wielded by the Hellcats. As the Visions belatedly dispersed, the Vandal elites split up into 2 squads. 6 mechs went high while the other went low. Though splitting up into 2 squads of 6 wouldn't allow them to catch all of the Vision mechs, they still exhibited strength beyond what their numbers suggested. Hybrid knights are shock weapons, VS realized as he watched the Hellcats make a mockery out of a Vision force that outnumbered them. Though this force was fairly shabby, VS still found it impressive that the Hellcats managed to rout the mob without sustaining any losses. Very interesting. After smashing the reinforcements, the Vandals easily broke through the orbital complex and stole all of its inventory before breaking it up and sending the pieces into an inescapable descent to the rocky planet below. The key takeaway of the footage was the way the Vandals used the Hellcats. Though they would usually be dispersed among the rest of the Vandals, whenever the commanding officer needed it, he or she could easily order them to form up in a single group of Hellcats. Several Hellcats working together was a lot stronger than he thought. Naturally, much of the victory was achieved due to the disparity quality between the two forces. The Hellcats didn't fight against the Mech Legion. If VS had to guess, the reinforcements looked a lot like mercenaries. This was also why the Hellcats proved to be so effective. The Vandals mainly raided enemy infrastructure. They weren't meant to go toe-to-toe with the Mech Legion, the Vision premier mech force. The Mech Legion was famous for their high morale and their willingness to fight to the death, but the outfits that did business in the kingdom's private sector was made out of much less sterner stuff. It's much more efficient for the Vandals to attack their morale. As long as the Hellcats deliver a sufficiently great shock, they'll be able to rout any number of inferior mechs. Outfits in the private sector never fought to the death. As long as they glimpsed a hint of defeat, they wouldn't hesitate in running away. Chapter 428 Prestige Mech. VS only needed to witness a single battle to understand the characteristics of the Hellcat design. Even though its design appeared to be a little scattered, in actual fact it prioritized one capability above all others. The entire frame is built to deliver a devastating collision attack. The schematics and material composition prioritized sturdiness and shock resistance. It ensured that even if the hybrid knight built up a lot of speed, it wouldn't fall apart as soon as it collided with another mech. Even the shield that looked a little small for a knight hid a surprising amount of resilience. The additional weapon systems facilitated this mode of combat. They were meant to soften up the enemy and disrupt them from meeting the Hellcats in a prepared formation. That's why these Hellcats don't carry much ammunition around. They're only designed to deliver one big wallop before they close in with their shields and sabers. Still, for a highly advanced mech that incorporated many ingenuities, its design was also surprisingly one-dimensional. Its strengths were evident, but that only magnified its weaknesses. The biggest and most egregious fault spoke for itself. The Hellcat is too heavy. Space-borne mechs relied on speed and acceleration to move around in the vast void of space and to dodge most of the attacks fired in their direction. An exception existed for knights, but usually mech designers exerted their utmost to minimizing their weight. The less they weighed, the easier it was to change their direction on the fly. Right now, the Hellcat resembled a transport ship in its movement characteristics. It weighed a lot, and though it possessed a larger flight system compared to other medium mechs, the increase in propulsion force couldn't keep up. This mech is as heavy as a Caesar Augustus. The same weight on a land-bound mech like the Caesar Augustus played to its advantages. Locomotion on land demanded much less of a mech. The weight might slow it down, but it also added weight to its movements and allowed it to anchor itself into place whenever it received a mighty impact. In space, this weight came with much more downsides. The amount of time needed to adjust the Hellcat's inertia was at least twice as long as a conventional space knight. This difference was quite massive when it came to fast-paced battles such as smaller skirmishes in space. Essentially, this meant that the Hellcat excelled in larger battles where they faced company-sized forces and more. It's not a duelist mech, that's for sure. The second major downside to the Hellcat design was its lack of staying power. Every part in its design cranked up as much power as they could possibly unleash without degrading their longevity by too much. Even with light and careful use of this mech, it would eventually buy itself within a decade. The Hellcat simply demanded too much out of itself. Naturally, the upside to this was that the mech pilots could be assured of the best performance possible whenever they committed to the battle. Before that, they needed to carefully conserve their Hellcats in order to prevent them from running out of steam before the decisive moment came. Mechs designed to stay in reserve and exert their full power in a single maneuver had always existed, but they never went to such extremes. The mech industry had a moniker for mechs like that. A prestige mech. It's the parade horse of the regiment. What VS meant by that was that the Hellcat served a dual purpose. It broke through stalemates and reversed unfavorable situations not only through its objective performance characteristics, but also through shaping everyone's perceptions. The Hellcat was a standard bearer and the trump card of the flagrant vandals. Every mech pilot that fought alongside a Hellcat would receive a boost in morale. On the opposite end, enemies that recognized the Hellcat and everything it represented must be feeling a little suppressed. In truth, the Hellcat's ability to boost to friendly morale and damage enemy morale was much more important than the material damage it could unleash. By delivering an overwhelming impact in a single moment, it exceeded the limit of how much enemy pilots could deal with. If the Hellcat exhibited a more gradual performance curve, while it would be able to last much longer in a battle, the shock to the enemy wouldn't be as potent. VS understood the challenges faced by the Hellcat design team. With only 5 apprentices and 1 journeyman working full-time on this design, hardly any progress could be made. The Hellcat's design was simply too complex. After returning to his team, VS began to integrate himself with the team. Over the course of several days, Alec taught him his responsibilities and what kind of expectations the design team shouldered. The Hellcat is not a fixed design like you see with private sector mechs, the journeyman patiently explained. Mechs in the military can come in many different variants. You can see it as a cross between updating an old design and modifying an existing design. For minor changes, we don't bother fabricating new mechs, but apply them to existing mechs. This way, we can be sure that they possess the right configuration to deal with their upcoming missions. How many brand new mechs are fabricated in a year? Not as much as you think. The flagrant vandals have learned how to be frugal. You'll have to take that into account when you do your work. You need to incorporate some tolerances and account for the most common cases of wear and tear. This is because our mech technicians reuse as much old components as they can get away with it. Professor Velton is watching out for this, so you don't have to be too concerned. Alec also explained the nature of the work being sent in his way. Predictably, the journeyman didn't think much of VS and his abilities. After hearing that VS excelled in physics and was passable in a couple of other areas, the seasoned mech designer dumped some trivial assignments onto his lap. Our design team is short-handed and the Hellcat needs tons of tweaks. Whenever Professor Velton and I introduce a major change in the Hellcat's design, the knock-on effects are numerous. Many components are affected, some for the better and some for the worse. Your responsibility as an apprentice is to record and quantify these effects, and whenever possible provide a suggestion on how we can mitigate the detrimental side effects. While Alex sounded solemn and made his task sound important, VS knew he was being pushed aside to the kids' table. Still, VS had only just arrived. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could outmatch an actual journeyman who was deeply familiar with the design in question. He adopted a humble posture and did his best to rein in his arrogance. Understood, sir. I'll get right on the job. VS spent the next couple of weeks keeping his head down and doing what he was told. To be frank, the make work he received required hardly any thought at all. Most of the time, He inputted some settings in a mathematical model and let a portion of the Wolf Mother's immense processors simulate the outcome. Someone less knowledgeable than him might need hours to come up with the right settings and determine which models to use, but to VS that was as easy as breathing air. He even showed some initiative by adjusting some of the math behind the models to best suit the exact conditions of where the Hellcat would be deployed. The nature of his work meant that VS mostly waited around for the processors to spit out their data. He idled around and looked at the others who worked with utmost concentration on their own assignments. As the new kid on the block, the other apprentices didn't know what to make of him yet. In their off time, they were usually too tired to socialize a lot. A complex design like the Hellcat required at least 20 mech designers to achieve stable amount of progress. All of that work that should have been carried out by 20 apprentices was actually being shouldered by only 5 apprentices. VS did not downplay his abilities, but neither did he call out too much attention. He merely accepted every task sent in his way and completed it a little bit faster than anyone else could manage. The only reason why he couldn't solve the problems instantly was because he couldn't do anything to speed up the simulations. The processors only provided so much processing power to him. The massive factory ship needed to reserve the bulk of her calculations to her other operations. Still, VS believed his performance exceeded expectations. He hoped that Alec would notice and entrust him with more meaty tasks, but he was all out of luck in that regard. Alec was fully preoccupied in his own responsibilities for the moment, and until he finished his current assignments, he wouldn't pay attention to anything else. All of the other apprentices in his design team was too self-absorbed in their own work, so the only people VS could really talk to were the other apprentices from Bentheim. One day, Lyda, Pierce, and VS gathered in a canteen adjacent to the labs. As they filled up their stomachs, they talked about their work. "The permanent mech designers don't take us temps very seriously," Pierce complained. "It's not our fault we haven't spent years obsessing over a single mech model line." Lyda agreed with the sentiment. "They don't expect very much from us. The mech designers who arrived a little earlier from the Rittersburg region are in the same boat. They're even keeping secrets from us." That was the most annoying fact about their work. The design teams expected them to understand the designs they worked with and become familiar with their characteristics. However, while they had access to the top-level schematics, they couldn't access the details to the proprietary systems. For example, VS couldn't find out the exact material composition of the armor and the internal support structure. Neither would he be able to study the designs of key components such as the engine and power reactor in great detail. The software he worked with treated these elements as black boxes. VS was allowed to work with them as a whole as part of modeling their performance, but he wasn't allowed to tinker their internal makeup. "It's understandable why they chose to compartmentalize their proprietary knowledge," VS responded neutrally. "We're newcomers and we won't be sticking around for long. Compared to careerists like them who have volunteered to serve the Mech Corps for decades, conscripted mech designers like us are unreliable." That depressed the mood in the table. None of them liked to waste their time here. Working in a design team of the Mech Corps was both an obligation and an opportunity. They could not only access a lot of textbooks and teaching materials depending on their merits, they could also play around with the immense amount of proprietary technology developed in-house. Many of the implementations used by the Mech Corps would not show up in the MTA's catalog of licenses because the Mech Corps didn't license any of their advancements. Sure, much of what they developed could be replicated with a similar enough license, but a standard solution from the market would not be tailored to the exact situation at hand. "We should try to make the best of things," VS said. He spoke the same words to Carlos a few months ago. "At the end of our service period, what did we get out of this unique time in our lives? I don't want to look back and conclude that we missed out on treasures that we can only obtain in our time here." While Lyda and Pierce both expressed their frustrations, they didn't possess the spine to assert themselves. Not that VS was anything different at this point, but his ambitions would eventually drive him to greater things. His words served as a reminder to them to not be content with their current status and miss out on the benefits that they could grasp. Certainly, every temporary mech designer needed to play the long game here and work themselves into the system without stepping on everyone else's toes. Did you hear? The Wolf Mother is almost done with harvesting the asteroids in this system. It's about to rendezvous with the main fleet of the Vandals. Chapter 429 Small Steps. Life aboard the Wolf Mother did not seem so hectic to VS. He spent most of his time in the compartment assigned to the design department. This only took up a fraction of the space aboard the massive factory ship. The factory ship was like a city compressed into a capital ship. It housed thousands of servicemen and devoted caverns of space to the industry of keeping the Vandals afloat. A lot of responsibility rested on the shoulders of the Wolf Mother. While it wasn't unheard of for vagabond outfits to pursue a nomadic lifestyle aboard their ships, in the Komodo Star sector, it was rarely seen on this scale. From the basic information that VS received on the factory ship, she used to start off as a smaller logistics ship. After some time, the voracious demands of the flagrant Vandals necessitated further expansion. Modules kept being added along her hull. The rising demand for services caused the Vandals to expand the capabilities of the logistics ship to a reckless extent. More asteroid breakers, more refineries, more alloy forge, more repair bays. The expansion never ended, though it slowed down at this point due to physical constraints. The shipwrights among the Vandals did their best to accommodate the expansions. They strengthened the hull, overhauled the internal structure, and sized up the essential components such as the power reactor, the thrusters, and the FTL drive. Ships of the Wolf Mother's current size were hardly seen in the Komodo Star sector. Further expansion necessitated an essential upsizing to her FTL engine, something which could not be done by in a third-rate state like the Bright Republic. Only the Hexadric Hegemony and the Friday Coalition could afford to field capital ships of that scale. In truth, it was cheaper to maintain a single base on an asteroid or an abandoned moon. Running a ship came with its own costs, and a vessel that ballooned to such a size must be using up an enormous amount of power and fuel each day. Yet that was also the genius of it. The capability to move their main logistical base around gave the Vandals unparalleled flexibility in their deployments. From the stories he heard, the Vandals became famous even before the outbreak of the current war for their deep raids. They struck vision star systems situated well within the kingdom's interior or fleeced their complacent industries to the bone. While this sounded impressive and commendable, not everyone in the Mech Corps thought so. People would hardly be able to distinguish them from pirates, and their conduct of sneaking around to attack the weakest parts of the Visions was seen as dishonorable. While the warrior culture of the Mech Corps allowed for clever tricks and strategies to defeat an enemy force with ease, the flagrant Vandals took it too far. The shamelessness in which the Vandals avoided standing battles against the Mech Legion led to their estrangement from the conventional military order of the Republic. A Mech pilot of the Vandals regarded themselves as Vandals and not as a serviceman of the Mech Corps. This was a problem, because the Mech pilots who served in any other regiment held loyalty to both without any conflict. Occasionally, VS heard some talk of that nature whenever he ate in the canteen. Mech designers only made up part of its clientele. A lot of crewmen working in the nearby compartments ate their meals in this canteen. We're Vandals, not soldiers. Leave the heavy fighting for the big boys. I heard they're downgrading our paychecks again. As if they couldn't get any lower. Damn, what are the field marshals up to? They're letting the Visions intrude upon our territory for the umpteenth time. When will they ever have the guts to hit them back? Ha, we're the only ones who give a damn about that. We might as well be an alien species to the big chiefs. Talk like this was a bad indication of how far the Vandals became estranged to the Republic. The Tari region was already isolated enough, and this undercurrent of resentment posed a lot of risks to the Mech core. Maybe it was the Larkin son within him, but no one else shared his concerns. Outsiders like Pierce and Lyda didn't know anything better, but for VS, who grew up with the Larkin sons, some of the talk sounded outright mutinous. "You know, won't things be better if we just pack up and go?" "What do you mean?" "Think about it. What has the Republic ever done for us? We built up the Vandals all by ourselves without a single credit from the state. We worked hard to pay for what we got, so how are we any different from a mercenary corps? If you think about it, we're actually worse than mercs. At least they get paid, whereas we get nothing at all." "That's not entirely true. We still have access to their facilities and their database. We couldn't have gotten this far without all of the advanced technology at our fingertips. I still think we should make a getaway. It would be easy as pie. We aren't anchored by any planets. Those with families who live on the surface of one can just take them along for the ride when we leave Republic space." "It does sound easy. Getting cut off from the data banks will hurt us hard, but the Wolf Mother has a lot of life in her yet." This was merely a sample of the talk that sometimes popped up from the lowest ranks of spacers. It did not mean their officers or the Mech pilots fostered the same ideas. Without a better exposure of life among the Vandals, VS couldn't make any definite conclusions. It still looked bad, though. The canteen was surely monitored. Why hadn't any officers come and reprimanded the spacers? Maybe they don't care. The crewmen aboard the Wolf Mother could be extremely dedicated to the Vandals, and did their utmost to keep the Wolf Mother running. Yet they could also be extremely lethargic when it came to the rest of the Mech Corps. The only person who could make or break this regiment was the elusive Colonel Lowenfield. Despite her name popping up everywhere in every important event in the last few years, VS still had no clue what made her so respected among the Vandals. "Did you hear? The Colonel has recalled all of the detachments. We're almost done with our repairs and resupply." "Oh, finally! I'm bored to tears staying in this no-name star system. I want to see some action." "Me too. There's always a good score to be found when we shear the wool off the Vision sheep. I'm broke and need more money." VS shook his head and finished his meal before returning to the labs. He returned to his terminal only to see that the simulations in the queue needed another hour to complete. He still had some free time on his hands. He was pretty much the only person who enjoyed this privilege. A less capable mech designer would have spent a couple of hours trying to get the settings right or spend many late nights on interpreting the data. The workload put into his lap could not keep up with his capabilities. If not for Alec's current preoccupation with getting the software right for the Hellcat, then he might have been more attentive to how fast VS completed his work. VS quietly sighed. He looked around and saw that one of the mech designers had left. While everyone except VS constantly faced a mountain of work, it was important for the mech designer to keep in touch with how the mechs performed for real. Occasionally, Alec assigned a mech designer to liaise with the mech technicians and the mech pilots that worked with the Hellcats. They mostly gathered feedback and measured the state of the existing Hellcat mechs. He wanted to come into contact with the mechs as well, if only to get out of this tiny corner of the Wolf Mother. VS had never seen a true Hellcat mech, and that hampered his work somewhat. Other mech designers might be fine with a bunch of technical documents, but much of what made his work great was his feel for the intangible qualities of a mech. Within a day or two, the Wolf Mother finally moved. She first exited the asteroid belt and headed towards the border of the lifeless star system with a couple of escorting combat carriers in tow. Once they reached the edge of the system, they transitioned into FTL. The entire factory ship bucked and groaned while VS momentarily lurched when that happened. Oof! The other mech designers laughed. The first time is always the worst. VS rubbed his head for a bit. The moment the factory ship entered FTL, VS felt as if a nail had been driven through his skull. How come it's so painful? It is safe to be aboard the ship when it enters FTL? This is normal to us, Alec answered gently. You have to keep in mind that the Wolf Mother expanded in an ad hoc fashion. There was hardly any planning involved. Slapping modules onto her hull without restraint has made the Wolf Mother rather unstable. The Wolf Mother's FTL drive is barely rated to carry along a ship of her size and mass. Some kinks are to be expected. In other words, the FTL drive could barely cope. The worst-case scenario was that it might eventually break from the all of the strain. Bad things happened when FTL drives blew apart, especially when the ship was still in FTL. Only a handful times did ships drop out of FTL after their drives became inactive. Most of the time, something freaky would happen and the rest of the galaxy never saw the ship again. How well is the FTL drive protected? Oh, the Vandals aren't unaware of dangers posed by a faulty FTL drive. They've put their best engineers to keeping it in shape. There's also a lot of security surrounding this component. Nobody can wander in and do what they want with this critical part of the ship. That might protect the FTL drive from boarding troops and internal sabotage, but it did not help the Wolf Mother's inherent vulnerability to outside attacks. She was not a ship meant for battle. Therefore, the recent orders concerned VS a bit. Heading deep into Vision space was a perilous matter even in times of peace. There was always the risk of getting tracked down by a dogged Vision task force on its way to the front line. VS did not know whether to see it as a good thing or bad thing, but it was undeniable that he would be able to grasp a lot more opportunities in that case. His time with the Vandals might stretch for years, so he would have plenty of time to ingratiate himself with the crew. VS, are you available? One of the young men looked around for help and saw that VS was basically daydreaming behind his terminal. I need some help with this stupid equation. I followed all of the instructions according to the handbook, but the simulations are getting out of whack. Show me what's the problem. This was the first time someone asked him for help. The three permanent apprentice mech designers often consulted among themselves and never asked VS or the other designer from Rittersburg for any input. VSE took a look at the model and spotted the problem at first glance. It's no wonder your simulation delivers such a nonsensical result. There's nothing wrong with the equations or the model. It's this bad set of data that is at the root of the problem. This is a typical case of garbage in, garbage out. Look at the input data. Do these measurements seem correct to you? The mech designer worked with actual measurements taken from a previous visit to the Mechs. Whoever took these measurements made a mistake somewhere down the line. Once VS pointed out the problem, the mech designer could handle the rest. The young man nodded at VS with a modicum of respect this time. As VS wandered back to his terminal to go back to his daydreams, he smiled in satisfaction. It starts with small steps. Chapter 430 Mech Lineup. Every time the Wolf Mother transitioned in and out of FTL, the entire deck lurched and a nauseous feeling overcame VS. He never really got used to it, but the other mech designers in the design department shrugged it off like they got sprayed by mist. The Wolf Mother already transitioned over 7 times. From this, VS could infer that either the range of the Wolf Mother's FTL drive was really short, or they traversed a huge distance. The Vandals didn't release a lot of information to someone low in the totem pole like VS. He learned more from eavesdropping the spacers in the canteen than in the pathetic amount of documents made available to him. The most he knew about the layout of the factory ship came from contingency plans in case of disaster, and they only outlined the most direct path to the escape pods. What he did learn from listening in on the crew was that the factory ships exhibited an onion ring-like shape. The original logistics ship that formed the core had already been changed beyond recognition, but most of the central functioning of the Wolf Mother was buried here. It contained the databases, the processors, the Combat Information Center, and many more goodies. Tacked onto the top, bottom, port, starboard, bow, and stern of the original structure were many other modules. For example, the compartments that made up of engineering took over the entire rear end of the Wolf Mother. Those who entered this section in person described it as a chimera of ship components that kept the factory ship up and running. One day, Professor Velton called up every mech designer in the department for a general meeting. VS filed into the conference room after the others and sat on a random chair in the rear. The room could have housed over 100 mech designers. With only 16 people present, the place had obviously seen better times. It is the time for our monthly update. For the 6 of you who transferred in recently, this meeting serves to bring us all on the same page. The old woman nodded to VS and the other temps. Let us begin with everyone's works. Journeyman, please present your progress. The journeyman mech designers who led their individual design teams walked up to the front and projected their results. VS watched keenly as he got to see the details of the other 2 actively developed designs. The 6th Flagrant Vandals started up as a space-borne mech regiment in order to raid Vision shipping lines. Only later on did they acquire the capability to field mechs on land. Still, space-borne combat remained the norm among the Vandals, as most of the time they couldn't afford to stick around the star system long enough to go through the trouble of descending and ascending from orbit. The most widely used design in active development was therefore the Inheritor line of space-borne light skirmishers. Their small stature enabled the Vandals to fabricate them fast and cheap from the Wolf Mother's own production lines. Their simple nature also lowered the burden of training rookie pilots into becoming proficient in piloting these mechs. We failed to find any means to reduce the weight of the cockpit by 0.3% while retaining the same level of protection. I have personally tried to vary different shapes and sizes, but the current iteration is already highly optimized. Tweaking the ratios of the alloys used to construct the cockpit has led to a minor amount of weight savings, but will also weaken the cockpit by a disproportionate amount. As the journeyman in charge of its development reported on his team's progress, VS understood more of the nuances of its design. The Inheritor aimed to be fast. It had to be nimble enough to turn on the fly and powerful enough to accelerate to a great speed. The Inheritor relied on these strengths to close the distance quickly and tear apart vulnerable ranged mechs with its twin knives. This was extremely hard to accomplish on a light mech which needed to devote a substantial amount of internal volume to its flight system. How much progress have you accomplished in decreasing the size of the Inheritor's flight system? Velton asked from the side. We accomplished a little bit more in that area. The Mech Corps recently released new formulas for alloys and composite materials. I've selected the formulas that are most compatible to the Inheritor's flight system and tried to simulate what would happen if we substitute the old formulas with the new ones. Most outcomes didn't come out in our favor, but I've tasked my team to tweak the design in order to provide a better fit for the new formulas. These results look more promising, as you can see on this projection. VS paid a lot of attention on this particular topic. He lacked first-hand experience in working with actual flight systems. Working with outdated flight systems for virtual mechs didn't count in his eyes. He noticed that every other mech designer paid a lot of attention as well. In a way, this was a valuable opportunity for the apprentices to listen into the insights of a journeyman mech designer. As VS learned more about the development process of the Inheritor, he found out that the current state of the Inheritor was in a very good place. Its relative lack of complexity made it easier to tweak some of its elements without throwing everything else into chaos. Of course, the mech designers faced many limitations as well. They weren't allowed to exceed the Inheritor's mass and volume, no matter how much of an improvement they achieved. This truly frustrated the designers who worked on the Inheritor because they accumulated a list of over 100 easy changes they could implement if only the Vandals relaxed the restrictions. To sum up my report, I truly believe it will benefit the Vandals if we can convince Colonel Lowenfield to agree to a 2.5% increase in mass and 3.7% increase in volume for the Inheritor design. There are so many new innovations just waiting to be implemented." Professor Velton nodded gently. "I will take your words under advisement in my next meeting with the Colonel." In other words, nothing would change and the status quo persisted. The journeyman must have realized it as well and looked deflated as he returned to his seat. Another journeyman went up to report on the work done on the Akara line of heavy land-bound mechs. The 6th Flagrant Vandals predominantly used Vision mechs, which was very unusual for a mech regiment of the Republic. They didn't buy these mechs from the market, and neither did they fabricate them in-house. Instead, they stole the brand new machines by raiding mech manufacturers or scavenged damaged ones from battles. The Vandals had become so adept at sourcing mechs in this manner that they stopped ordering mechs from the Mech Corps entirely. There was only one downside. They couldn't get their hands on any heavy mechs. Only a proper military force fielded heavy mechs. To the Vandals, they could only obtain Vision heavy mechs by raiding military bases or attack proper Vision mech regiments. The Vandals would be crazy to do so. The losses they'd sustain in any single assault wouldn't make up for the acquisition of a couple of heavy mechs. So, as burdensome as it sounded, the Vandals had to continue to develop their own heavy mech design. "We've finally solved the air intake issue for cycling the heat build-up. It turns out that the filters we placed to protect the mechanisms aren't coping too well when it comes to moisture in the air." Compared to the more polished state of the Inheritor design, the Akara appeared to be a lot less refined. The development problems outlined by the journeyman sounded a lot more basic and impactful. They weren't dealing with a highly optimized design. The Akara was still a work in progress. "We are still unable to determine whether it is better to stick with the older targeting system that is relatively reliable, or the newer one that is made available by the Mech Corps." "What are the issues with the new system?" Velton asked. "The newer targeting system isn't interfacing properly with our design. We don't know why, but I think it's because the Akara possesses a lot more gun tubes than it can cope." The Akara heavy mech was a land-bound mech that weighed so much that the Vandals never moved them from beyond their landing sites. As the only heavy mech of the Vandals, the Akara distinctly served a defensive role. On land, the Akaras moved on 4 legs to provide a stable firing platform. Dozens of rapid-fire laser and ballistic cannons dotted its spider-shaped torso, allowing it to bombard anything that approached from the ground and air. A special feature of the Akara was that it served as a weapon platform in space as well. Its heavy design incorporated some of the traits more often seen on space-borne mechs. This allowed the Akara mechs to stay relevant in space battles as well. Every Vandal combat carrier incorporated special bunkers that enabled the Akara to anchor its 4 legs into the bunker structure and fire out its weapons from the well-placed slits. "We've experimented with changing the layout of the cannon barrels, and have come up with 3 alternatives that should better balance out the stresses placed upon the mech whenever it fires off its ballistic cannons. One solution is better for land and the other is better for space." Balancing out the Akara's performance on land and in space demanded a lot from its design. VS didn't envy their design team, because optimizing the mech for one environment often compromised its performance in the other environment. Once the journeyman listed out a bevy of solutions, Alec finally made his way up to the front. "My team has not made any significant improvements to the Hellcat design." With those words, Alec laid out the reasons why, though VS already predicted them. The space-borne hybrid knight incorporated too many systems. Thereby, a change in one system affected the performance of the others, often in a detrimental way. This was a classic reason why hybrid knights hadn't become more prolific. "Lately, my work on drawing out more strength from the Hellcat design through tweaking its software has met a wall. I've already worked extensively in this area, and most of my progress in the last few months represent the easy solutions. Any further improvement requires an exorbitant amount of time to dig up. Velton honed in on this remark. So you believe it is no longer worth your time to work on the programming of the Hellcat? It is not cost-effective. All the bugs that I could think of have been squashed or circumvented. Any further improvements demands lots of research. My time is better spent on other things. Very well then. If you believe there is no further merit to put your attention in this area, then you may change your focus. What do you have in mind? We are still working on strengthening and miniaturizing its oversized flight system. Our core issue with the flight system is that it generates a large amount of heat, something which our hybrid knight has never really learned to cope with. I'd like to take a stab at improving its heat management systems. The professor nodded in approval. Research our options and present them to me in private. I'll derive a change in the Hellcat's design according to the data that you present to me. Continue on with the report. The rest of the report sounded familiar to VS, as he worked on them himself or helped his colleagues solve some of their conundrums about them. The Hellcat design still hid a lot of secrets, but VS already understood the broad strokes. After Alec finished his presentation and returned to his seat, Professor Velton went up again and made an announcement. Pardon the secrecy that is hanging over the department. We needed to make sure that Colin Lowenfield's plans for the Wolf Mother hasn't leaked. Everyone looked at each other in a worried manner. Ma'am? Where are we right now? That's a good question. Velton smiled. The Wolf Mother has just arrived at Tomalin's system. There is nothing special about this star system. It is an out-of-the-way location in the Tari region. The reason why it is our focus is because we are about to meet with the Vision rebels. Everyone was taken aback at the news. They were actually collaborating with rebels this time. Chapter 431 Collaborate. As you may have heard, the Third Imodries Legion inflicted substantial damage to the Bright Republic's morale. Although the Republic can cope with the material damage of their raids, it is much harder to restore the hearts of our citizens. The Mech Corps therefore expects the flagrant vandals to pay back the Visions in kind. Colonel Lowenfield has therefore decided to pay back the Third Imodries Legion in kind by striking at their dukedom. This alarmed VS and some of the others because Imodries was a prosperous dukedom situated in the interior of the Vija kingdom. The Vandals would not only have to cross the border, they also needed to hop from star system to star system without revealing their presence inside Vision space. That was almost impossible to accomplish. The moment the Visions detected their presence within the border, they would surely dispatch a hunting party to the Vandals. Owing to their territorial advantage, the Visions have an easier time to surround the Vandals than the latter slipping the noose and returning to Republic space. In the short but illustrious history of the flagrant Vandals, our regiment has deployed to Imodries several times. Each time the alert garrisons of Imodries detected us quickly, sparking harrowing fights where we broke through the blockades at heavy costs. While the Colonel does not intend to flinch from Imodries, either can we afford to make the same bull-headed approach. Therefore, the Vandals cultivated some relations among the rebels. With the help of the so-called Vision Revolutionary Front, Colonel Lowenfield is confident we can circumvent the strict Vision monitoring in their desolate star systems and approach a highly industrialized planet without any forewarning. In other words, it was like breaking into a heavy defended mansion by bribing the butler into letting them in. The risks and perils of such a move could be imagined. Perhaps the ultimate plan was a little more elaborate, but from what VS heard so far, many things could go wrong. The first and most important they should ask was whether they could trust the rebels to keep their word. Professor Velton didn't reveal too much about this. The Colonel is handling it. We have collaborated with this group of revolutionaries before, and they have been proven to be reliable as long as they are handsomely paid. Admittedly, this raiding expedition can't compare to the minor border incursions we collaborated on before. From Professor Velton's description, the VRF didn't sound like much. As a monarchy in a time where humans advanced to a point where they settled half the galaxy, their existence was very controversial. Those who grew up in the kingdoms and empires usually took their existence for granted, but those who grew up in republics and other forms of non-hereditary governments thought of monarchies as backwards. This last point was a generalization, not an absolute. This meant that not every Vision believed in letting a bunch of spoiled and entitled nobles and royals dictate every facet of their lives. A governance system where a small number won big would always present a lot of losers. Those who suffered directly from the injustices within the kingdom eventually formed several resistance groups. True to their chaotic nature and their rejection of strong authority, they couldn't manage to form a united front. The VRF was one of the only rebel groups that still worked to unite the different resistance movements together. They achieved limited success in this area as many groups only paid lip service to this ideal. Nevertheless, it could not be denied that the VRF was well connected. However, this also increased the risk of cooperating with them. The Vandals not only needed to trust the VRF, they also had to put faith in their ability to persuade the local rebel movements into facilitating this risky operation. As of now, the Wolf Mother will enter into an elevated state of readiness. Contact with the outside galaxy will be even more restricted than before, so our database will no longer receive any updates from the central database maintained by Mech Core. Keep this in mind when you work on the designs. You will not be able to rely on recent innovations to solve your problems. Half of the mech designers in the room groaned. Quite a few of them managed to solve long-standing problems by applying something that wasn't possible before. Cutting off the updates to the database forced them to revisit old methods and try to get them to work. This was extremely slow and frustrating work. Professor? Someone asked. What kind of tweaks do we have to make to ready our mechs for the coming battle? Good question. While I am unable to inform you of our target, I am still allowed to relay some conditions. First, the star system is heavily defended from space, but the Visions pulled half of the defending mechs to reinforce the front lines. What remains of its garrisons consist of reserves, much of them recruited from the local population. This was an important detail. The planet in question isn't being run very well. The nobles in charge are decadent, and the planet has been running a deficit for years. The planetary administration is forced to skimp on their services, which has made much of the underclass very mad. It's a breeding ground for rebels, and the VRF thinks they can convince the local rebels into disabling some of the local defenses in orbit and letting us in. This time, VS raised his hand and asked a question. Ma'am, why would the local rebels agree to let their home planet suffer? Won't we be making things worse for them by raining down death and destruction? That is a valid point to make. The professor nodded, yet waved her hand dismissively. We have made the appropriate precautions. We are more than aware of the risks, and we know more about the Vija kingdom than most of their citizens. Almost everyone in this state has a bone to pick with someone else. This is nothing new for us. The flagrant vandals hadn't run amok in enemy space without learning a thing or two about their enemy. Although most of the time they operated alone, sometimes they cooperated with the local factions if they needed access to a sensitive area. Although Professor Velton didn't intimate anything of the sort, VS read more from her answer and the way she chose to answer it than she wanted to reveal. If VS wasn't wrong, one of the major reasons the Vandals stayed afloat up until now was because it also collaborated with the noble factions. Though VS kept his expressions neutral, inwardly he felt shocked at the audacity of it all. He would bet that no one in high command even knew about this. What would the Mech Corps think if one of their mech regiments collaborated directly with a faction of the kingdom? The news alone would shock the entire Republic. Professor Velton couldn't blame his level of observation. VS heard many stories about some of the murkier deeds of the Mech Corps from his father and the other Larkin sons. Even then, none of those tales matched the brazenness in which the Vandals shook hands with the Visions. VS guessed that the Vandals only cooperated in an opportunistic fashion. The rivalry among the Vision nobles was legendary, and the Vandals probably presented themselves to discontented nobles as a convenient way to ruin their rivals. As the meeting wrapped up, Professor Velton called up the journeymen to hold a more private discussion while letting the apprentices enjoy a rare break. VS, Lyda, and Pierce gathered around in a corner turned into a makeshift lounge area. A couple of comfortable chairs and sofas provided an oasis of calm during the most frustrating moments of work. Pierce looked at VS and Lyda with a questioning pair of eyes. "Have you two been getting overwhelmed by the work they pile up on your desk?" Lyda nodded. "The inheritor design is frustrating. Never mind that it's a space-borne mech and that I only specialize in aerial mechs, but the inheritor is showing its age. There is hardly anything we can improve without drastically overhauling its design." "So it's a legacy design?" "It's not old to the point to be called a legacy, but its design originated from the first half of this current mech generation. We are now late in the cycle and there are several major advancements in current gen technology that we are missing out on for the inheritor because the effort required to transform every inheritor mech in existence is too much." The inheritor mechs serve as the workhorse of the Vandals. It was one of their most common mechs, and highlighted their preference for close-ranged combat against other mechs. "VS, what do you think about the inheritor?" Lyda asked him in a way that made it hard for him to withhold his answer. "I don't know. I've never seen the flagrant Vandals in action besides some incidental battle footage. To me, the Vandals are living at the edge of the moment. It's true that fielding lots of light mechs is cheap and easy, but that lack of weight will cost them dearly if they are ever forced into a position to fight against a proper Vision mech regiment. For example, any of the 3rd Emodries Legion's regiments can smash them into pieces. That's counterbalanced by the fact that they are easier to pilot and excellent in overtaking supply convoys." This was why the Vandals regarded the inheritors so highly. The Vandals faced a lot of difficulties in recruiting capable mech pilots. Any recruit with promise would be snapped up by the more desirable regiments. The Vandals mostly received the dregs the service. They couldn't do much against mech pilots with attitude problems, but those with lack of talent in piloting could still be brought up as cannon fodder inside an inheritor mech. Compared to Lyda, Pierce faced a very different problem with the Akara. "Heavy mechs are different from light mechs. There's much more leeway in their design. Even though it's rather old as well, its internal architecture changed so much over the years that I can hardly call it outdated. My team has done well in updating it to the latest standard. The only problem is that our implementations fall short. Because there are too many systems inside a heavy mech, am I right?" "That's right. My father once taught me that it is a heavy commitment if you wish to embark on designing a heavy mech. The Akara design is a basket case of incompatibilities. There is hardly any optimization done because the Wolf Mother's processors would crash if we threw too many things at it. Heavy mechs should be designed in proper research bases, not aboard a factory ship." Lack of manpower and computing power slowed down the development of the Akara design. It was a very unsubtle mech and required brute force to solve many of its problems. "Is your design team biting off more than they can chew?" "That's an understatement," Pierce huffed. "In my eyes, while the Akara design fills an important gap in the lineup of the Vandals, we can't keep up with the complexities of this parade horse." VS could have said the same. Though the problems with the Hellcat didn't sound so extreme as the Akara, a hybrid knight came with its own bag of issues. "All 3 designs developed internally by the Vandals have one thing in common," VS remarked as he put his mind on them. "They're products of pride." "Pride?" VS shrugged a bit. "Maybe you can call it stubbornness. If the flagrant vandals wanted to, they could have borrowed a ready-made design from the central database. I'm sure the Mech Corps developed a raft of highly optimized designs of a light skirmisher, a medium hybrid knight, and a heavy cannoneer. Why stick to the current designs then? Because every Mech regiment prides their own identity. Only rarely will a Mech regiment borrow a design cooked up by other design teams within the Mech Corps, because that would be admitting that they can't wipe their own butts. That's crazy, Lyda murmured as she shook her head. We're not like any other Mech regiment. Our design team is less than a fifth the size of any other team. We can only cope with developing one design at most. No matter how much they think the current policy was stupid, none of it could be changed. VS sighed and sank down into his sesset. This isn't the only area where the Vandals are sticking to their guns. These guys have taken self-sufficiency to an unprecedented height for a Mech regiment of the Mech Corps. It's baked into their DNA. That has served the Vandals well so far, but how long could they go on in the same manner? Eventually, they would hit a wall. Chapter 432 Conflicting Directions. Ever since VS embarked on the path to become a mech designer, he progressed at a rapid pace. He liked to think he learned to see things others didn't. Though his place among the Vandals only allowed him to observe a tiny part of their functioning, what he derived from it worried him a lot. VS placed his hand against the surface of the bulkhead and felt its cold metallic touch. The Wolf Mother traveled through a succession of star systems. Each time the ship exited FTL, the entire ship underwent a minor upheaval. It spoke much about the haphazard way the Wolf Mother grew to her current form. Yet despite this side effect, nothing suffered any ill effects. The resourceful crew of the Wolf Mother timed their most critical operations around the schedule of transitions. They made sure that the production lines didn't work on something delicate whenever the ship entered or dropped out of FTL. You're tougher than you look like. Much of what made the Vandals survive up to now came down to their ingenuity. They scraped by with a fraction of the resources that a proper mech regiment enjoyed. Though he found their design development plans to be perplexing and the legality of some of their actions a little iffy, he had to admit that the Vandals was the top regiment in the Republic in terms of resourcefulness alone. Having lived among them and observed them up close made VS a little sympathetic to their cause. Despite their outward displays of cynicism, they still retained a core of discipline and duty. With regards to his work, his routine remained the same, though Alec finally started to notice that VS finished his work faster than others. Now that he ceased to be preoccupied with tinkering with the software of the Hellcat, Alec finally spent more time watching over the mech designers working under him. Compared to the other apprentices, VS stood out in how relaxed he approached his assignments. At some time, Alec pulled VS aside into a private office. The journeyman mech designer stared at the younger man with a penetrating stare. VS, according to the logs in your terminal, the speed at which you are nailing down the right numbers is a little frightening. It's so out of bounds that I've been testing you with a number of different problems. The way you work with math and physics is frankly frightening for a mech designer of your age. Who are you? I'm VS Larkin's son, no one else. As for how I got to be so good, didn't you read my record? I've seen nominal disciples to masters in action before. None of them have rocketed upwards as fast as you. Alec frowned as he tried to crack the secret behind V's ascent. Though I don't specialize in physics, the ease at which you solve complex issues related to this field surpasses what I'm capable of. Are you an alien or something? VS laughed a little. Sir, though my genes are kind of mixed up right now, I'm still a human in heart and blood. My life experiences are a little different from others. One thing that VS was most afraid of was eliciting Alec's jealousy. It would be extremely depressing if his direct superior wanted to squash VS down due to being unable to tolerate someone younger being better than an actual journeyman. It appeared that VS did not have to worry about that account. As much as Alec enjoyed his own status, The dire state of the 6th Flagrant Vandals and the Hellcat design team had left Alec in a state where extra talent and manpower should be cherished. "You're an anomaly, VS," Alec concluded with utmost seriousness. "I can't quite put my thumb on you. Nothing in your record makes sense. The only way to explain it is if some unknown influence is cultivating you." VS could say nothing against that. He couldn't mention anything about the Mech designer system and how it had been a massive aid to his mech design career. He would rather let Alec make his own conclusions. After some time, Alec nodded and smacked his fist against his palm. "I understand why the Mech Corps sent someone as promising as you to the Vandals. Unlike headquarters, we don't care about your allegiances at all. You're aboard the Wolf Mother just like the rest, so I hardly believe you would do anything that would go against our interests. We are literally on the same boat in that regard." Though VS felt a little pissed that Alec casually questioned his loyalties like that, he was smart enough not to make a fuss about it. This was a critical moment for him. Opening his mouth would just ruin his chances. "I've decided now. Since we're so short-handed, I'll let you pick your own assignments. I'll increase your privileges so that you can access the planning and the list of issues for the Hellcat design. I don't have the authority to unlock the entire design schematics to you, but you should have plenty to do with the access you already have." "Thank you, sir. You won't regret your decision." "You better not slack off, VS. The Flagrant Vandals has already joined the main fleet, and we have already crossed the borders. While I can't predict how much time it takes to reach the Amodris Duchy, try to present some solid results within a month. Any longer and we won't have the time to implement any improvements you've made to our existing Hellcats." VS promised to respect the confidentiality of the information made available to him. Satisfied, Alec delivered on his promise and raised the amount of files VS could access. Among the miscellaneous documents that Alec unlocked for VS, the most important piece of information was the succinct list of issues and problems facing the Hellcat. They consisted of observations made by the mech pilots that handled the Hellcats, and the problems foreseen by the mech designers themselves. All of the problems amounted to a very long list, though most seemed rather trivial. Still, for a perfectionist like VS, he became dismayed when he finally realized the extent of the imperfections. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Many more problems racked the Hellcat design. They just hadn't been observed yet. Let's forget about the problems out of sight. The visible ones alone are more than enough to keep me busy for years. Alec took a chance in increasing the privileges enjoyed by VS, but unspoken in that move was that his superior expected more things. VS needed to prove his chops and repay Alec's trust. Not everyone responded well to his increase in responsibilities. Something like this couldn't be hidden from the other apprentices. "Sir, I protest. Mr. Larkin's son is just a temp. He's the last person among us who should be handling all of that sensitive information." Alec happened to have a very effective response to that argument. "Tell that to me once you can outsmart Mr. Larkin's son." No one dared to make that claim. In the previous weeks, VS painstakingly demonstrated his competence, which must have surely damaged their confidence. Though he was an outsider who only joined the Hellcat design team due to the war, his presence had already improved their efficiency. Though the apprentices didn't look resigned, they could only keep their opinions to themselves. They stared enviously as VS browsed the expanded database in a leisurely manner. "What shall I tackle?" VS had no time to pay attention to everyone else's stares. Alec expected great results from him, so VS needed to pick something impactful that fell within his capabilities to solve. Not a lot of problems met this criteria. He flicked through each and every problem on the list. Even if he rejected most of them, it was still valuable for him to read this list. Software again, not my cup of tea. Increasing the actuation speed of the legs sounds more interesting, But that's hardly consequential for a space-borne mech. Enhancing the power of the wrist-mounted nail drivers. That sounds interesting. The nail drivers served a small purpose to the Hellcat design, perhaps too small. Due to weight and space constraints, the nail driver only accommodated 4 nails in total. This was highly limiting and only really gave the Hellcat an extra lifeline in certain situations. Can I increase the power of the nail driver or overhaul its internal mechanisms? He already thought of a couple of tweaks, but a bigger solution remained elusive. Professor Velton must have gone over this problem plenty of times, and this time was no different. The nail drivers enjoyed her personal attention for a time, and she optimized the nail drivers to the point where she couldn't come up with more gains. As VS studied the schematics of the nail driver and some other components, he also perceived the flavor of Professor Velton's design philosophy. It felt a bit strange. Since the Hellcat was a collaborative project, the purity of its design was rather muddled. Still, Professor Velton's imprint stood head and shoulders above everyone else's, including the minor work that VS imparted on the design up to now. VS found it difficult to describe Professor Velton's design philosophy. Perpetuance? No. Timelessness, enduring, fading. One of the hidden dangers in the Hellcat design was that VS faintly sensed some weaknesses seeping into the heart of its design. For some reason, Professor Velton started to lose her love for the design. VS couldn't blame her. The Hellcat's numerous demands tore it apart. It needed to fly, use up 3 weapon systems at once, and it needed to be well protected as well. It was enough to hear his heart out. Though he didn't think well of the Hellcat, the way the Vandals made the most out of the design made VS realize that not all mechs had to be technical masterpieces. A good mech isn't necessarily the one with the best specs or the strongest X factor. The best mech is the machine that gets the job done. In this regard, the Hellcat made a definite impression on the enemy. Therefore, VS found it regretful that Professor Velton started to slide. I can't let this downward trend go on. Whatever is going on with Professor Velton, she can't leave her own work in the dust like this. It deserves more. In choosing where to start first, VS no longer relied on the data included in the reports. Instead, he closed his eyes and started to commune with the design on a spiritual level. It was hard, incredibly hard. In order to understand the nucleus of this mech, VS needed to cut through all of the interference. Too many people used to work on this design. Their mixed sentiments polluted the design and made it harder for VS to get a read on the design. VS continually refined his methods, but they only amounted to a limited amount of improvement. What VS got out of the Hellcat design was decidedly mixed. He perceived conflicting emotions from 2 unknown designers that nonetheless left a huge mark on the design. Seems like Professor Velton hadn't designed this mech after all. She inherited from other seniors. The imprints of those 2 echoes were so strong and distinct that they couldn't be anything else but senior mech designers. Though VS couldn't get a solid read on the design itself, VS figured he could infer some of its core traits by interpreting the imprints from the seniors. This was a very fascinating experience, and despite appearing like a lazy idiot in the presence of the other mech designers, VS cheerfully plunged into the depths of the 2 distinct flavors. Interesting. Much of the issues surrounding the Hellcat design could be traced back to its original designers. They possessed very distinct outlooks and wanted to pull the Hellcat into 2 separate directions. One designer favored defense, and possessed a lot of experience in designing knights. The other designer emphasized versatility, and must have possessed a substantial amount of experience in designing hybrid and multipurpose mechs. Both of them somehow ended up working on the same project, and from the looks of it, either of them possessed authority over the other. They had been forced to cooperate on equal terms. What a tragedy! Whoever ordered them to do so didn't know anything about mech design. With no obvious lead designer in charge of the project, the Hellcat grew in scope and its featured ballooned to its present bloated state. Though they did a remarkable job in slimming down its internals, the interconnectedness of it all hadn't aged the Hellcat very well. It's a design that's difficult to update. Chapter 433 Rotten Core. As a space-borne hybrid mech design, the Hellcat had been stretched into two opposite directions right at the onset of its conception. In the eyes of someone like VS, he would argue that the Hellcat lacked a unifying vision that could have guided the design to better straits. It's as if two stubborn kids wanted to play with the same doll and stretched it out between them as they tried to claim sole ownership over the toy. The consequences to this could be imagined. The Hellcat, with its incongruous tiger head and substantially armored build, looked like a cross between two very different mechs. The addition of the nail drivers and the missile launchers seemed more like gimmicks tacked on as an afterthought rather than a mainstay that the mech could rely on to save the day. At least the Caesar Augustus can rely on its miniature laser cannons to take out targets just out of range of its sword. The Caesar Augustus was a much more inferior mech in terms of specs and scope, but the mere fact that it had been designed by a single mech designer who knew what he wanted made it a more coherent design. Compared to the first work of an apprentice mech designer, the Hellcat incorporated many advanced techniques and applications. Even after studying the additional documents made available to him, VS hardly understood how the original designers managed to stuff so much capabilities in so little space. Nevertheless, the current foibles with the Hellcat design underscored that technical prowess couldn't compensate for a lack of vision. It's not that it can't be done, but this is just a case where the original designers didn't leave any leeway for the future. VS found it sad that such a promising design had been born with what effectively amounted to a deformity. It didn't become very evident at birth, but as it grew older, the design started to crack and show its weaknesses. Therefore, the responsibilities piled up on the shoulders of the Hellcat design team was too much for them to cope. Even VS couldn't steer away a ship that was determined to travel right into a sun. Sadly, even if Alec and Professor Velton were aware of this critical fault, they couldn't convince the Vandals to replace their prestige mechs with a different design. Organizational inertia meant that the design team needed to stick with this creaking product no matter how much it fell apart. How depressing! This important realization put his role into perspective. He shouldn't attempt to do anything too ambitious. With his current level of skill, he had no chance in revamping the design to a healthy state. The best he could describe its situation was that the longevity of the design was running out. Rather than extending its useful lifetime, VS could only improve some minor performance parameters in order to let the Hellcat make the most out of its final years of active use. VS had no doubt that the Vandals would eventually be forced to drop the Hellcat design during this war. The Vision mech designers faced a lot of pressure in improving their own designs, and if the Hellcat failed to keep up, its end would come sooner or later. That's something that will happen at least a year from now on. For now, the Hellcat is still a viable mech. He returned to the list of problems and decided to tackle an issue that was challenging but one he could also complete within a month. It concerned a very persistent problem regarding the energy efficiency of the mech. The Hellcat's high-performance metrics and ability to make an immediate impact on the battlefield came at a cost. The power draw was enormous, and the heat that it built up was very problematic for a mech in space. When the design originally came into being, the original designers already mitigated these issues. However, as the years passed and the design kept being tweaked to keep up with the current times, the old optimizations in terms of power draw and heat dispersal ceased to work as effectively. The design had strayed too much from its old lines, and the introduction of new components complicated the internal architecture in ways that made it much less efficient. It all sounded boring to a bystander, but the veteran mech pilots that have piloted the Hellcat for years became increasingly frustrated at this downward trend. The report on the problem came with a quote from a very pissed-off Mech pilot. "Why is it that the Hellcat keeps getting worse? I don't care about faster flight systems and more lethal nail drivers. I just want a mech that can last an entire fight. Hell, it won't even last a short skirmish sometimes. Fix this issue immediately or roll back the design to an older version." The problem had obviously brewed for an extended period of time. The Hellcat design team should have been more responsive on this issue, but for some reason they kept on holding to the same course. In all honesty, solving this issue required a multidisciplinary approach. VS wasn't sure if he possessed the right breadth and depth of skills to be able to provide a solution to this problem. After all, neither Alec nor Professor Velton had done anything about it, though that might be because they had bigger things in mind. In any case, this is a useful starting point to prove my worth. It's a very legitimate problem that needs solving anyhow. VS began to dive into his work by investigation the evolution of the design in recent years. He wanted to trace back the changes to specific changes in the design so he could come up with localized solutions. All of this was boring and tedious, but VS never lost his motivation. Several weeks went by in a fog as VS single-mindedly focused on this sole issue alone. He made a substantial amount of progress, but the sheer amount of changes left him a little fatigued. It was too much work to establish the consequences of every single change to the design. To be honest, he was being stymied by the sheer level of interconnectedness of the design. His inability to understand the Hellcat down to its roots also didn't help. There was a level of depth and complexity to each of its shapes. VS felt like he was a toddler looking at a painting and ruining it by dabbling his fingers through paint and raking them across the canvas. 99 times out of 100, his solutions only made things worse. Still, at least he made some progress, however sluggish it turned out to be. Any progress was better than no progress at all, but it defied the high hopes he had started with. VS grossly underestimated the actual challenge of reshaping an already completed design at the senior level. "My progress is too slow," VS muttered as he furrowed his brows. Several weeks into his task, and he only completed a fourth of what he should have accomplished. A lack of understanding lay at the heart of his inability to progress. He couldn't do much to advance his understanding of the higher-level concepts that made journeyman and senior mech designers unique. Short of breaking through himself, VS would have to accept that his perspective would be limited for the time being. He could still advance his understanding in a different direction, something which he already did quite well. Therefore, one day, VS put down his work and marched up to Alec. "Sir?" "What is it, VS?" "I'd like to request an opportunity to witness the Hellcat in action. I've spent a substantial amount of time with its design, but I still only have a vague idea of how this mech is supposed to perform in action." Alec frowned and turned away from his work. A mech designer is supposed to be content with the design schematics alone. There shouldn't be any need to see a real Hellcat. Respectfully, that's not the way I work. The best I can describe it is that I design my mech from feeling. Without a feel for a design, I can't work with it as well as I ought to. The Hellcat is at least 10 times more complex than anything I've ever worked on before, so it is even more vital for me to get a handle on the mech action. I'm not inclined to grant your request. I'm under orders to keep temps like you in one place. It's going to take a lot of effort to convince Professor Velton to grant an exception for you. VS already expected something like this, so he provided an immediate response to that argument. VS waved his hand, causing his calm to transfer his work up to now. "Look at what I've accomplished. This is only a fraction of what I am able to do." Curious, Alec turned to his terminal and studied some of the solutions that VS came up with. They weren't anything groundbreaking, nor did they improve the performance of the Hellcat by a substantial amount. Nevertheless, it was already impressive for an apprentice mech designer to lessen the problem of excessive power draw by a fraction of a percentage point without negatively affecting anything else. The journeyman quickly processed the solutions VS came up with. These solutions don't seem half bad. We'll need to perform a lot more simulations in order to verify their soundness, but you have made a substantial contribution to our design team. VS sensed a caveat there. This does not mean that I can allow you to run off to the mech pilots and pester them to show off their Hellcats to you. You have to realize that there is a time and place for things. We do not allow anyone to come into contact with a vandal. In the end, VS did not receive approval and had to go back empty-handed. Why didn't Alec grant his seemingly reasonable request? One possible explanation stood out. There must be something going on that can't be leaked. VS thought back on what the recent announcements were about. The Colonel Lowenfield intended to sneak the 6 flagrant vandals all the way to the Amodri's duchy from the border. This was a daunting task for any mech regiment that hailed from the kingdom's mortal enemy. The only way the vandals could get this far without detection was if they enlisted the help of the local rebels. Have the Vision rebels already rendezvoused with the fleet? The idea was frightening, but sounded very real. Perhaps the Vision Revolutionary Front hadn't come with a handful of emissaries, but brought a couple of carriers and mechs along for the ride as well. This basically meant that a mech regiment of the Republic willingly joined hands with an element of the Vision Kingdom. It did not matter if the Vandals struck a deal with the rebels. The mere fact that they owed their allegiance to Vision, if not for the kingdom, was a huge affront if news ever leaked. Why would the Vision rebels accompany the Vandals with their own war assets? It didn't make any sense. The 6th flagrant Vandals might not be very impressive compared to the rest of the mech corps, but it was a proper mech regiment at its core. VS tried to rack his brains but couldn't come up with any satisfactory explanation except for one. What if they lied to us? This was a very serious accusation to make, and a tenuous one as well, since VS based this conclusion off a series of very wild conjectures. Still, it reinforced his impression that something shady was going on with the Vandals right now. Perhaps their presumed mission of penetrating deep into Vision space in order to raid their industrial planet wasn't so simple after all. All of this is wild talk without evidence. Without confirmations, his ideas remained ideas. Although he had a very overactive imagination, sometimes the truth often turned out to be simpler than he suspected. Still, VS wasn't comfortable with staying put. If nothing else, he had a duty to follow the leads and see where he ended up. There's too much at stake. I can't afford to be negligent. Chapter 434 Higher Concepts. Ever since he started questioning the motives of the 6th flagrant Vandals, VS regarded his posting in a different light. The undercurrent of discontent and the general apathy towards the mech corps may not be confined to the lower ranks. What if the underlings merely reflected the honest attitudes of their superiors? Sitting behind his terminal, VS turned around his head and regarded Alec and the apprentices in a different light. Besides the temp sent from the Rittersburg region, the others all had a couple years of service under their belt. Curiously, not many mech designers in the design department of the Vandals stuck around for more than half a decade or so. Alec happened to be one of the few exceptions due to being mentored by Professor Velton. Everyone else seemed to have been sent to the Vandals as punishment or exile. Could he talk to them about his concerns? No. VS did not kid himself that he could find a place aboard the Wolf Mother without any form of monitoring. Having left his personal comm with the privacy shield behind on Cloudy Curtain, he no longer possessed any means of blocking any electronic ears and eyes pointed in his direction. Besides, where do their loyalties lie? Not every mech designer entered the private sector and started a business to sell their own mechs. Some wanted an easier path in life, so they applied to established mech manufacturers or design studios to exercise their craft. Naturally, only those with promise received the best job offerings where they could actually be involved in the design of a mech. Average mech designers stood no chance in obtaining an important position, and would always devolve into glorified technicians. In fact, a large number of chief technicians graduated with a degree in mech design, only to be relegated to a job in the mech stables or mech workshops. The same pattern persisted in the military. The Mech Corps relied on many different mech designs, and they needed a huge number of mech designers to keep their mechs fresh and up to date. Working in the Mech Corps formed a particularly attractive prospect to most mech designers. The pay was bad, but the benefits were good, and every mech designer assigned to a design team received varying levels of access to the central database, which not only contained lots of designs and exclusive technologies, but also contained a library of very valuable textbooks. All of this made working for the Mech Corps a good starting point for any mech designer that lacked the confidence to dive into the cutthroat competitive private sector. Once they served for 20 years or more and retired from the service, they would be in a much better position to enter the market. Since the mech designers in the service value their time here so much, why don't I see any older ones? While the apprentice mech designers aboard the Wolf Mother varied in age, they tended to be in their 30s or younger. What VS really paid attention to was that none of them had been in the design department for long. Where are all the veteran designers? Had they been transferred out or cashiered, or did something else happen to them? VS tried to approach the topic in an oblique manner when he conversed with some of the apprentices during mealtime. Say, our teams are awfully short-handed, he said in a casual manner as he ate his soup next to a colleague. Why aren't the higher-ups increasing their effort at expanding our teams? The tired man munched on a meat pie for a bit before he answered. No one wants to come and work for the Vandals. We're the refuse pit of the Vandals. You don't volunteer to work for us, you get sent here. And while the Mech Corps loves to dump all their problem cases in our laps, they'll be accused of committing war crimes if they did that to every mech designer they don't like. They both chuckled a bit at that. It's not so bad here. Sure, the Vandals are a little shabbier than most, but we still have plenty of room in our 3 design teams. My question is, why are we so chronically undermanned? This isn't a new phenomenon. I don't know what to say. The other mech designer shrugged, though he seemed a little more reticent this time. There used to be some mech designers in our team that are senior to me. They served for a couple of years, but their exhaustion continued to grow. They would have collapsed sooner or later. Did they? Professor Velton approached them before they got to that point. The professor offered to transfer them to a new, exciting and secret design team far away from the Wolf Mother. I don't know all the details, but from what I've seen from the faces of the mech designers who accepted, they all looked ecstatic. Did every mech designer accept the transfer? Yup. You'd be a fool not to. While I appreciate the chance to contribute to the Hellcat design, it will ruin you if you try to work with it for more than a handful of years. There's something very corrosive about this design that grates at your sanity. I don't know how to describe it. All I know is that I'm already feeling that my limit is within sight. This sounded very strange to VS. He put down his spoon and faced his colleague with open eyes. Why is the Hellcat design so damaging? I asked Alec one day, and he said that the Hellcat is a design that incorporates transcendent concepts that only journeyman mech designers and higher could handle. It's always said that apprentices aren't mature in the field of mech design, and I guess this is one of the most important reasons why. VS believed this statement. It explained much of how the mech industry worked. He only heard an inkling about it during his studies, probably so that the professors could shield them from the truth, but it might indeed be the case that advanced designs possess such an effect. He even figured that it might be related to the intangible qualities of a mech, but that shouldn't be it. VS did not perceive anything damaging during his own investigation of the Hellcat. It was likely the other mech designer was right, and that it was a case of overstraining the mind when dealing with concepts beyond the means of understanding. There were plenty of secrets hidden in plain sight, and VS might eventually go crazy as well if he dove too deep in the design nuances of the Hellcat. After VS finished his dinner, he left on his own accord. For the next several days, he broached the same topic to a couple of other mech designers. VS wasn't close with any of them, so didn't receive any good answers, but he figured that they believed that nothing sinister was at play. The key takeaway from his questioning was that the story he heard possessed an element of truth. Mech designers indeed needed to get away from a design that was slowly driving them insane. What VS wanted to know was where they went. As far as VS was aware of, the 6 flagrant vandals did not maintain a separate group of mech designers. So where did those people work? Was it another mech regiment, or something shadier? VS ended up with more questions than answers, but he did not believe he achieved a fruitless result. While he couldn't follow up on his detail, he believed that it might be very important down the line. That still begs the question that I haven't been able to answer. He came no closer to finding out what the vandals planned to do. This frustrated him to no end, which slowed him down when he was on duty. He wasn't in the mood to improve the power efficiency of the Hellcat when all he could think about was whether the vandals committed treason. There was a difference between breaking some rules and committing outright treason. His initial impressions of the vandals painted a picture of a tragic and neglected mech regiment. Now, though, VS wondered if the Mech Corps might have a good reason to keep the vandals at arm's length. The Mech Corps isn't in the habit of fooling around unless it concerns internal rivalry. It was obvious that the flagrant vandals fell outside of the dominant factions in the Mech Corps. They stood on their own and had no one powerful to back them up. Even their own division pushed them aside. It couldn't be helped if the vandals became disillusioned at being kept on a leash. The only problem was that every mech designer was confined to a small part of the massive factory ship. Besides those who liaised with the mech pilots and mech designers, no one had gotten a glimpse of what happened at the heart of the vandals. VS supposed that he could have tried to pry some information from Alec and Professor Velton, but he didn't dare pull off any tricks in their presence. Both were not only busy, but they could also be remarkably perceptive if they directed their full attention to him. The only saving grace was that they prioritized their own work over looking over the shoulders of their subordinates. Am I in a dead end? He was unwilling to let his inquiry end so soon without grasping even a hint of the truth. Though everything seemed fine and nothing might be wrong, he would never feel at ease among the vandals as long as his questions remained unanswered. I need an opportunity. So far, he failed to receive any dispensations from Alec, but VS did not intend to give up now. Perhaps he needed to work a little longer in order to appear dependable enough to be sent on liaison assignments. For now, the key was to excel in his work. After squaring away his doubts and uncertainties, VS dove back into his work. This time, his results improved, and VS managed to optimize the Hellcat design in a marginally better way. Just before the start of Professor Velton's next conference, VS handed over the final set of solutions to Alec. They were less dramatic than he hoped, but all of his solutions should be sound. Alec only briefly skimmed through his work. I'll take them up to the professor the next time I see her, but you did a good job. Thank you, sir. I was hoping for better, though. The journeyman released a cynical smile. We all do, but the Hellcat does everything in its way to thwart our efforts. In the end, VS grudgingly received Alec's approval to continue working on his own pace. This was important to VS because he would be able to continue to pick out the best assignments. At the next conference meeting, a routine of sorts had already settled. The professor made some inconsequential announcements while the journeymen walked to the front to mention their latest excuses why they hadn't made any better progress. Professor Velton appeared to be paying serious attention, but VS questioned whether her mind was even present. Sometimes the old lady doddered off. After the conference, Professor Velton suddenly turned around and called up VS. "Mr. Larkin's son! Please come with me!" For a moment, VS thought he had been caught. Yet no one really paid any attention to the call besides Lyda and Pierce. With some reluctance, VS filed into the professor's private office and sat down in front of the senior mech designer. She immediately broached the topic as soon as he sat down. "It has come to my attention that you are a relatively successful mech designer." Why did she ask him that? Success is a difficult term to quantify, but arguably yes, I do believe I have done well. When your records first came into my view, I did not think much of your prior experience. An apprentice with only 2 original designs under his belt is barely a genuine mech designer. So it is a surprise for me to hear that you are one of the primary mech designers of a design that's been all the rage in the market right now. Huh! What I mean is, which design is selling well? The Crystal Lord, your land-bound rifleman mech design, Chapter 435 The Cage. Ever since VS entered the clutches of the Mech Corps, he became isolated to the outside galaxy. In an age where spying and leaking sensitive data was trivially easy, the military organization undertook extreme measures in order to keep their rank and file from revealing anything they shouldn't have. While the flagrant vandals might not see eye to eye with the upper hierarchy, they happened to be in total agreement with regards to operational security. As a mech regiment that regularly invaded Vision space, any incautious leaks might even devastate their numbers. Therefore, access points to the outside galaxy was extremely limited and heavily monitored. The moment VS revealed a hint of propriety, his entire terminal would shut off. Thus, over the past couple of months, VS had no idea how the LMC fared in his absence. In truth, he didn't really worry about their fate. The company was in decent hands and it offered 2 solid original designs in its catalog. The Black Beak Medium Knight already proved to be an enduring seller. Even if the market for offensive knights started to become somewhat saturated, demand for the LMC's home-built silver label editions was projected to remain high for at least a couple more years. VS was much less certain about the newly introduced Crystal Lord design. Though it carried over much of the qualities of the Black Beak, the different type and the range of improvements he incorporated in the design made it an unquestionably more promising mech. The Black Beak was meant to compete in a niche, while the Crystal Lord had been designed to challenge the dominant mainstream mechs that was responsible for the bulk of the sales for rifleman mechs. It had a lot of things going for it. The premium licenses and materials allowed it to outperform cheaper models, and VS had super-published the design on top of that. Its current performance parameters fit well in a multi-year conflict with the Visions. More crucially, the Crystal Lord was the first design that broke into the coveted B grade for the X Factor. While VS did not truly understand what this new height of X Factor meant, he bet that the mech pilots who got to pilot a Crystal Lord must be feeling very privileged about piloting such a smooth machine. Lastly, the Crystal Lord also incorporated some gimmicks based off alien crystal technology. Though it was hardly anything groundbreaking compared to the heights that humanity had reached, crystal technology like this was rare in a backwater state like the Bright Republic. It should perform particularly well against mechs that predominantly relied on lasers. All in all, the Crystal Lord possessed all of the elements to be a breakout success. Yet even as VS had high hopes for his second original design, the mech market for rifleman mechs was extremely competitive. Realistically, all 3 labels of the Crystal Lord should have priced themselves out of consideration for most potential buyers. Therefore, it came at a surprise to him that Professor Velton indicated otherwise. May I know how well my Crystal Lord design is doing? Though VS faced heavy restrictions in terms of how much information he could get in touch with, the senior mech designer faced no such constraints. She easily answered his question. The Crystal Lord has been something of an anomaly when you first released it onto the market. They didn't know what to make of it, and sales have stayed modest for the first month. Expert opinions about your design is decidedly mixed, with many of them recommending their audience to stay away. To an outside pundit who had never seen a Crystal Lord in person, its value proposition seemed like a bad deal. Rather than break the bank by buying a single overpriced rifleman mech, it was much more efficient to buy 2 affordable rifleman mechs for the same amount of credits. What changed since then, Professor? She eyed him with a curious look. The early adopters of your models discovered 2 advantages that aren't present in many other mechs. First, your gimmick is a lot more useful than anyone has thought. Wielding a lighter laser rifle and possessing more advanced defenses against energy weapons on the chest helps keep the mechs alive during the most intensive engagements. The Crystal Lord has seen action? Vision raids have intensified. They have likely been emboldened by the daring raids of the 3rd Emodries Legion. The pressure we are facing back at the home front is immense. Mercenaries are forced to repel small raiding parties that have sneaked through the gaps in our defense lines. Though VS paid the most attention to the Crystal Mech, he couldn't help but feel a little reassured from the way Professor Velton spoke about Republic space. At least outwardly, she still displayed kinship with their state. The Mech Legion fields a substantial number of mechs armed with laser weapons. Against these mechs, your Crystal Lord has stood out as the mech with one of the highest rates of survival. Normal rifleman mechs regularly get trashed, that's why they are so cheap. Yours is a little more effective than usual into keeping it and its pilot alive, and that ends up amounting to a substantial amount of cost savings. VS nodded in a modest manner. That is also my intention, ma'am. The Crystal Lord is supposed to be a long-term investment. Its true value will manifest over the years. You mentioned a second reason for the surging demand for my mech. Can you tell me what it is? Her eyes grew a little sharper at that, and she tried to peer into his soul through his eyes. VS carefully maintained his posture and met her gaze with a neutral look. Every mech pilot that has ever piloted a copy of the Crystal Lord has turned into its raving fans. It has garnered a diehard following that is continuing to grow the more people get in touch with it, no matter the shape it comes in. Bronze label, silver label, gold label, every edition of your mech exhibit the same concerning trend. Even the virtual copies of the Crystal Lord is distressingly effective in converting people into your fans. It should have been good news for VS, but instead he started to sweat inside. Had he overdone it? During the early testing, the X Factor never exhibited such radical effects on a mech pilot's psyche. Are people accusing me of brainwashing my pilots? Fortunately, Velton shook her head. This is not a repeat of the Farron affair, if that is what you are worried about. Even though the pundits can say whatever they want, the truth is that the Mech Trade Association validated your design. This carries a lot of weight among us. To be sure that your company and its partners haven't been producing mechs that deviated from the official design, the MTA has dispatched some investigators and inspected their premises. All of the companies involved have been cleared. VS knew that he was innocent, but the MTA didn't know that. They needed to verify his company's products and their operations on their own in order to determine the facts. I take it no one believes my company has tampered with the neural interfaces? Yes. The controversy has died down after several critics have attempted to dismantle the neural interfaces. In hindsight, their exuberance can be attributed to how extensively you've met their demands. You possess an extremely keen understanding of what mech pilots seek from their machines. Was Professor Velton probing him whether he benefited from a mastery? VS instinctively moved to deny the implicit suspicion, but quickly hesitated. The reason why he would want to keep it under wraps because he wouldn't be able to explain how he got to enjoy this exclusive privilege that master mech designers only reserved for their prized direct disciples. As someone who fell outside that coveted category, VS shouldn't have received so much nurturing. Yet did that matter if Professor Velton very likely wouldn't find out the truth? Mastery was a sensitive topic at best, and those who experienced it already showed its benefits through their work. Velton had no reason to follow up because she could already access his top-level design schematics from the MTA and see for herself. His response to this situation was critically important and might govern the rest of his stay with the Vandals. There was a risk that the truth might leak out that he gained his masteries through a more dubious source. Yet VS deemed the risk to be acceptable in the face of what was at stake. His investigation into the truth of the Vandals had come to a screeching halt due to the restrictions he faced. This was a chance for him to loosen some of those restrictions and grant him wider access to the secretive Mech regiment. This is supposed to be a secret, but my designs are benefiting from the fact that I have gained 2 masteries, one for Knight Mechs and one for Rifleman Mechs. Velton did not respond with any surprise. Instead, she raised a single eyebrow. How curious! If the Mech Corps knew what kind of mech designer you are, they would have never pushed you into our hands. It's not something I wish to advertise. She grinned. Indeed. Well, one Mech regiment's misfortune is another blessing to the flagrant Vandals. You've demonstrated through your work in the private sector that you deeply understand the demands of those we serve, the Mech pilots who bravely pilot their mechs into the most dangerous situations imaginable. Out of all 3 of the design teams under my wing, no Mech designer can say they have acquired a mastery. Not even I have enjoyed such a privilege. Velton sounded somewhat regretful about that. VS felt it was a shame as well. At her age, her design philosophy had already taken shape. She missed out on a lot during her formative years. As talented as she was back in her youth, if she acquired some masteries at that early stage, her career would have skyrocketed, and there was a very real chance that she could have advanced to master. What do you have in mind for me, Professor? Mr. Larkin's son, I see now that your talents are grossly underutilized. The success of your Crystal Lord is the strongest proof of your abilities. Did you know that your company has shook hands with over 5 third-party manufacturers, and they still can't keep up with demand? Hearing that almost frightened VS out of his chair. What was Kelsey doing? Didn't he tell her to pick her partners carefully? Going in bed with 5 different mech manufacturers so soon was too fast. How would the LMC be able to control the quality of their output? I did not know that. I feel rather troubled, actually. Plans change. I can't tell you much about this, but I believe your company is on the right track. That is all you should know. The Mech Corps maintains a policy of isolating its mech designers from the news of their own companies. You are working for us, not the market. I understand. VS nodded. That made a lot of sense. In light of your newly unearthed strengths and your diligent work ethic you've shown up to this point, I plan to elevate your position under this department in order to best take advantage of your unique talents. What will my new position entail? You are to be appointed as our permanent liaison to the mech pilots that utilize our homegrown designs. As someone who knows mech pilots the best, you are eminently suitable to understand their specific wishes and convey them to our design teams. Take the rest of the day off. You'll start on your new assignment tomorrow. Thank you, Professor. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Though the manner in which he gained this assignment was a little strange, he nonetheless escaped the cage the Vandals set among most of its mech designers. Staying in this cage for months on end seemed like torture to VS. Though he loved to design mechs as any other designer in the teams, he would have gone crazy if he worked with numbers and figures all day. VS was a very hands-on designer. Without seeing a mech in the flesh, he would never be able to understand it as deeply as he wanted to. Now, he finally got the chance to see what the Vandals were really like, starting with the Mech pilots that formed the core of the regiment. Chapter 436 Left Behind. The Bright Republic truly transitioned into a war footing by now. Spending on consumer goods decreased while spending on all things related to war ballooned. Prices of basic goods already started to rise as everyone started to stock up on basic goods. Food, water, weapons, and more began to be sold at greater quantities. This came at the cost of luxury goods, whose manufacturers found it increasingly difficult to convince the citizens to spend their money lavishly. Will luxury be able to feed me when our planet is blockaded? Will the most fashionable pair of shoes around be able to defend my children if the Visions want to take them away? Most of the newer companies started to go bust while the older, more conservative companies endured. They had gone through this rodeo many times before, and squirreled away lots of liquidity and resources beforehand. This largely mitigated the economic impact on the Bright Republic's economy, though a downturn in activity was inevitable. Although the Republic did not suffer a lot of material damage in the opening stages of the war, the damage to morale was more significant. Public confidence had taken a large nosedive ever since the 3rd Emodri's Legion stomped their boots all over of the Bentheim region. While the aggressive Visions didn't have the guts to attack a stronghold, their strategy of attacking many lightly defended targets succeeded in harming the spirit of the citizens who lived on those same rural planets. That the Mech Corps never caught up to Lady Amelia's Legion before it successfully returned to Vision space really struck as a blow to the Mech Corps. The will of the people was a very ephemeral entity. It could swing up and down depending on the most notable events. Right now, everyone went about their lives with their heads bent a little down. Ever since the war broke out, the Visions had marched through tons of border systems. While the Mech Corps achieved some victories here and there, the larger trend made the Visions seem as if they were on fire. The veterans and the elderly knew that this wasn't anything unusual. The Mech Corps purposely drew back their lines and consolidated their defenses. Their counterattack would come sooner or later after the Mech Legion ran out of steam. The Visions always had a tendency to overextend. You ain't seen nothing yet, son. The Vision bastards don't move as one. Their nobles are a bunch of jackals who only think for themselves. Just you wait. They'll split up eventually. In the meantime, many planets increased their defenses and started to recruit more militia from the populace, even if they didn't possess the right aptitude to pilot mechs. Though it was a generally accepted fact that a non-mech force would never be able to defeat a force of mechs, norms still played a vitally important role in many areas. Besides acting in a support capacity, regular humans also fought as infantry or in manned vehicles such as tanks and aircraft. After all, a mech force was good at destroying things, but they weren't too suitable in occupying conquered planets and couldn't reach everywhere. Infantry, tanks, and aircraft might not play the main role, but they provided an effective form of support to any mech force. However, recruitment was heavily stymied by the fact that it wasn't very popular to join these branches of service. Pretty much every action drama that have been broadcast in the last 400 years depicted them as easily beaten foils to any enemy mechs that wandered along. If the citizens wouldn't volunteer, then the state just had to push them along. Already, several waves of conscription swept the populace. They mostly picked up the unemployed youth and young adults who had been laid off when the companies they worked at shuttered their doors or downsized their operations due to the difficult economic conditions. This further depressed the general mood in the Republic and made it seem awfully empty at times. On Cloudy Curtain, Calcy watched over the premises of the Mech nursery. The white-faced office structures blended harmoniously with the trees planted in their midst. They also neatly hid the ugly forms of Sanyal Ablin's defensive turrets. She looked a far cry from the college graduate from before. She underwent a minor makeover that made her appear more mature, though the wisps of youth was still present under her makeup. She wore a white power suit that mentally stiffened her spine. She sorely needed all the help she could get in order to browbeat the different interest groups involved with the LMC to comply with her directives. Somehow, she managed. Running a company as its temporary boss wasn't easy, but she enjoyed plenty of help. Under her tentative leadership, the company largely followed the same trend as before. The Living Mech Corporation had just expanded its number of production lines from 3 to 5. This allowed the company to produce the Silver Label Black Beaks and Crystal Lords without excessively neglecting either of the two highly sought-after mech models. The doors to the penthouse office suddenly opened, allowing Melker to enter the expansive space. The maturing Larkinson was the only other person besides Calcy who possessed unfettered access to the office that used to be occupied by VS. "How is the training coming along, Commander?" "The rookies we've recruited are starting to show signs of advanced coordination, ma'am. They've always been ready for battle, since we only signed up experienced mech pilots, but it's hard work to get them to unlearn their previous routines and get them to adopt our own." "Will the avatars of myth be able to repel a company of the 5th Vavillant Chasseurs if they come again?" "Not quite, ma'am. The Chasseurs are battle-hardened mech pilots with centuries of tradition to guide them. They aren't pushovers and they won't be cowed by the current state of my men. It will take years of training to get to that point. The only edge we have is our advanced mechs." The avatars of myth employed the Crystal Lord in greater numbers than anyone else. Not only did they possess 4 exclusive gold label copies, they also fielded a whopping 20 silver label Crystal Lords. Fabricating them all out of the LMC's own pocket cost the company a lot. Almost the entire board of directors howled when Calcy and Melker came up with the plan, but they pushed through regardless of the pain. At least Grandpa Benjamin remained ambivalent about the matter. Naturally, the LMC also spent itself broke by expanding their number of production lines. They had no choice but to go further into debt, with the excuse that the company would be better off with the extra defenses. Though the LMC's mountain of debt had ballooned, the production lines had been put to good use. Mech started flying off the premises as fast as they could produce, and the extra per-unit licensing fees streaming in from the third-party manufacturers did much to reassure the frazzled financial department. "Do you think we've moved too fast?" Calcy asked as she turned away from the window and its marvelous view. "I've taken the company into a direction that won't make VS very happy. We're knee-deep in debt and heavily reliant on our partners to keep the sales volume of our pro-cut lines high." Melker dismissively huffed. "VS is a little too selfish for his own good. He expects everything to dance at the palm of his hands. I'm not an expert in business, but from what I see, the faster we get things done, the better we're all off. We needed those mechs in our hands as fast as possible." "Why so? Are the Visions winning?" "Not as such. Simply think of it as a contingency. It's better to go into debt and have the mechs ready than the other way around. The previous raid on the mech nursery has made that more than clear to me. What does a healthy balance sheet mean against the Mech Legion? No matter how exemplary the LMC handles its finances, it's of little use when civilization gets thrown out the window in order to make way for war. The only thing that counts in a fight is how many mechs and weapons we possess. That's the true measure of wealth in my eyes. Ma'am." "Excellently said, Commander. Money that's sitting in the bank is of no use at all when the Mech Legion comes again. Only money that is spent on increasing our strength can make a difference during wartime," Calcy replied with a smile. She always felt uneasy about her decisions, but Melker's reasoning provided her with the mental crutch she needed to alleviate her guilt. "I'm sure that VS won't be pleased if he returns from his tour of service with the mech nursery in ruins." Compared to this peace of mind, dealing with difficult and pushy creditors hardly seemed like a bother to her now. "Why have you come? Our next scheduled meeting is in 3 days. It's about the Crystal Lord. I've finished my own investigation about its effects." "Oh? Do tell me the results." As the mech pilot of one of the coveted gold-label Crystal Lord Mechs, Melker possessed a unique opportunity to experience the best of what VS had fashioned into being. Piloting the Crystal Lord is an entire experience. There is nothing routine about this mech. Everything I enter the cockpit, and before I even engage the neural interface, I feel as if my mech is already welcoming me home. What do you mean? Are you saying that the Crystal Lord is running an AI even in its active state? Nothing like that, ma'am. It's hard to describe. I can feel from my heart that I belong to my mech, and my mech belongs to me. Even now, I can't bear to be away from my precious mech. That sounds unhealthy. Have you checked with the doctors? We have performed more than enough tests to rule out any explicit brainwashing. In that, our investigations concur with the ones done by the Mech Corps and any other pundit who have tested this out. Then I don't see what the problem is. Certainly, the reason why you feel addicted to your mech is because it's a really good machine, right? Right. Something like that. My apologies, ma'am. I'm not the best with words. No need to apologize. You are doing good work as the commander of a company-sized outfit. The two discussed a little bit more about the Crystal Lord. Since the avatars possessed the largest amount of Crystal Lords, they gained a lot of practical insights about the model. Melker conveyed what they learned to Kelsey so she could use the information to tweak the marketing of the product or introduce some other changes. As they spoke, they kept a respectful distance from each other, both physically and status-wise. For whatever reason, VS chose to appoint Kelsey at the helm, so she took precedence over the mech pilot. Melker didn't mind. As long as Kelsey did a decent job and avoided steering the LMC into disaster, he wouldn't mind taking orders from her. Of course, he constantly kept his eye on her in the event she took the wrong turn. How is the ship component of the Avatars doing? Your force is about to receive the first Trieste-class light carrier from the shipyard, if I recall. Are you prepared? To be honest, no. Melker shook his head. We're having difficulty recruiting competent and reliable spacers to staff a single ship, let alone two. Fleet Commander Rofane is doing his best, but the hiring market is practically dried up. Anyone with the skills to serve on a spaceship have already been snapped up by companies and outfits left and right. This doesn't sound very good. Kelsey frowned. Can't we hire from abroad? I'm not very keen to hire foreign spacers. The chance of something going wrong is unacceptably high. I'd rather keep the light carriers in a depot collecting dust than rush them into use while they are riddled with hidden threats. What does Rofane think? The fleet commander is less than enthused by my opinions. In his view, spacers are spacers. Once they sail the endless night, they have renounced their ties to the land. He's a true-blooded space-born ship driver, that's for sure. Fleet Commander Rofane had been recommended to lead the ship contingent of the Avatars by Captain Silvestre. He was an old but boisterous barrel of a man who worked for several mercenary corps in his lifetime. Though he was highly competent, and his record was straight, he possessed rather strong beliefs about the superiority of space-born humans over their land-bound counterparts. Keeping the outspoken fleet commander in line was very troublesome to Melker. Chapter 437 Shifting Agendas. On some days, I regret accepting Rofane into the fold. Melker continued. He's constantly pushing me to lift the restrictions on recruiting foreigners so he can hire more space-born spacers. I don't want to make the problem any worse than it is right now with him alone, so I've been fobbing him off. I'm not sure if VS will mind too much if he recruits some people who come from another state. As long as they aren't Visions and are willing to commit to the Avatars, they should be fine and dandy. Melker shook his head. I can't take the risk, ma'am. Although VS explicitly set up the Avatars of Myth to serve as his personal force, true loyalty can't be bought. We are much more like a mercenary corps in that regard. Nationality is the only thing we have in common. Once I throw that away, the avatars would have nothing else to bind them all together. As much as Melcher wanted to loosen the reins, he resisted the temptation. It was better to solve the problem over time rather than commit to an irreversible course of action. For now, we have no need for you to deploy the avatars elsewhere, but that might change in the future. For now, the avatars of Myth had been tasked with defending the Mech nursery. The lack of ships didn't affect their operations as long as they stuck to this mission. Still, circumstances changed, and if a crisis ever happened in a different star system, the avatars would be forced to rely on others to transport their mechs to their destination. This took way too much time and money, and transport services generally refused to convey a shipment of mechs into danger. This highlighted the eventual need to own a wholly owned carrier fleet. Now that he was here, Melcher might as well get some other things off his chest. By the way, though I try to stay out of your business decisions, aren't you intertwining the LMC a little too deeply with Cloudy Curtain? Almost as soon as VS entered the Mech core and dropped off the grid, Kalsi implemented a fairly significant policy change within the company. Under the reign of VS, the LMC had always stood aloof from local politics and society. Besides settling on the planet, pushing some marketing and paying some taxes, the company didn't make itself felt. Kalsi changed all of that. She rejected the premise that the LMC benefited best if it took on a completely neutral stance. Instead, she firmly pushed the LMC into a path of greater integration and cooperation with local stakeholders. This policy of engagement took on many forms. For example, as deep as the LMC was already in debt, it spared some cash to subsidize the underfunded Mech academies of Freslin. The institutions all praised the LMC for the much-needed rain of funds. On a higher level, the LMC also started to support some of the initiatives of the newly emboldened pioneers, mostly by putting in a good word for the business-friendly activists. With the Greens and the White Doves suffering from an unprecedented amount of indignation, the Pioneers was at the cusp of taking over the thoroughly discredited Planetary Assembly. To Melcher, the growing relationship between the LMC and the Pioneers started to reek. I don't have to justify my decisions to you, but if you must know, a company can't settle on a planet and pretend it's a silo. The LMC is the most prominent company on Cloudy Curtain. How can it not give back to the community that has welcomed it with open arms? I wouldn't exactly describe it in that way, Mayim. Then let me rephrase it in a blunter manner. Kalsi spoke. The politics are rather turbulent right now. While the Republic's investigators ultimately failed to find the culprits of the self-sabotage incident, everyone and their dogs know it's the White Doves who are at fault. While they can still rely on the support of hardcore pacifists, average people have left their side in droves. This is the time the Pioneers need to make their case. As long as we can help them overcome this hurdle, the LMC will be rewarded with countless of benefits. I take it you will receive some benefits as well? This isn't about me. Kalsi shook her head. This is about the future of the LMC. The company can't ignore politics, and the Pioneers can't achieve their aims without some help from local businesses. Only through combining our strengths will we both be able to achieve our goals and better everyone's lives. This is called corporate social responsibility. The woman sounded so slick when she said those words that Melcher could hardly think of a retort. Melcher knew that Kalsi had always been connected with the Pioneers, but the way she flagrantly defied VS in keeping the LMC neutral was something else. She made a very persuasive case why this was the best decision. Don't take it too far. When VS returns, he'll have some words to say to you. I am aware of the consequences, Commander. However, may I remind you that VS didn't put a bot in charge of the LMC. He wanted a human to represent his wishes because he needed someone who could think in this position. From a logical perspective, there are way too many reasons why we should get in bed with the Pioneers and not enough reasons to stick to ourselves. If that is what you think, ma'am. Melker couldn't argue any further because the unofficial partnership paid a lot of dividends. They already got a lot of things done, the most important of which was to steer the decision to rebuild Cloudy Curtain's spaceport at Freslin instead of Orinoco. This provided a lot of convenience to the LMC as it constantly shipped in raw materials and shipped out finished mechs. As Calcy and Melker discussed some other matters, life went on at Cloudy Curtain. One of the more impactful ways the LMC intruded into the sphere of the local inhabitants was that it took over or set up various businesses in Freslin under an LMC-branded investment group. They mainly took on the form of sports and social clubs, as culture was something that Cloudy Curtain had always been lagging behind. The LMC also took over the faltering businesses of local craftsmen and entrepreneurs who offered something unique but never gained enough exposure and market reach. The city of Freslin lapped it all up. The entire local region experienced an upsurge in interest as the LMC single-handedly brought up its educational, cultural, and business standards. That Mech company is the best thing to grace our planet since our founding. Mr. Larkin's son is a hero to us. Even as he's gotten rich, he hasn't forgotten about the little man. We should kick the white doves off our planet. To think they want to deprive us of all of these benefits. When I think back on how I supported them in the past, I should have deserved a kick in the head. While Freslin experienced an upsurge, the nominal capital of Cloudy Curtain suffered from a worsening sentiment. None of the cheer from Freslin had managed to reach as far as Orinoco. As the rescue services excavated the corpses and the construction companies cleaned up the ruins, the city was at a crossroads on how to proceed. The average citizen started to lose faith in the ruling coalition, and that was really bad, because the people in Orinoco used to be their strongest supporters. The Greens began to distance themselves from their bosom buddy. Although the Greens and the White Doves were often mentioned in the same sentence, as if they were a single entity, in truth the Greens believed in somewhat distinct ideals. This was why they also escaped much of the blame that had befallen the White Doves. Pretty much everyone in Orinoco believed they had been behind the bombs that exploded the spaceport and headquarters of several important businesses in the city. Though they full-heartedly denied the accusations, public opinion did not care for the absence of proof. The White Doves possessed the right motive, and that was enough to establish a link. Look at how Freslin is partying every day. Why can't we get some of that love? As long as the White Doves are in charge over here, there's no way in hell the LMC will think about us. Maybe it's time the White Doves take a hike and build a hippie enclave in the wilderness. There's plenty of open space on our planet. They can pack up their stupid beliefs and take them away from here so we can finally enjoy some economic development. Let's kick out the Greens as well. They love their forests so much that they can build a city in the trees. As much as public sentiment had turned against the established powers, change was rather slow in coming. Cloudy Curtain was still coming off a state of emergency, and a war raged on the wider republic. For now, the ruling coalition earned a grace period which they could use to shore up their faltering support. In the background, the representatives of the two dominant farming consortiums looked at the changes being wrought on Cloudy Curtain. Their expressions didn't look happy. We have been hiding our claws for far too long. Whoever among us who predicted that the LMC would stay a small and niche mech manufacturer has obviously missed the mark. How can I know that this devilish Mr. Larkin's son is such an abnormally good mech designer? The speed in which he progressed is inhuman. Don't forget that all you initially dismissed him as a threat early on. Now, settle down. This is no time for recriminations. Despite the worrying trends happening on our planet, it is not a given that we should make a move. Someone from the Leuven Consortium stood up. We can't stand by and let the White Doves collapse on itself. We can and we will. A powerful voice from the Raleigh Consortium interjected. No matter how much we dislike the direction that Cloudy Curtain is heading, we should adapt to the times. Our previous posture of total isolation is a mistake. You are sounding dangerously like a pioneer. Pioneer, green, white dove, these are all labels. What matters is keeping our consortiums relevant. As much as the LMC sucks up all the spotlight right now, the farms of Cloudy Curtain will always be its main export product. The conference fell to a momentary silence. Tension ratcheted up between the Raleigh Consortium, which favored the Greens, and the Leuven Consortium, who supported the White Doves. Eventually, someone from the Leuvens spoke. We are not willing to let our political enterprise fall like that. To that end, we have prepared a plan that can reverse our setbacks and return the planet to the old order. What are you cooking up? Something drastic. I'm afraid I can't say. Leaking the details would be devastating to us and our cause. Let us take care of everything. I can guarantee you that the LMC will cease to exist when we enact our plans. The conference ended with those ominous words. The Raleigh family exhibited a lot of worry about the plans of their historical allies, but without any further information, they could do nothing but stand from the sidelines. The Leuvens talk big, but they are the ones who let the LMC grow from a cub into a tiger. These long years of peace on our planet has ossified their minds. Maybe we should seriously consider the overtures from the pioneers from now on. Let us not act too hastily. I'm not sure what the Leuvens intend to do, but it shouldn't concern our interests. No matter who comes out on top, we should wait until the outcome is clear. As much as the alliance between the LMC and the pioneers is growing in strength, the Raleighs and their White Doves are stronger than they appear. It's not a given that they will lose. It depends on how much strength they want to reveal to the galaxy. Chapter 438 Barris. At the border regions, the war raged on. Occasionally, divisions pushed forth hard, leading to battles that engulfed thousands of Mechs at once. The outcomes of those battles were decidedly mixed. Most of the times, even if the Briters repelled divisions, they sustained just as much losses. Both sides would be economically ruined if they continued to lose so many Mechs at once, so after the initial pushes, divisions slowed their pace by a little bit. Nonetheless, division aggression could not be contained. The need for the nobles to one-up each other and distinguish themselves in battle led to grueling back-to-back battles in some of the hotspots of the border regions. Planets like Citadel Havensworth became littered with so much wrecks that neither side could afford the time to salvage them all. It was said that during a war, the true facets of man would be revealed. Many mech pilots who thought themselves heroes turned out to be the first to eject. Others went through life without challenges, but measured up in the face of adversity, such as Ganso Larkinson of the 1st Volari Starhawks. Most mech pilots didn't exhibit any differences. They knew their calling in life and signed up to pilot a mech knowing that they would face divisions in battle. Even someone who disdained the war such as Melinda Larkinson resolved to do their duty. Despite their noble striving, the war did not go in the Bright Republic's favor. The Visions scored several important victories that brought strategic star systems into their fold. Each star system that fell paved the way for deeper incursions into Republic space. One remote star system close to the border faced a small but determined assault from a Vision mech regiment known as the 3rd Kalos Carabineers. The Carabineers heavily favored medium rifleman mechs in their mech lineup. Versatile and deadly in great numbers, they trained extensively and came up with many advanced tactics to maximize the potential of their ranged mechs. Right now, the Horrendal system, which held a modest amount of mines, suffered an invasion by this regiment. The Mech Corps only stationed a couple of mech companies on the planet, and none of them were line units capable of facing the Visions in a head-on clash. The only way the defenders of the only inhabited planet of Horrendal could keep their grip on the system was to employ a large amount of mercenaries. Several large-scale mercenary corps answered the call. Though the mission entailed a lot of risks, the payoff was big so long as the Visions didn't invade. With regards to missions, every mercenary corps hoped to spend some months in quiet, boring patrols. Though they earned their living from their battle capabilities, fighting the Mech Legion was a daunting prospect. In general, the Mech Legion did not often bother to invade small, unimportant star systems. Mercenary commanders relied on this fact to gamble on their missions. If they lucked out, they enjoyed a nice vacation while earning lots of pay to boot. If their luck fell short, then they'd be forced to back up their commitments and do their best to fight off the Visions. Barris Swan happened to have chosen badly. As the commander of a medium-sized band of Mechs called the Orange Liskers, he chose to gamble on a quiet posting to the Horrendal system. Though the star system was a little closer to the front lines than he liked, the Liskers needed the pay as it went deep into debt to replace its previous battle losses. I should have never bought this mech. Though if I did, I would have never experienced this beauty either. The reason why Barris was so desperate to earn a large reward was because he impulsively ordered a copy of the Crystal Lord. Even though he only purchased the bronze label version of this line of mechs, the expenditure almost broke the Liskers, with many of the rank and file grumbling why Barris spent so much but only kept the best for himself. He was guilty in charge. The truth was that Barris felt tired about piloting another subpar rifleman mech that cost around 20 to 30 million credits. He thought about buying a new mech in the price segment above that figure, but when he heard about the amazing capabilities of the Crystal Lord, he settled his eyes on the ominous-looking model as soon as possible. Some days he regretted his purchase, and on other days he felt thankful about it. For now, Barris felt both as his battered Crystal Lord continued to run through the brownish forest of this terraformed planet. Barris panted inside the cockpit of his Crystal Lord. It's been 2 days already. How can they still be in pursuit? The swift and nimble mechs of the 3rd Kalos Carabineers landed on Horrendal with a splash. They immediately smashed apart the mech companies of the Mech Corps before turning their firepower to the mercenaries that tried to come to the aid of the defending mechs. All hell broke loose. The critical fault that brought the defenders down was that they consisted of many different outfits. The Mech Corps occasionally bossed them around, but they lacked convincing power due to their limited numbers. Right now, the Carabineers succeeded in smashing hundreds of mechs at a time by defeating the different outfits one by one. They actively shied away from larger concentration of mercs, and only engaged when they outnumbered their prey. It was a very despicable way to fight, but it worked. The Carabineers moved fast and managed to hit the outfits before they finished their preparations. Right now, they employed their considerable edge and speed into hunting down the stragglers that split in every direction and ran for the hills. God damn it, I should have never gave in to my greed! A scattering of laser beams struck from behind. The raking fire briefly added another scorch mark to his Crystal Lord's back. Yet remarkably, the rear armor largely held up. The thin layer of Veltrex armor proved to be highly effective in absorbing short bursts of energy weapon fire. As long as Barris immediately jinked his mech, he could make sure that no single spot on his mech suffered from a sustained burst of fire. At least I'm getting my money's worth. The combination of armor and speed on the Crystal Lord allowed for unexpected synergies. It performed extremely well against laser weapons, which happened to be the mainstay weapon of the Kalos Carabineers. The Crystal Lord lasted much longer against them for that reason alone. Still, that hadn't been enough to turn the tide in the opening battle of the Orange Liskers. Barris had to witness firsthand how each of his trusted comrades in arms faltered due to the disparity in discipline and battle spirit. Some of them managed to eject, while others breathed their last on Horrendal. Tears began to well up in his eyes, but Barris quickly shook them away. Everyone who took up the mercenary life accepted the risks that came with this vocation. It was a rough and dangerous life, but one which mech pilots also enjoyed a lot of freedom. Thoughts of vengeance percolated in his mind. Barris checked his fuel and battery reserves and noted that both were critically low. Even if his mech provided him with an amazing amount of endurance, 2 days of constant chasing took their toll. I can't run any further without shaking off my pursuers. The Crystal Lord slowed down in its steps as Barris prepared his exhausted mind for yet another battle, which might be his last this time. The pursuing Mech emerged from the trees, and as soon as they got a clear view of the Crystal Lord, they fired their laser rifles at it without hesitation. Some of the laser fire raked the crystal embedded in the center of the chest, while the rest of the energy splashed harmlessly against the armor of the premium mech, though some sections of plating started to get dangerously thin. Barris ignored incoming fire and aimed carefully before shooting a high-powered beam from his surprisingly slim rifle. The laser hit one of the Carabiner mech and burned a nasty gash at its leg armor. Though the laser failed to penetrate the internals, another hit might finish the job. As Barris waited for his rifle to cycle away the heat, he immersed himself in his mech and moved nimbly between the trees. Though the tree trunks looked substantial, they could not be used as cover as most laser beams instantly burned through them. Barris mainly took the presence of the trees as mental comfort. 3 opponents. They've been running for a while as well. They don't look as fresh as before. The Carabiners had split up their forces in order to mop up the routed defenders. While the models of the Carabiners couldn't rival the longevity of the Crystal Lord, they regularly rotated the mechs on the field by deploying transports in the air. The fact that they secured orbital and aerial supremacy meant that they could shuttle around their mechs with near impunity. However, they still needed to be cautious in the presence of an enemy-ranged mech like the Crystal Lord. Barris almost managed to burn through the armor of one transport that strayed too near. If my estimates on their timing is correct, then this trio should have been switched out in an hour. This is the best time for me to thwart their pursuit. Barris hated himself for getting away when much of his men and women got killed or captured by the Carabiners. He channeled his fury through his mech, who seemed to be as eager for battle as him. Several strange insights started to flow past his mind as his mind studied the terrain and his opponents for any potential opportunities. There! Barris drove his Crystal Lord back, which spun like a gymnast as it turned around and ran towards a certain destination. The 3 Carabiners jumped in pursuit. The Crystal Lord didn't need to run very far before it reached a rushing river. Barris hesitated for a moment, but jumped his mech knee-deep into the waters. A large bout of steam escaped from the lower surface of the mech as the persistent heat it built up started to dissipate into the cold, rushing water. The Carabiners caught up again and started to fire at the Crystal Lord. Due to being in the water, its mobility had become affected, leading to serious damage. Some of the internals even started to get exposed. That was when the Crystal Lord unleashed 2 laser beams at once. It bracketed the Carabiner with the damaged leg from 2 directions. Though the mech dodged away from an incoming beam, it did not expect the other beam released from the Crystal Lord's chest. It got hit in the leg. Yes. Barris quickly adjusted the aim of his rifle and managed to compound upon the damage to the leg of the faltering mech. Its momentary slowdown proved fatal as the laser beams finally burned past the thin leg armor and wrecked the internals. The Carabiner mech collapsed onto its knees. Barris had no time to finish it off. It kept wading through the waters, moving away from the immobilized mech while the other 2 Carabiners focused on taking down their persistent prey. Ha ha! Barris laughed as he saw the chest crystal getting charged up again. Though its capacity wasn't very great, it fired off many times more than the crystal of a gold label mech. Again, Barris repeated the same trick that snagged another Carabiner. This time, he hit the mech in the chest, which didn't amount to a lot of damage. Damn! It took a couple of successive hits to finally penetrate its chest armor. At this point, the Carabiner who piloted the mech fell back. It had no choice but to do so, because one more hit would have disabled or destroyed the mech. Now there is only one. The only problem for Barris was that his laser rifle's last battery pack was spent. TCH. If only they didn't destroy my backpack module. The Crystal Lord kept all of its spare battery packs in its backpack module. That worked fine most of the time, but in a running engagement like this, it had been one of the first things to be destroyed. I can only put my faith on this crystal. After making a decision, Barris resolutely turned around his Crystal Lord and charged the remaining Carabiner. The Vision Mech had seen two of its fellow mechs falter in succession against this supremely tenacious mech, and its mech pilot was starting to feel the pressure. Laser beams raked the Crystal Lord in a chaotic manner. Only some of it hit the exposed internals, while the rest splashed against the mostly intact sections of armor. A significant amount of energy channeled into the chest crystal as the laser beams kept comping. Once it had reached saturation, it unleashed a tight but potent laser beam that Barris aimed straight at the enemy's laser rifle. The weapon got hit, and promptly malfunctioned. Both sides lost their primary weapons and resorted to their backup knives. The Carabiner started to back away, but the Crystal Lord wouldn't have any of it. Barris was fully engaged in the fight, and wanted nothing more than to dish some hurt onto his pursuers. A brief but brutal exchange took place. The Carabiner mech was of worse quality than the Crystal Lord. Its uncompressed armor allowed the Crystal Lord's weak knife stabs to enter after a couple of sustained stabs. Barris screamed as the Crystal Lord's knife slipped through the cockpit of the enemy mech. The Carabiner mech futilely tried to stab its knife through the exposed weak points of its adversary, but Barris constantly kept his mech moving to avoid getting pinned down in such a manner. Eventually, the Crystal Lord hadn't let him down. The mech stood over the fallen Vision mech, worn and almost out of fuel. Barris laughed ruefully at himself as he looked at this situation. This is both the best and worst purchase I have ever made. Chapter 439 Georgia. Georgia Lyle turned to the main recorder of the news program. In our next segment, let us talk about the latest mech model that has upended the upper segment of the rifleman mech market. Are you talking about the Ghislain Mark IV? A fat pundit who proudly referred to himself as Osman the Mech Sage probed. Another pundit on the panel shook his head. That's the wrong price segment. We're not talking about that cheap piece of trash that falls whenever it encounters a breeze. Professor Mark Len is right. Georgia nodded. The mech model I'm referring to is the iconic-looking Crystal Lord. A projection of its design and some key specs started to appear from the table in the middle of the studio. Designed by V.S. Larkin Son, this premium rifleman mech model comes in 3 different variants, and are mainly distinguished by quality. The so-called gold and silver label mechs are produced by Mr. Larkinson's own Living Mech Corporation, while the more affordable bronze label mechs are left to various licensed manufacturers. I do have to say that the bronze label Crystal Lord is barely representative of this excellent design. The mech sage interrupted in a brisk manner as he swigged a glass of beer. I've seen all 3 labels in person, and the only mechs worth a damn are the ones produced by the LMC and no one else. Ahem. Georgia tried to wave the mech sage down. As I was saying, the Crystal Lord entered the market with a minor stir due to its extreme features, many of which has elicited a lot of arguments over the galactic net. The news anchor proceeded to list the notable traits of the Crystal Lord, from its lightweight but resilient construction for a medium mech to the strange gimmicks incorporated in the chest and rifle of the mech. Lastly, she addressed the pricing of the mech. As of this moment, the gold label Crystal Lords are nearly impossible to obtain. As a variant that is prized for its exquisite quality and excellent performance in battle, the main reason why they are so hard to obtain is because it bears the privilege of being handmade by Mr. Larkin's son. A Larkin's son, you say? The mech sage popped up again. Any relations to those Larkin sons? V.S. Larkin's son is indeed related to the famous military family. In fact, His grandfather is none other than Benjamin Larkin's son. Splendid! No wonder his mechs are so fantastic. The Larkin sons know their mechs, that's for sure. Did I ever tell you how I made a bet with Ark Larkin's son back when we were in boot camp? We bet on who could last out in the cold, out in the dark at night at our desolate training camp the longest. The winner would get all of the porridge the both of us received from the mess hall for a week. Did you know what happened? Georgia sighed inwardly, but she maintained her smile because she knew the mech nerds that watched her program lapped up these kinds of stories. The mech sage wouldn't have been a mainstay of her news portal otherwise. What happened? The drill instructors immediately put a stop to our bet, but afterwards immediately kicked us out in the cold for the rest of the night. We shivered and hugged each other's bodies to keep ourselves warm. It was one of the most miserable nights I've ever spent in my life. Imagining the famous Colonel Ark Larkin's son as a scruffy young mech pilot spending the night out in the cold with nothing but another buddy for warmth must have sent the audience cracking. Georgia possessed a thin implant over her eyes that indicated that her audience indeed reacted positively to the anecdote. Sometimes she wondered why she ever agreed to host a broadcast program about mechs. Still, lots of people watched those shows, and the pay was good, so Georgia maintained her smile and pressed on. That's interesting to hear, but let us get back to the Crystal Lord. Initially, the models entered the market with a whisper. The specs looked attractive, but the pricing scared many people away. The initial sales came from those who attended the product reveal. All of them we've interviewed were ecstatic about the Crystal Lord models. Who can blame them? Professor Mark Len interjected this time. This dangerous line of mechs possess a powerful capacity to manipulate the judgment of any person that comes near one of these dangerous mechs. They are an abomination and should have never passed validation. I don't know what the MTA is doing these days, but whoever validated this monstrosity of a design should be executed for treason. Georgia knew she had to intervene. Now, Professor, let us not cast any blame upon the MTA here. The fine folks that keep human space in check are nothing if not thorough. Mark Len obviously disagreed, but he received a quiet signal that he should firmly shut up about this topic. He had no choice but to comply. Professor Mark Len was another regular guest to the program, though he didn't appear as much as the mech sage. He was a bona fide mech designer, but was merely an assistant professor to a small institution on Bentheim. His main value in the program lay in the fact that despite holding the title of professor, he possessed a lot of eccentric thoughts. I still think the LMC has the ethical duty to pull the Crystal Lord from the market. Malkin persisted, this time making sure he didn't involve the MTA in his argument. While by all accounts the neural interface is a bog-standard reproduction of a standard model that is prevalent in many designs in the Republic, we can still constitute that everyone who has ever piloted a Crystal Lord or came into viewing distance of it became strangely affected. The mech sage slammed his meaty palm against the tabletop while letting out a burp. Maybe they just appreciate a good mech. With so many crappy designs being published these days, the young Larkinson's latest work is a breath of fresh air. Georgia nodded, seemingly in agreement. There are even rumors percolating over the galactic net that the Crystal Lord design is even eligible to be nominated for the Best Mech Design of the Year in the junior category. What do you say about this possibility? It's outrageous, Mark Len screeched. Safety studies have barely started on the Crystal Lord, and already the mech industry wants to elevate it onto a pedestal? That is highly irresponsible. There are too many oddities with this mech, from the alien-derived crystal technology to the way it assimilates everyone it gets in touch with. I want to reiterate that I want to see this design banned. The mech sage laughed again. Ha ha! That's the funniest thing I've heard in a week. There's no way the Crystal Lord will be taken off the market. You'll have half the market rising up in protest. For better or worse, the Crystal Lord is peaking in popularity. Everyone wants a piece of it, and the mech manufacturers aren't pumping them out fast enough. Why has the Crystal Lord become such a remarkable success despite its tepid introduction? If you take away the magnetism of the Mech and look at the numbers on the spec sheet, the Mech provides poor value for money. Ah, that is what everybody thought, but they were wrong. The Mech sage waggled his fat finger. Some of the features of the Crystal Lord don't sound very impressive on their own, but taken together, they are actually able to reinforce each other. For example, cladding a fast Mech with a thin layer of compressed armor normally doesn't do too much, but the Crystal Lord is really, really fast. Does that make any difference? It makes a huge difference. The faster you move, the more damage you can spread out over your entire frame. The speed of the Crystal Lord is really unreal for a medium Mech. It's almost like a light Mech in a sense. Though its agility is a little worse, it's fast enough to prevent any ranged Mechs from focusing their fire on a single component of the Crystal Lord. That massively improves its survivability on the battlefield. Professor Markland did not agree, or rather he was not willing to let the Crystal Lord become more attractive in the eyes of the audience. All of that sounds great, but you are overlooking two important factors. All of that running around will wear out the Crystal Lord. For a design that is prized for its endurance and longevity, its parts can't keep up with extensive use. Already we are hearing stories about some parts fallen off the Crystal Lord after surviving a stressful engagement. That's only the case with the bronze label variants. None of the silver and gold label Crystal Lords have reported any excessive wear and tear. Not yet, but the designs for the three labels are functionally the same, barring a few exceptions. It's impossible for this problem to be absent in the more expensive versions of the Crystal Lord. As I was saying, the problem of accelerated wear and tear is compounded by the fact that this Mech is really expensive to maintain. Much of the value from this design comes from its premium materials. Repairs on the field are impossible to perform because the components of the Crystal Lord require a whole laundry list of raw materials to reproduce. This was a problem that some Acastic owners of the Crystal Lord had just begun to encounter. From the Trailblazer engine to the crystals, from the Veltrex armor system to the HRF armor system, Larkinson's design utilized too many different raw materials in its construction. Mech technicians already started to hate the design for being so difficult to repair in the field. You know, back when I was making a name for myself in the previous war, a lot of repairs are improvised patchworks. Even the Mechs that are designed in-house can't be restored to their original condition on any battlefield environment. The Mech designers leading over the Mech technicians have always made do with whatever they could get their hands on. Sometimes, to patch a hole in the armor, they even resorted to plain steel. That does not disprove my original point, the professor persisted. Even in times of momentary peace, it's a strain on logistics to supply all the raw materials to fabricate replacement parts. That reminds me, the second reason why the Crystal Lord is a burden to any outfit is the fact that its much-praised Trailblazer engine only accepts medium-density Mech-grade fuel. It's a fuel-efficient engine design from the Friday Coalition. Just because it comes from the Friday Coalition doesn't mean it deserves an automatic seal of approval. The Trailblazer engine is not an engine design that has been formed by one of the Coalition's famous equipment designers or manufacturers. It has instead come from the hand of a single Mech designer. It is inevitable that his biases have affected his design. The Trailblazer engine might be efficient if used in the Coalition, but here in the Bright Republic medium-density fuel is getting harder and harder to obtain. The refineries are still up and running, the Mech sage sullenly said. For how long? Fuel refineries are the number 2 or 3 highest priority targets that the Mech Legion always aims to destroy. If past trends hold true to the present, then we can expect the price of medium-density fuel to double or triple in the middle phase of the war. That was something that the Crystal Lord design couldn't do anything about. Every customer that bought the Crystal Lord for long-term value would eventually start to wince when they received their fuel bills. Is this enough to take the Crystal Lord out of contention for Best Mech Design of the Year? Georgia asked, spotting an opportunity to get back on the foreground of the discussion. "This isn't a possibility. It's an ironclad fact," Mark Len confidently spoke. "The Crystal Lord may be enjoying its time in the spotlight right now, but sooner or later the public will shake away the brainwashing and wise up to the truth." Georgia smiled as she received another bit of news from the producer. "Well, I'm afraid you'll have to be disappointed, because word has just come in. The Bentheim Mech Court has just announced their short list of nominations for the junior category of Best Mech Design of the Year, and Mr. Larkinson's Crystal Lord is in the list." A groundswell of astonishment spread throughout the audience that watched the program. Other news portals and mech portals quickly released the same news, confirming the rumors that the Crystal Lord was in contention to receive a prestigious reward. Chapter 440 Built to Raid. The true worth of a mech designer lay not in their skills or experience, but in the quality of their designs. One did not necessarily lead to the other. Even if a mech designer possessed a genius-level intelligence and enjoyed extensive tutoring from renowned masters, his products might still end up lackluster and without inspiration. This often happened in high-pressure learning environments in the Galactic Center and the Galactic Rim. Their abundant wealth and population enabled many hopefuls to study mech design. Yet once they entered the ultra-competitive mech markets there, they instantly got swamped. They learned in the most brutal fashion that to be a successful mech designer, they needed to be more than technically adept. They needed to have a sense of art and craftsmanship. Mech design is both a science and an art. Among two functionally similar designs, the one which resonates more with the people will always have an edge. Artistic sense could be trained, but only up to a certain point. It was something which could never be defined or measured in hard numbers. What one person found beautiful, another person might think of it as trash. The key to mech design was to design a mech that appealed to a broad audience. If that couldn't be done, then it should at least be attractive to its target audience. To be nominated to win the award for Best Mech Design of the Year, a design had to possess more than technical prowess, though that was also indispensable. The Crystal Lord design happened to be strong at both. The product line exhibited pretty good specs and possessed a clean and mostly faultless design. However, the main qualities that pushed it into contention to win an award was its inexplicable effect at impacting both bystanders and mech pilots alike. The mech possessed a weight to it that could hardly be seen in other mechs besides those that possessed a very special history. Many mech designers who witnessed the copies in person and mech pilots who tried out the virtual copies in online games all puzzled over what made the Crystal Lord so special. When they compared the Crystal Lord to the Blackbeak, they noticed the same qualities, but at a weaker level. Clearly, the Crystal Lord was not a fluke, and its compelling allure must have been a deliberate design feature. As mech designers and mech pilots puzzled over the mystery, word of mouth spread far and wide, and even foreign markets showed interest in importing the remarkable mechs. All of this had made the powerful and influential Bentheim Mech Court take note. Besides presiding over difficult disputes and contentions in the mech industry, they also recognized the works of brilliant mech designers who resided in the Bright Republic. That the Crystal Lord had been acknowledged by the court was already an enormous honor. Though it only fell into contention in the lowest grade of its awards, demand had already spiked once the news leaked out. All of this thrust the LMC into a spotlight, but sadly the mech designer who shaped the remarkable design was many light years away from the spotlight. While his company accepted more and more accolades, VS was cooped up in his newly assigned office to prepare to take up his new duties. Despite having cut off his connections to the mech industry back, VS found it rather strange that his achievements directly led to a promotion in the hollowed-out design department of the 6th Flagrant Vandals. He blinked and rubbed his eyes as he took a break from his reading. The Crystal Lord must be selling like hotcakes right now if word of it had managed to reach the Vandals. Though VS still felt a little bewildered about it since his accomplishments back home shouldn't have affected him like this, he decided to roll with the punches. In preparation for the new tasks Professor Velton expected him to complete, VS needed to get up to date with various protocols and technical data. The extra reading imposed on him didn't help so much because much of the true secrets of the 3 actively developed designs of the flagrant vandals remained enclosed inside impenetrable black boxes. Though it annoyed him to be deprived of how certain key components worked, he slowly realized that it wasn't just a matter of secrecy. The professor also wanted to preserve his sanity. Spending the last couple of days trying to digest the new information already strained his mind somewhat, though his mental fortitude was a lot stronger than anyone realized. The so-called higher concepts don't seem so nebulous now that I think about it, he muttered. The main reason why they are so dangerous is because they can potentially ruin someone's design philosophy. From the brief instructions the professor had given him, VS needed to be very prudent with what he read. VS remembered what she said back then. The process of learning is one of the strengths of a civilized race. Each generation, the human race advances a little more because they learn from the mistakes of their predecessors. Yet we spend so much of our lifetime learning from others that we risk losing the ability to think for ourselves. There are lots of dangers involved with indiscriminate learning. Besides learning faulty information, you also risk narrowing your perspective on matters. Once this transfers to your developing design philosophy, you essentially become prematurely locked to someone else's stance on mechs. Basically, Velton wanted VS to study up so he could be of more use, but not go too far with his learning unless he wanted to destroy his ability to cope with the unknown and design mechs that could truly be called as his own work. VS knew she had a point, and as much as VS wanted to dismiss the risks, he couldn't. Though he wouldn't get confused by the higher concepts, the danger to design philosophy and artistic vision remained as potent as ever. The more he learned, the more he agreed with the solutions of the original designers, and the less he tried to figure out alternative solutions. Designing mechs eventually needed a hands-on approach. The more successful mech designers never reached their heights by relying on learning alone. They also applied their knowledge and tested the boundaries between what they knew and didn't know if it would be possible. Thus, as much as VS wanted to delve into the depths of the archives, he forced himself to pull away. I know enough about the 3 designs to get the gist of them all. He mainly read up on the other 2 designs developed in-house by the Vandals. Both the Inheritor Light Skirmisher and the Akara Heavy Cannoneer served vital purposes that underpin many of the strategies employed by the Vandals. VS needed to become as familiar to their nuances as he understood the Hellcat Hybrid Knight. The Vandals heavily slanted towards space-borne operations. It was obvious that they designed the space-borne Inheritor design to be fielded in large numbers. The mech excelled at raiding fleeing trade convoys, but was pretty much useless in many other situations. The space-borne Hellcat design served as the big brother of the Inheritor mechs. Larger, more powerful, and exceedingly more expensive, the Vandals only needed a couple of them to stiffen up a company of Inheritor mechs. As for the dual-purpose Akara design, it provided the Vandals with a heavy amount of ranged firepower, albeit in an immobile package. By sacrificing mobility, it was able to field a lot more firepower and armor than usual. The Akara basically served as the semi-mobile defense turrets of the Vandals, and was a very interesting design to VS. Its unabashed simplicity should have made it an easy mech to design, but the truth was actually opposite, as the design team responsible for its continuous development often slipped up due to the sheer amount of systems packed into the design. The Vandals aren't too interested in fielding ranged mechs. VS got the sense that the Vandals treated the Akara as a necessity. All melee mech regiments were particularly vulnerable to being kited to death by faster range mechs. Almost every mech regiment of the Mech Corps developed their own spin on rifleman mechs. Not the Vandals. They cared so little about ranged warfare that they would rather resort to vision mechs stolen from their targets during their raids. From his additional reading, VS learned the reason why. The Vandals found excessive amounts of ranged weapons to be very destructive. This was good if they wanted to obliterate their opponents, but oftentimes they wanted to preserve as much as they could in order to derive some value out of their spoils of war. Melee mechs can control their damage output much more precisely than their ranged counterparts. He didn't forget about the fact that rifleman mechs cause the most amount of collateral damage out of all the different types. This was especially egregious in battles in space. An attack on a transport risked damaging its structural integrity. If the ship suffered too many attacks, it might break apart, spilling its cargo and often also ruined it all. In that sense, almost every aspect of the Vandals was deliberately geared for raiding and raiding alone. Nothing about their mech usage suggested that they showed any interest in fighting pitched or defensive battles. They basically looked for the best way to bully a weaker adversary. Before he went and liaised with the mech pilots about the Wolf Mother, VS met up with Lyda and Pierce in order to pick their brains. They worked extensively with the two designs and he could benefit from hearing from a different perspective. The two other mech designers from his batch hadn't achieved anything remarkable during their time in their design teams. Unlike VS, they hadn't been able to draw any attention to themselves. Their skills and accomplishments were too average to elicit any interest from their superiors. This turned them rather bummed as they witnessed the sudden promotion of VS. This made them rather cranky when VS went up to them to hear what they had to say. The Inheritor design is a death trap. Lyda spoke with frustration. It's a design that kills more mech pilots than any standard space-borne skirmisher design from the central database. It doesn't perform all that well and its armor is as thin as a datapad in some areas. Such a mech should have been abandoned at the start. VS did not expect such an outpouring of negativity. Why do the Vandals place so much importance in it then? The only redeeming factors of the Inheritor are its price, ease of fabrication, and speed. The most important goal of the Inheritor design was that it had to be easy to reproduce in a variety of circumstances. It tries to incorporate as little exotics as possible, and when it does require some, it would always be the cheapest or most abundantly available exotics that they could steal from the Visions. So the Inheritor design is weak because that's the price the Vandals pay for the ability to fabricate them anywhere? Exactly. Its many weaknesses aren't well-kept secrets. Frankly, any mech pilot would feel appalled by the lack of the robustness in its design. Even for a light mech, the Inheritor goes through extreme lengths to make them fast but affordable. Have you experienced the same shenanigans at the Akara design team, Pierce? VS asked the other mech designer after he was done listening to Lyda. We aren't suffering from the same problems. Not a lot of mech pilots specialize in heavy mechs, so there will always be a shortage of heavy mech pilots. What about the design itself? Does it exhibit any weaknesses? Pierce took his time to answer the question. It's a work in progress. Every day, something changes, and not always for the better. From what I've experienced, the Vandals really don't like this big lump of a mech. I think they're even neglecting the design in some cases. As VS heard about the two mechs from his colleagues, his impression of their actual state worsened. Understaffed design teams and combined with a lack of appreciation for all the effort put into the designs sounded really bad to him. He couldn't do anything about the staffing, so instead he focused on changing everyone's impression about these mechs. Chapter 441 Death Traps. The 6th Flagrant Vandals only appreciated the Hellcat design due to its iconic status within the mech regiment. Even then, the Vandals hadn't actually invested a lot of resources into improving the design. Even if the Mech Corps hardly sent any mech designers to the Vandals, couldn't they have supplemented their design teams by hiring them on their own? VS didn't understand why they placed so little importance to the design department. Professor Velton was supposed to be chummy with Colonel Lowenfield. Couldn't the senior mech designer make a better case for her department and stop its gradual deterioration? Well, I'll be taking a look at another piece of the puzzle soon. Once VS finished his talks with the other two mech designer, he proceeded to take up his first task. This time, Professor Velton wanted him to focus his efforts towards the inheritor design first. It's the most prevalent model of the Vandals, the professor told him. Therefore, I'd like to see if there is any way you can make a contribution to its design. Even a minor improvement can save dozens of lives due to how much the Vandals depends on this design. Therefore, his first task was to listen to the people who worked with the inheritor mechs on a day-to-day basis. VS looked down at his comm and set his destination. The device flickered to life and projected a small line that led him through the confusing maze of corridors of the massive factory ship. I'm finally stepping out of this cage. As he went through the corridors and took a few lifts downwards, VS saw lots of new things. He passed by several important compartments, such as a workshop that repaired broken mech components to a mineral processing area that turned raw asteroids into usable resources. Each of these sites opened his eyes to what the Wolf Mother hosted. At the size of a capital ship, she could truly be called a mobile factory in space. There's so much industry going on inside this ship. He already knew in an abstract way that the flagrant Vandals depended on the Wolf Mother along with a couple of smaller logistics ships to keep the entire mech regiment afloat. Yet he never got exposed to the extent to which the Vandals worked to make it possible. Besides being struck by the scale of these operations was the fact that everyone who worked in these compartments wore the uniform of a Vandal. That basically meant that they were proper servicemen, and not some kind of civilian help they picked off the streets. It made sense for the Wolf Mother to be staffed by so many support personnel, but his estimate on how many people worked aboard the ship had to be adjusted upwards by several thousand people. Repairing broken mechs and fabricating new ones is a massive industry in itself. VS genuinely admired the entrepreneurial spirit of the Vandals. Without access to external sources of funding, the Vandals managed to scrape by on their own with the help of their factory ship. And besides the wacky FTL engine, the Wolf Mother was very well put together for a vessel that the Vandals constantly worked upon. VS hardly noticed any flaws in the structural integrity of the areas he walked by. After a long walk, he finally reached one of the hangars where the Vandals assigned a squad of space-borne mechs. Though the Wolf Mother always tried to stay out of fights, sometimes the fight came to her. It was imperative for the factory ship to possess some means of defending herself. As VS came up to the nearest hangar, he went through a security check before being allowed inside. Wow! The space wasn't very big. Compared to the cavernous hangars of the Ark Horizon, the hangar he entered could only fit a squad of 10 mechs and some spare machines. In order to save a lot of space, the ceiling of the hangar was kept as low as possible. This made it rather awkward to move around the space-borne mechs, as they couldn't utilize their flight systems without mashing their heads to pieces. After looking around, he spotted a Vandal wearing the markings of a chief technician. VS waved at the woman and approached her as she supervised the modification process of an unknown Vision mech. Chief Karnan? The middle-aged woman nodded her robust-looking head while she chewed a stimulant. You must be the new kid the old hag told us about. She made you out to be some kind of mech whisperer. Well, you don't look like it. Chief Jezebel Carmen didn't look too impressed with VS, and he didn't blame her for that. His official track record was rather thin, and he was still very young to be working with designs on this level. Are all chiefs supposed to be acting as tough as nails? It comes with the job. You try ordering around a bunch of numbskulls for a couple of years. My men will do the strangest things if I'm not around to keep them in line. Chief technicians knew their way around with machines a lot better than the average mech technician, but their true value lay in their leadership abilities. Without their steady presence, any mech maintenance department would fall apart. I'm here to help with the inheritor design. First up, can you lead me to a copy of this mech? Sure. Follow me. A couple of mech pilots milled about. With the Wolf Mother constantly traveling in FTL, there wasn't a great need to keep the mech pilots on hand. Still, in the event the fleet she traveled with entered into an ambush, at least a couple of mech pilots needed to be ready and waiting at all times in order to deploy the moment the Wolf Mother returned to real space. VS imagined the mech pilots of the Vandals to be a little rowdy, the opposite of the mech pilots of the elite regiments or companies. What he actually saw were mech pilots that fell in between. They didn't look as classy as someone like Captain Vicker, but neither did their appearances resemble the disheveled gang members of Walter's Whalers. If nothing else, they resembled highly disciplined mercenaries. Chief Carmen led VS to the nearest inheritor, which also happened to be in a sorry state. Its razor-thin armor suffered gashes to its legs and its torso. His judgment told him that this inheritor had been targeted by a single rifleman mech. A mech pilot stood in front of his mech with a pensive face. Upon sensing someone coming close, he turned around and greeted Carmen and the newcomer. Lieutenant Chandies, this is V.S. Larkin's son, a mech designer from the labs. He's our latest liaison. I like the old kid better, Chandies muttered, completely disregarding the fact that V.S. stood in front of him. That last mech designer was a good listener, and he always promised to convey my wishes to the professor. Lieutenant, I am not that mech designer. I'm much better than him, in fact. The lieutenant chuckled. Do you now? We'll see about that. V.S. looked around and tried to change the topic. He settled on the inheritor that the mech technicians were in the process of beginning their repairs. What happened to this mech? Our opponents lucked out during the last raid. We steamrolled a Vision trade convoy a few months back and made it out with a handsome amount of loot. It's too bad the comrade who piloted this mech is still recovering in the infirmary. If this mech got damaged a few months ago, why hasn't it been repaired yet? We're short-handed, the chief bluntly replied, and waved her arm to encompass the entire hangar. This is only one of several hangars aboard the Wolf Mother, and her maximum capacity pales in comparison to the dedicated hangars aboard a proper fleet or combat carrier. Hiring has always been difficult for us, so we're working at our wits' end sometimes. It doesn't help that the factory ship assigns most of the mech technicians to the production lines or the mineral processing machines. I see. Same as the design department, it turned out the maintenance department suffered from a shortage of people as well. When VS previously passed through the other compartments, he didn't get the idea that they suffered from a shortage of skilled workers. Strange. Why hadn't the Vandals managed their manpower better? He would have thought that skimping out on the mech technicians led to many delays and mistakes with regards to servicing mechs. What were they thinking? VS began to ask more questions about the inheritor. He wanted to know why it looked so shot up after only suffering a couple of solid hits. The armor might as well not be there. It's sufficient enough to resist small arms fire, but mech-sized weapons encounter no obstacle when they strike the inheritor. Doesn't it possess enough speed to mitigate most incoming attacks? That's what it's supposed to do. The reality is that there are many situations where we have to slow down or stop. Just think about it. When we raid a trade or supply convoy, we have to match our speeds relative to the transport ships we're aiming to raid. The delta V will practically approach zero when we come close. What about its flight system? VS continued his questioning. The inheritor is supposed to possess a very high thrust-to-weight ratio. It shouldn't be too difficult to keep jinking back and forth. The lieutenant scoffed at that. Jinking around like that all the time will eat up our energy cells and put more stress on the frame. The inheritor is so fragile that there's a very real risk of breaking something important if we shift our mechs in an abrupt manner. You don't think much about the Inheritor, do you? Yeah. Unlike the dumb recruits that trickle in from time to time, I've been a Vandal long enough to understand how badly we need to squeeze our budget. If it were up to me, I'd say we should throw away this worthless design and transition to whatever light mechs the Visions are using. The higher-ups already thought of that, Chief Carmen said. They quickly decided that there's no way they can rely on raiding to supplement our mechs because we can't get enough light skirmishers. Every transport that ships over a batch of mechs always carry a hodgepodge of different designs. It's really difficult to get the type of mechs we need the most. That still doesn't mean the Inheritor has to be as thin and cheap as possible, the lieutenant screamed back. This time, VS could feel the force of the mech pilot's indignity. We have so many Inheritors lying around that we don't know what to do with them. Why can't we invest in tougher mechs that are a little more expensive to make than what we have right now? I think it's a numbers game to them, VS speculated. A smaller number of more capable mechs won't be able to hold out against a large number of low-quality mechs. This is very important for a mech regiment like the Whalers. They need to spend their money as best as possible. VS did not dare to pass any judgment on that scheme. Instinctively, it made a lot of sense, but the constant casualties and the frequency of the mechs turning into floating wrecks in space remained very high. It was as if this had been a deliberate choice. The lieutenant showed VS around the Inheritor after he finished his grumbling. Chief Carmen hovered close and commented on the uncommon features of the Inheritor design. You see these arms here? They're one of the strongest parts of this mech, as skirmishers rely on their arms and how much weight they can put behind them to penetrate through armor. It sometimes gets really difficult to peel away the armor plating of a tough ship like a combat carrier. VS noticed that. Normally, it didn't really hurt if the arms were oversized, since a space-borne mech always fought in space. As long as the design balanced out the arms to the rest of the frame, it would still be able to fly in space on a stable trajectory. Are there any problems with the arms? Not as such, but I have a couple of pet peeves about them, the lieutenant replied. VS nodded as he inspected and touched the arms up close. The scarred and tarnished alloys felt cool to his touch. Let's hear it then. Chapter 442 Calculus of War. Lieutenant Chandi's had a complaint for practically every aspect of the Inheritor model. Much of the reason why was because its design had been tailored for what the higher-ups thought what was best for the entire mech regiment. The wishes of the individual mech pilots who would have to rely on these death traps to survive in space hardly registered in comparison. Every improvement needed to be weighed against more practical concerns such as cost and ease of fabrication. If either of these two factors became negatively impacted, then Professor Velton wouldn't approve of the changes. Therefore, much of the complaints he heard from Chandi's had already been echoed by the reports he read from the database. Still, there was a huge difference between reading about the problems from a dry and succinct document compared to hearing it from a mech pilot who had to deal with the consequences on a day-to-day basis. Chandi's probably knew about some of the concerns that played in the background, but he made a persuasive case anyway, largely by employing his emotions. Too many comrades have died from this inadequate piece of dung. Chandi's kicked at the plating of the mech. Despite being relatively thin in the scale of mechs, a human foot could never leave a mark on its surface. Look, just tell your bosses to invest some more money into quality mechs. These Inheritors aren't worth the materials they're built from. It's actually the opposite, Chief Carmen remarked from the side. She maintained her jaded expression throughout the lieutenant's tirade. The Inheritor is doing a great job in maximizing the strengths of its materials. The only problem with this approach is that there's a limit on how much we can optimize their strengths and create more synergies. In other words, it was as if the Vandals sculpted a miniature mech out of sand. No matter how exquisite they carved the model of a mech, one good kick could effortlessly blow it away. Fiddling with the shape and dimensions of the sand model only affected its structural integrity by a minor degree. Such changes would never be able to provide a comprehensive boost in survivability. The only way to do so was to carve the miniature mech model out of a stronger material such as stone or wood. However, doing so demanded more money and effort from the Vandals. VS had read the internal documents on the Inheritor, and in one of them Professor Velton brutally calculated the cost efficiency of switching the Inheritor's material composition to a stronger mix. She concluded that increasing the costs by 50% would only raise the overall longevity of any random Inheritor mech by 29% or so. To VS, that sounded very normal. Only at the lowest end of the mech design spectrum would the level of improvement be proportional to the increase in material costs. After that, the law of diminishing returns came into effect. Improvements became increasingly harder to achieve without spending a fortune. In practical terms, an absolutely trashy mech that cost 3 million credits in raw materials to produce could be twice as good if the cost of materials was 6 million credits instead. However, if a mech that costs 45 million credits got overhauled with materials that cost 90 million credits, the actual rate of improvement might only be around 10 to 35%. The range was rather large because it heavily depended on the skill and vision of the mech designer. However, the point was clear. Every mech outfit or mech regiment needed to find a balance between their income and expenditures. Spending lots of money and resources on expensive mechs might sound good, as they often lasted longer on the battlefield. It might not be able to make up for the huge upfront costs. The calculus that Professor Velton performed had led the 6th Flagrant Vandals maintain the current design of the Inheritor in its current state. Regardless of its performance, it was easy to fabricate from cheap exotics that were abundantly available from the market and lots of mundane materials that could be mined from practically any asteroid in any desolate star system. VS estimated the market price for the Inheritor at around 20 million credits. This didn't sound so bad. The Vandals basically substituted the role of frontline mechs to the Inheritor. Yet no one ever complained about frontline mechs. In exchange for chopping off some limbs or even the heads of these mechs, they piled up on lots of cheap armor and slapped some gun barrels on it to make them effective at range. Although the abundance of armor didn't protect the mech all that well and slowed it down for quite a bit, as long as they stayed at range, the mechs would not be exposed to too much risk. It was different for the Inheritor. The only thing it had going for was speed and acceleration. Besides that, it possessed no range at all, forcing the mech to close into knife fighting distance in each engagement. The Vandals needed to commit the Inheritors in a single go, which was very risky as complications constantly happened on the battlefield. All of these concerns passed through his mind in an instant. While VS sympathized with Lieutenant Chandys and his men, VS too needed to think about the big picture. The big shots evidently decided that they would rather sustain more losses in mechs and lives than to invest in upgrading the much maligned design. "I will see what I can do, Lieutenant," VS answered vaguely when Chandys expected a response from him. "Your concerns are being noted." He felt like this liaison gig wasn't as important as he hoped. Sure, he got to see more of the Vandals, but if he constantly ended up in situations like this where he wouldn't be able to make people's problems go away, then it was difficult for him to feel happy about it. The Inheritor design was a light skirmisher that was built to be cheap. VS could find no leeway in meeting any of the demands set by Chandys. Nevertheless, he dutifully toured around the hangar while Chief Carmen showed him around the place. VS spoke with a few other mech pilots and heard the same complaints. This time, he changed up the conversation a little. He heard more than enough bad things about the Inheritor. He wanted to know what made this design so important to the Vandals. "Well, I gotta admit one thing about this mech," the mech pilot explained as he stood in a straight posture in front of his mech. "It teaches you how to pilot a melee mech in space. There's no substitute to actual battle experience. No matter how much we trained in the academy and during boot camp, There's always the realization that whatever simulations we are in is fake. Only with our backs against the wall will we be able to see if we measure up as a vandal. VS thought that these words carried a lot of weight in the Vandals. Even though he hadn't spent too much time with the mech pilots, he spotted a subtle but pervasive division between mech pilots who used the Inheritor to those who used the other models. They were rookies. They mostly consisted of inexperienced mech pilots who had been banished to the Vandals for some reason or another. Piloting this death trap of a mech seemed like a reckless and wasteful decision as it played fast and loose with their lives, but the incredible amount of pressure they endured also seemed to polish off their rough edges. Those that had spent a longer time with the Inheritor behaved more mature in front of VS, while those who only transferred in a couple of months ago still exhibited problematic behavior. One guy happened to be extremely aggressive. "Piss off!" A man younger than VS snarled when they approached. "I don't want to talk to stupid techies like you." VS frowned. "I'm here to ask some questions. What is your problem?" That really riled the mech pilot up. He jumped to his feet and approached them with his fists. "My problem is that I don't like your face." Before VS could do anything, Chief Carmen moved with confident ease and thunked the man onto his butt with the swing of her multi-tool. "Knock it off, brat. We don't tolerate roughhousing like this around here." The casual way in which Chief Harmon dealt with the aggressive mech pilot spoke volumes to VS. He got the sense that outbreaks like this happened plenty of times as mech pilots unwillingly transferred into the Vandals. While VS wasn't in the mood to talk to a mech pilot who wanted to punch him in the face, he had a duty to fulfill. He put down his animosity and asked his perfunctory questions. "What do you think about the Inheritor design?" "It's dangerous. Space-borne mech battles may revolve around speed, but there are many instances where you can't dodge everything that comes in your way. This stupid mech completely ignores that possibility. Do you know how this model got its name?" "No. Do tell, please." "Word around here is they're called that way because their designers hope the mechs last long enough to be inherited by my children." "Ha! As if they will last more than a year during wartime." VS didn't know if this was true, but he doubted it. Up close to several Inheritor mechs, VS could feel the intangible echoes embedded into the frames. These mechs had been designed from the onset to be disposable products. Of course, they should last long enough to provide enough of a return on investment to the Vandals, but beyond that nobody cared if they got wrecked. The Vandals would mourn if a single Hellcat got destroyed, partially due to the enormous cost in fabricating a copy, but also due to its symbolic value. In comparison, the Vandals wouldn't blink at all if they lost 10 Inheritor mechs in a single fight. That was just the cost of doing business. As long as the Vandals got more in return, the damage was negligible. Evidently, this newcomer knew this and vented out his frustrations. "They sent me out to die here. I'm a medium mech pilot. There's no way I can master a light mech so quickly. They purposely put me here to kill me." Chief Carmen couldn't refrain from whacking the mech pilot over the head with a light tap of her tool. "Nonsense! Larkin, son, don't listen to this lad. He's just angry at himself for screwing up at his old posting. There's no way we would drive our own mech pilots into a corner." That was true in general. A mech pilot that loosened his restraints could be a very dangerous person. The amount of damage he could inflict when he stepped inside a mech was gigantic. VS actually expected the Vandals to deal with this problem already, but they let the crew and mech pilots talk smack all day. It was as if they didn't care. Maybe the young man's words hid a kernel of truth. Did the Vandals accept every type of person the mech corps threw at them with open arms? With the wild personalities these troublemakers possessed, not everyone would mellow out during their stay here. VS felt obliged to speak some words of defense. This isn't the best mech model that came into existence, but let's not exaggerate things here. As long as you aren't too unlucky, you'll be able to survive inside the cockpit of an inheritor. Talking with the mech pilots left him with a whole bunch of negative opinions to sort through. VS didn't leave it at that and also began to question the various mech technicians in charge of defending the factory's ship. One of them was an older man, and he used to be a mech designer in his early years of adulthood. He hadn't been able to make it on his own, so he tried to find some meaning in his life by serving in the Mech Corps. Someone with a background in mech design possessed a lot more insights on the nuances of a design than outsiders. The Inheritor is not a difficult design to maintain. It's actually very easy. There's one downside to this mech that I'm a little more dubious about. What is that? VS said as he leaned in. The Inheritor seems like a derivative of a better design. A greater design. Perhaps even an elite one. Chapter 443 Lack of Appreciation. The old mech technician's claims sounded very absurd to VS. Perhaps the reason why this fellow hadn't made it as a mech designer was because he constantly came to weird conclusions like this. How could a design of a disposable mech like the Inheritor be a variant of a high-end mech design? VS turned to Chief Carmen. Have you ever seen a superior version of the Inheritor? Not even close. The chief shook her head. I've been a Vandal for over 20 years and been posted on more than 8 different carriers, and I've never seen any other version of the Inheritor than the one we're currently looking at. I know this model like the back of my hand, and there's no tolerance for improvement besides using better materials. That caused VS to look at the frame of the Inheritor in a different way. The design might not be all that good, but what would happen if he replaced the low-quality materials with better ones? He performed a brief visualization of the result. His conclusions led to a similar route to the road that his Crystal Lord design had taken. What is the Inheritor design is clad in compressed armor? He asked. The main advantage of the Inheritor is that it's fast even for a space-borne light skirmisher. The downside to that is that its armor is extremely flimsy. Replacing its lightweight armor with compressed armor plating will substantially negate this disadvantage. That's exactly right, the former mech designer said. You can also replace the core parts with better versions. It would be a completely different design. The performance of such a machine would be a multitude of times more effective than the cheap hunk of alloys the Vandals relied on as one of its workhorse models. Yet none of it mattered. This design you're describing doesn't exist, VS said. Not if what Chief Carmen said is true. It might be that the original designer had a quality mech design in mind when he originally developed a premium mech, but he never made it into fruition. Afterwards, when the Vandals commissioned him to design an affordable light skirmisher for space battles, he must have recycled some of his old work. Every mech designer created more designs than they could put to use. They usually archived their unused designs and utilized some of its elements in other projects to save a lot of time and effort. The more VS thought about it, the more this conclusion resonated to him. Maybe that was why the Inheritor was a little unsuited in its role as a disposable mech. It sounds possible, but without any proof, we're guessing in the wind. Besides, even if it turns out to be true, that doesn't make this model any better. VS wanted to get the conversation back on track. He steered the conversation away from baseless speculation and turned back to his original job of gathering feedback on the Inheritor mech. He didn't learn much new after talking with all of the mech technicians. Sometimes they described some problems concerning the difficulty in assembling or repairing certain sections, but fixing those issues required a lot of time and didn't measurably strengthen the mechs at all. Still, in the back of his mind, VS could fathom the reason why the Vandals possibly utilized a heavily downgraded version of an excellent design. It made no sense. Someone as skilled as Professor Velton or any of the senior mech designers that used to work for the Vandals should have been able to design an optimal space-borne light skirmisher from the ground up. VS left that question to the side and concentrated on his work. He also didn't forget about observing his surroundings. He hadn't forgotten his earlier desires to figure out what made the Vandals tick. At the end of the day, VS returned to his cabin and summed up the feedback he received in a bland report. VS didn't focus too much about what he put into words because they mainly echoed all of the existing problems known by the design department. Instead, he focused on his other observations. The main takeaway from his walk around the ship was that the Vandals acted with less discipline than they should have behaved, but they made up for it in their sense of unity and their trust in their leadership. Besides the malcontents who piloted the Inheritor, everyone else displayed no displeasure at being assigned to one of the least desirable Mech regiments of the Mech Corps. The Vandals maintain a true esprit de corps. This identity that set them apart from everyone else lifted their hearts and gave them strength. VS had seen similar beliefs in outfits like Walter's Whalers. Their esprit de corps arguably made them 50% stronger, if only because they wouldn't cut and run at the first sign of trouble. This strong collective belief made it even stranger that it did not extend to the pilots of the Inheritor Mechs. Their relationship to the Vandals was akin to the status of Pierce and Lyda in their design teams. As temporary workers, they would only stay for a stint or two before being assigned somewhere else. The difference between the two situations was that Mech designers transferred away in peace, while the Mech pilots most often had to pay for their lives. The possible kept nagging at VS till he called to Lyda for them to meet at the canteen. When he arrived at the place, he ordered a quick coffee and some snacks and sat down on the opposite of Lyda. The young woman looked tired. "Did I call you up when you were about to go to bed?" "Yes." "I'm sorry about that." VS sheepishly scratched his head. "I didn't think about the time." "It's fine. You wanted to talk about the Inheritor, right? I've been having many restless nights due to this design. It doesn't make sense." Lyda spoke about some of her issues. Different from what the Mech pilots brought up, she addressed more technical issues. "The root of the problem lies in the demand that the Inheritor has to meet a standard in terms of speed and acceleration. This is forcing us to design the Inheritor as lopsided as possible to accommodate these wishes. It's the entire reason why its flight system is rather overpowered for a design of that stature, and why we don't have any weight capacity left to thicken its armor. They're asking us to do the impossible, so we only delivered half of what was promised and forgot about the other half." "So you believe it's not a deliberate choice to make the Inheritor so fragile?" "Not really," Lyda replied after a momentary pause. "It's due to helplessness from our design team, mostly. Did you know that in the last 12 months, we've only been able to increase the durability of the Inheritor by 2%? That's minuscule." A 2% increase in durability without resorting to more expensive materials was an impressive achievement depending on the starting point of the design in question. Increasing the toughness of a heavy mech by 2% meant that it could withstand a lot more firepower in absolute terms. Increasing the toughness of a thin light mech by the same proportion hardly made no difference at all. It wouldn't even let the mech endure one additional ballistic rifle shell. So the progress the Inheritor design team had made over the past year really amounted to squat. Has all of the potential in this design been exhausted? As I said, it's mainly because of orders from the top that we can't improve this design. If you ask my entire design team, they'll say that the Vandals should have switched over to a different design a long time ago. As VS discussed the issues of the Inheritor design a little more, VS increasingly got the suspicion that the Inheritor was indeed derived from a better design. VS still didn't know the reason why, but he increasingly believed that this was a deliberate choice from Colonel Lowenfield or Professor Velton. There was something more at stake behind this seemingly inane choice to stick with the Inheritor design. After finishing the meeting and letting Lyda return to bed, VS retired for the night and returned to work the next day. His new assignment didn't entail documenting the same old complaints by the mech pilots. The professor tasked him with coming up with concrete improvements in the designs the Vandals developed on their own with the help of his unique strengths. VS had no clue how to do this after hearing about the awful state of the Inheritor. The Hellcat and Akara designs are a mess, but at least they have a lot of room to improve. The same can't be said about this stupid piece of junk. As VS made his rounds to the other hangars of the Wolf Mother, he heard the same things over and over again. It really made him question Lowenfield and Velton's sanity for persisting with this inadequate design. Not that any other light skirmisher would do much better, but with a minor bump in cost, the longevity of the mech would increase by a significant amount. VS found it strange that the Vandals refused to accept this generous trade-off. After all, the law of diminishing returns didn't bite so hard at the start of the curve. While his prospects of coming up with effective solutions diminished, he at least tried to do his best. VS particularly took advantage of his freedom of movement to stroll through as many ship compartments as possible as he passed from hangar to hangar. He got to see how every other section of the factory ship looked like and how many people worked to keep the mech regiment running. It humbled him in a way. He passed by a lot of enormous machines the size of a couple of mechs jumbled together. The scale of these machines caused him to fall into an illusion that it wasn't the Vandals driving the Wolf Mother, but it was the Wolf Mother dictating the actions of the Vandals. VS shook his head. What kind of nonsense is that? He quickly turned back to his work. As VS met with many mech pilots and mech technicians and personally performed a deep inspection of a disassembled Inheritor mech, VS continued to perceive the intangible qualities of the Inheritor. Too bad it's hardly there. These mechs had never been truly valued since their conception. Their designers intended for them to last a couple of years at most, while the Vandals obviously didn't take any special care of them despite fielding them by the hundreds. This led to the formation of dead or stunted spiritual existences within the mechs. With hardly anyone showing any care for these mechs, it was no surprise that they couldn't fully mesh with their mech pilots. Most of the mech pilots VS had questioned described the piloting experience in awful terms. One mech pilot described it as landing on a bed of nails, trying to flail your limbs in order to get out, only to suffer more injuries as a result. Maybe that description is a little too extreme. After experiencing so many Inheritors through sight and touch, VS realized its design failed to live up to its promises due to a common thread. The Inheritor was unloved. Seemingly no one appreciated this design. Its designers regarded it as a throwaway mech. The technicians who fabricated it en masse tried to rush the work as fast as possible. The mech pilots who had been assigned to pilot these death traps all hated spending one more second in its cockpit than was necessary. VS honed in on this observation and thought that this might be the opening he was looking for. Could he turn this difficult and unloved design into something that people could be proud of working with? Chapter 444 Stairs. No one appreciated a light mech except for light mech enthusiasts. It took a special kind of mech pilot to truly enjoy the rush of speed, even if it meant sacrificing a lot of personal protection. The reason why VS stuck to a medium-weight class for his Crystal Lord design was because he did not wish to narrow its potential audience any further. An overly narrow mech design might not face much competition in its niche, but it would also be destined to obscurity. The main issue at play with the light skirmisher archetype was that its effectiveness drastically different on land, air, and space. Light melee mech saw the most use in land-bound mech combat. Combat took place in smaller areas and mechs on land moved slower, and their weapons exhibited many restrictions in range. This allowed light mechs to approach their land-bound prey with ease by taking advantage of the natural cover of the terrain. Space-borne combat stripped most of those advantages. Terrain on land was often complex, while space was literally an empty void. Light mechs would be as bare as they were born if they flew through this completely open space as they approached their targets. The effectiveness of this mode of combat could be imagined. Granted, many battles in space occurred in slightly more complex environment. Only rarely would two enemy forces meet in the middle of empty space. Most of the time, a mobile force attacked a static position, such as a mine or a space station. These fixed features afforded light mechs with sparse but effective cover. Nevertheless, it would usually be the defenders taking advantage of available cover. This protected them from ranged fire and forced the attacking force to enter their kill zones. Reading through the summaries of the various battles the 6 flagrant Vandals had fought, most inheritors met their end in this way. Shot down in the process of closing the distance. It was an ignoble end to any mech. Sometimes, the Vandals were obligated to attack a well-defended position. They possessed a number of knights that could absorb a decent amount of blows, the Hellcat being the most prominent one, but a charge needed to be supplemented by as many mech frames as possible in order to spread the incoming fire. In these cases, the mech commander in charge of the assault would always accompany the knights with a horde of inheritors. Despite being one of the most fragile punching bags in space, the Vandals evidently had no qualms in employing them as cannon fodder. When VS met with Lyda again during lunch and told her his conclusions, she shook her head in sadness. "It's horrendous," she spoke with a whisper. "The longer I stay in the Inheritor design team, the more I realize that none of them care. The only mech designer who still cares a bit is the temp from Rittersberg and myself, but we are growing number every day. It's hard to prioritize decency when we are faced with constant demands to increase its cost-effectiveness. I thought your design team isn't making much progress these past few years." "That's not exactly right. It's true that we haven't been able to increase the Inheritor's performance parameters, but we did manage to shave off 10% of its manufacturing cost in that time. Most of our efforts are spent on achieving as much cost savings as possible as opposed to actually improving the design in battle." That sounded really crazy to VS. The Vandals spent an enormous amount of money and resources keeping everything running. He could certainly understand if they needed to be frugal with their spending, but cheapening an already barebone mech design even further was basically starving their own hunting dogs. "That sounds like your design team is trying to creatively cut as much corners as possible. There's no way the structural integrity of the Inheritor design can be maintained." Lyda nodded grimly. "It's a trade-off. If you can reduce the cost of the frame by 1% by substituting one material for another, you would accept it as long as it won't weaken the mech too much. In this case, as long as the mech won't weaken more than 0.1%, the design team will accept the change with open arms." In other words, the Inheritor design had most likely weakened over time. A performance decrease of 0.1% didn't sound so bad, but its design team constantly applied new solutions. 0.1% turned into 0.5%. 0.5% turned into 1%. 1% turned into 2%. This slide in performance didn't happen fast enough for the mech pilots to notice, but that didn't mean it was negligible. The effectiveness of the Inheritors would continue to decline and their mech pilots risked dying even faster. The Vandals was like an abusive parent to the Inheritor design. Even as they made use of it, they constantly talked it down or starved it in order to save on costs. Although VS did not understand the priorities of the higher-ups, he believed that their entire approach to the Inheritor design should be upended from the ground up. Rather than approach it from a perspective of reducing its burdens, they should instead seek to increase its value. When VS laid out his suggestion to Lyda, she did not seem very hopeful at his suggestion. "The Inheritor design doesn't have much of a future in my eyes. All the low-hanging fruit has been plucked, so it's nearly impossible to increase its parameters without increasing its cost or adding more weight and space. I think a change in perspective is still necessary. Your design team has been seeking ways to cut its costs for so long that they forgot to do anything else. If it were up to me, I would have expanded the cost allowance by 5% or so in order to get them to start thinking into the other direction again. Lyda remained skeptical. She believed that the Vandals couldn't be shaken out of their established impressions of the Inheritor design. VS wasn't willing to settle this issue like that. So when he returned to his office, he compiled a report and sent it to Professor Velton. He also scheduled a meeting with her in order to explain his thoughts in person. He got to meet her later in the day. As he entered her office and sat down on the other side of the desk, he looked at Velton and tried to figure out if most of the demands on the Inheritor had been imposed by the senior mech designer. Though she looked like an old lady and her mind wasn't as agile as before, she still radiated a faint sensation of solidity. It was as if VS faced a slab of compressed armor instead of a fragile human being. The senior mech designer took no note of VS when he entered. Instead, she fixated her attention on an unknown component design projected from her desk terminal. VS curiously glanced at the part and tried to figure out what it did. It did not resemble any of the standard mech parts such as an engine or power reactor. His long-buried signals and communication skills started to rouse itself from its sleep after he tentatively identified some subcomponents that had to do with sending and receiving signals. If he had to make a guess, Professor Velton was working on a supersized transceiver customized for a very specific design. At this power and size, the transceiver should have no problem communicating through long distances and strong jamming. He guessed that Velton was preparing this transceiver for the upcoming grand raid on the Emodri's duchy. Ah, Mr. Larkin's son. You are here now. Good. She spoke as her head abruptly shifted upwards. She waved a hand which winked the projection out. I have been anxiously waiting for you to report back on your progress. To my surprise, after an entire week, the only points of note in your reports are rehashes of old problems and a rather ludicrous suggestion that we should shift our paradigms concerning the Inheritor design. Though she sounded harsh in her judgment of his work, VS did not immediately concede. He did not wish for his report to be filed away and forgotten by all. He strongly believed that the problems he documented and the solutions he proposed would measurably strengthen the Vandals. Professor, forgive me for being somewhat blunt, but the Inheritor mech has long been stagnant as an actively developed design. Hardly anything improved except for its cost efficiency, and you know as well as I do that these cost savings came at a cost. The war we are waging against the Vija kingdom won't end until a few years later. If the flagrant Vandals intend to depend on the Inheritor design to carry them through the next 5 years, they should invest in making it stronger, not weakening it any further. The professor looked at VS with a small frown. She tooted at VS and knocked her desk with a finger. Let me ask you something. Do you know how much credits it takes to support an entire mech regiment? I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't have a clue. There are many costs associated with running a force of over 2,000 mechs and all the logistics necessary to maintain them and to convey them across the stars. Fuel, salary, maintenance, replacements and more all form a persistent drain on our finances. Yet the Hellcat and Akara designs are both expensive and extravagant in terms of features. From my time in the Hellcat design team, I've noticed that everyone is constantly working on squeezing out more performance out of the hybrid knight. They might not always succeed, but they always strove to climb the stairs. It's entirely different for the Inheritor. Everyone is walking backwards, going lower and lower until eventually they reach the ground. The analogy succinctly illustrated his point. VS just hoped that Professor Velton would be swayed by his argument. Unfortunately, her face remained impassive. The Hellcat and Akara designs fulfill a very different role in our mech lineup. These mechs carry a substantial amount of armor, and their longevity is great. In other words, even the professor treated the Inheritor like dog poop. I think it's a disservice to the Inheritor design if we think of it as a burden. VS emphasized. I am aware of the costs involved with improving the quality of this design, but I really think it is necessary to do so, ma'am. Just give it a chance. No. Pardon me? Nothing of the sort will be done. Velton spoke with finality. Though I can see the merits in your unique perspective, that doesn't outweigh the priorities of the Vandals and the Mech Corps. There is no leeway in this matter. VS continued his attempts at persuasion, but got rebuffed by the professor each time. He started to believe that Velton did not hold any decision-making power on this matter. She never relented on the expectations she had set on the designs she supervised. The issue ended without any changes to the policies set by the Vandals. VS was deeply disappointed at this outcome. It made him feel as if he wasted the entire week. Perhaps it is a mistake to assign the inheritor under your supervision. It is a very complex design that is bound to many goals. She thought of something else. Perhaps you could need a break. It just so happens to be that we will soon be transitioning out of FTL to meet with a delegation of the Vision Revolutionary Front. One of the terms of our deal with them is that they commit their own mechs to our forces. I'd like you to join Alec as he studies their designs. His eyes began to shine. I'll do my best, ma'am. After wasting his time on the inheritor, VS deeply wished to experience something else. Meeting the Visions and studying their mechs up close sounded just the right kind of thing to distract him from his failures. He also wanted to see for himself how chummy the flagrant Vandals and the Visions rebels acted in each other's presence. Did they consider their cooperation a necessary evil, or was there something more behind this scheme? Chapter 445 Vision Revolutionary Front. Have you met with these Visions before, sir? VS asked as innocuously as possible as he adjusted his formal burgundy uniform. The 6th Flagrant Vandals' regimental colors consisted of wine red and black, though they mostly wore black uniforms in their day-to-day duties. The formal uniform that VS just received would only be worn in their first meeting with the rebel delegation. After all of the pomp and ceremony scheduled for today had passed, VS would return to his standard dark green working uniform. We've had dealings with the VRF before. A lot of Vision rebel movements are localized on a single planet. The bigger players only span the range of a single duchy at most. Culture and customs differ a lot between different duchies, so it's hard for these rebel groups to find any common ground with each other. The Vision Revolutionary Front is one of the few exceptions to this rule. Are they the most powerful rebel group in Vision space? They're not. In fact, groups that span a single duchy can easily mobilize 10 times as much mechs and sympathizers than a broader movement like the VRF. They're too bland and distant in the eyes of the rebels on the ground. Then what makes them so valuable to us that we have to greet them with a formal ceremony, sir? VS asked with puzzlement in his voice. Just because the different rebel movements don't agree on many matters doesn't mean that they ignore each other. Sometimes they want to trade a resource their duchy has in abundance with another resource that can't be sourced from the same region. To facilitate this kind of trade in a completely lawless undergrounding setting, a trustworthy intermediary is needed. VS got it now. So the VRF have profiled themselves as bridge builders that can connect different groups together, but only to the extent they are comfortable with. I imagine one of the reasons why they can engender trust is because they aren't big enough to threaten the position of these regional rebel movements. Exactly so. Alec nodded as they began to move through the corridors. Regional rivalries exist in any states, but it's magnified to an extreme extent in the Vija Kingdom. Nobles fight against nobles, and it's not unheard of for the rebels that exist to overthrow them to get into feuds as well. It's like internal conflict is baked inside their DNA. That only made it more admirable for the VRF to stay above the infighting. So if they aren't very strong, why are they sending their own mechs to us? It's one of the demands that Colonel Lowenfield has set. Though we've always cooperated with each other without issue, there's always the possibility that they might stab us in the back. Hosting some of their assets aboard our ships will guarantee us against betrayal. So they are hostages? You can look at them in that way, yes, but they are our guests as well. We've done well with the help of the FRF, so it's important to treat them cordially at all times. They'll mostly stick to themselves, so you won't have to be afraid of starting any incidents with them. Just don't ask them why they joined the VRF. The reasons are often traumatic. The pair of Mech designers in Burgundy spent a few more minutes traversing the corridors in silence. Due to the size of the Wolf Mother, it would take them at least 15 minutes to arrive at their destination on foot. A proper capital ship incorporated several aids to get people to their destination faster, such as internal trains or lifter platforms. Unfortunately, the Wolf Mother's ad hoc expansion hadn't taken these conveniences into account, and employing devices like lifter platforms posed a potential security risk. Thus, VS and Alec had no choice but to trudge their way down the decks and towards the sides of the Wolf Mother. Walking through her cavernous depths gave VS the illusion that he was descending into the belly of the beast. "How are you holding up in your new assignment, VS?" Alec asked. "Not very good," he replied honestly. "I haven't been off to a good start. Try telling Professor Velton that the development on the inheritor design needs to undergo a U-turn." The journeyman mech designer chuckled. "I can imagine why you would suggest that. It's not the first time such a suggestion has been bandied about. If the same suggestion has come up before, why is no one taking it seriously?" Alex sighed. "Because it's about money. Everyone always tells me that the Vandals are short on money, but how could they? They have the Wolf Mother. That's a portable mineral processor and mech factory. They can easily generate a lot of income by fabricating and selling a lot of mechs." "It's not so simple." Alec shook his head. "First, the mech core isn't allowed to enter the private market. It would open up a lot of can of worms if economic interests started to interfere with purely military interests. Second, let me fill you in on a secret." What secret did he refer to? Alec leaned close to VS and whispered something in his ear. "The 6 flagrant Vandals is heavily indebted. I don't have an exact figure, but my estimates is that the Vandals owe around 200 to 400 billion bright credits." VS almost tripped when he heard that enormous sum. "Billions, sir? Not millions?" "I didn't misspeak. It's billions of bright credits. Yet that's not the most frightening thing. The question you should be asking is who the Vandals borrowed the money from. I can tell you one thing. It's not the Mech Corps. They wanted to cut off the funding for the Vandals in the first place, so there's no way they'll even consider extending loans to us." All of this information caused him to remain off balance. What was wrong with the Vandals? Was a mech regiment of the Mech Corps even allowed to take out a loan? "Sir? Are the Vandals still leaking out money?" "Yep. It's a waterfall. Even after we got rid of our fleet carrier and built up the Wolf Mother, we still can't break even. You have to realize that raiding Vision space isn't actually profitable for a mech regiment of our scale. Pirates don't suffer the same problem because they're mostly running a handful of ramshackle ships and crumbling mechs. They hardly spend anything to keep themselves afloat. It's different for us because we're bigger, and we have quality standards. Even if the Vandals are heavily indebted, slimming down the inheritor won't necessarily save a lot of money. I would argue that it actually increases the costs, since they get wrecked so often." Professor Velton doesn't think so. As I mentioned before, she has performed a whole raft of calculations that sets the inheritor's current cost picture as its most cost-effective position. The mech is strong enough to last a while but cheap enough that it won't hurt that much if we need to replace a copy or two. Still, the Vandals would only save 100 million credits or so over an entire year. The cost savings doesn't seem to be worth it if it keeps weakening the design, sir. Just because the Vandals have accumulated a mountain of debt doesn't mean we are eager to raise it even higher. The main reason why we haven't been able to break even is because there's hardly any profit to be made in times of peace. If the war hadn't erupted by this time, the Vandals would have truly been forced to disband. VS looked at Alec with an amazed expression. Does that mean this upcoming raid is motivated by money? Exactly, Alec replied softly. He leaned in again to whisper something else. I can't tell you our target, but you can bet it's a highly populated star system that holds a lot of advanced industries. As long as we can rob it blind, we can take a huge chunk out of our debt off the table. What Alec revealed to VS was a revelation. He hadn't fully appreciated how bad their financial situation affected their daily operations. Even as they showed off a lot of outward strengths, internally they barely made ends meet. It became clear to him that the Vandals staked a lot more than he thought on the upcoming raid. The outcome of this ambitious operation might very well decide whether the 6th flagrant Vandals remained afloat, or be swept away in the annals of history. They finally reached their destination after another bout of silence. Heavily armored security officers dressed in dress garb or fully enclosed exoskeleton suits checked them for any threats. After confirming security that they were harmless, Alec and VS went through the armored hatch and entered into the largest hangar of the Wolf Mother. They joined a group of neatly dressed servicemen standing in rows. They didn't have to wait for long for their guests to arrive. A dozen Mechs along with 2 sturdy military-grade shuttles flowed in from the hangar doors. They carefully settled down in the hangar set aside for them. The Vandal Mechs that used to occupy this space had been transferred to another ship in the fleet. They settled down one by one according to invisible instructions. The Mechs arrived with their weapons bearing obvious seals, not that it would stop them from accelerating into the waiting crowd and stomping them all to muddy bits with their feet. That was why the really important Vandals such as Professor Velton or Colonel Lowenfield had been left out of the greeting party. Instead, some Captain VS had never seen before led the delegation from the Vandals. A few minutes later, the shuttles opened their hatches. A handful of formally but soberly dressed men and women emerged out of the Vision shuttles, accompanied by a small host of lightly armored guards. The makeup of the Visions largely matched the delegation from the Vandals, only with much less people. It was as if both sides had agreed to send somewhat important people but not the truly indispensable ones from their organizations. To VS, such hedging defeated the purpose of taking hostages. Would the VRF truly care if the Vandals pulled out their guns and shot the Visions dead before they could utter a word of protest? Mr. Mephith! Ah, Captain, it is good to see you again! A jolly-looking fellow greeted their captain with a bear hug. It is my pleasure to be aboard your fantastic factory ship again. Mr. Mephith smiled and glanced at the rest of the welcoming party as some musicians started to play a martial tune. Very uplifting. I hope to see our latest cooperation to proceed in the same vein. The captain laughed and pulled Mr. Mephith by the shoulders. With the help of your connections, I'm sure we'll both profit handsomely. VS listened carefully as the two leaders spoke about matters beyond what he should know. They never went into specifics, probably due to how many people had gathered here, but what little they revealed was very valuable in confirming what he had guessed beforehand. Even as his ears stayed open to pick up the useful facts from the litany of empty platitudes, he scanned his eyes over the other Visions who came out of the shuttles. The majority consisted of friendly-looking men and women in their 40s or 50s. Despite their drab uniforms, their posture and composure reminded VS of diplomats or traders rather than partisans who eked out a marginal existence. They must be earning well for themselves as a mediator between different rebel movements. Only a handful of Visions carried themselves differently. Besides the guards and the obvious military types, the Visions brought 3 people who all carried themselves in the same manner as Alec and VS. The Visions brought their own mech designers. And they all happened to be women as well. One older woman stood over a pair of curious-looking young women. The matron must be a journeyman while the younger women must be apprentices. All three happened to be pretty as well in different ways. Chapter 446 Three Ladies. The welcoming party held a banquet for the visiting representatives. Though the Vision Revolutionary Front ostensibly resisted against aristocracy and the excesses associated with them, they weren't strangers to the finer things in life. The flagrant vandals pulled out a lot of stops to impress the newcomers. The dining hall was situated at the top decks that encompassed a massive transparent dome from above. VS saw unknown stars and unknown ships orbiting around the Wolf Mother. He also spotted the Red Dwarf, but couldn't determine where they were in Vision space. To my friend, let us toast. Ha ha! Mr. Mephith blustered. You always bring the finest wines from Rittersburg. For a Mech regiment deep in debt, they sure held little back for this occasion. VS recognized several exclusive dishes that must have cost a lot of credits to acquire. The cloud rice from Cloudy Curtain, the luminescent blue mushrooms from Bentheim, the finest red wines from Rittersburg, and the Eleotonok whale meat imported from Moira's Paradise served to everyone present could have afforded half an inheritor Mech. The sheer amount of waste really boggled his mind. Though VS lived a lot easier when he started earning loads of money, he didn't spend his money on frivolous and temporal luxuries such as good food and wine. He was way too busy to slow down and appreciate the finer things in life. VS regularly ate simple meals reconstituted out of cheap nutrient packs. Alec, who is this young gentleman over here? The mature-looking woman asked as she daintily played with her salad. This is V.S. Larkin's son, an apprentice who has just arrived at the Vandals a couple of months ago. He's very bright and has unique talents. Unique, you say? Florissa Minin drawled out as she twirled a finger. Her eyes glazed over to V.S., and he could feel the curiosity bursting out from them. Are you talented in many areas? V.S. awkwardly smiled. Alec is exaggerating. I've only entered the industry for a few years. V.S. doesn't have much practical experience, but he's good with theory and he has a special touch for improving the piloting experience. His customers back home are rabid fans of his work. That caused the other two girls to glance over in his direction. A blonde who introduced herself a little earlier as Iris Jupiter asked another question. So you're an entrepreneur in the Bright Republic? How many Mechs have you sold? I don't keep track of the exact figure. If I include the sale of Mechs from third-party manufacturers that have licensed my design, then it should be around 3,000 to 5,000 Mechs, I think. If VS only took the sales figures of the LMC into account, the number would look much less impressive. All three women looked mildly impressed. The other girl, a raven-haired woman called Lucille Hornbach, blinked at him as if he was an alien. That's impressive, Mr. Larkin's son. You must have earned an enormous amount of bright credits. Why are you even here? Florissa quickly bumped Lucille with her elbow. That's not very polite. Sorry. It's okay, Miss Hornbach. I have nothing to hide. V.S. smiled at them, even though he just said a big fat lie. My history is a little complicated. I'm apprenticed to Master Carmen Olsen. Even though I've only received a few pointers from her so far, it inevitably casts some doubts on me. I don't blame the Mech Corps for pushing me away from the front lines. None of the Vision Mech designers cared about that. Their eyes practically sparkled as soon as he mentioned his master. You're apprenticed to Master Olsen? The genius that rose up from the Vermeer Group? Yes. That's the one. The two girls squealed in unison in a stupendously high pitch, causing conversation nearby to be disrupted. Florissa embarrassingly hushed the two girls and waved at everyone to turn away. We are not aboard our own ships anymore. Please show some more decorum. Sorry, Auntie Florissa. Both girls apologized while hanging their heads in a glum manner. Their casual attitude seemed completely unlike most Mech designers he had met before. If no one told him that they knew how to design mechs, VS would have mistaken them for teenagers barely out of school. Both of them looked pretty and young, that spoke of exquisite care in their appearances. While this was normal among the young elite, the girls behaved in a somewhat carefree manner. It made VS a little confused. Were these people even rebels? He previously imagined the resistance members living aboard shambling starships and barely having enough funds to make ends meet. Evidently, the delegation of the VRF showed no signs that they suffered any hardships. Mr. Method spontaneously held a drinking contest with the captain from the Vandals, while the three women charmingly kept the conversation with VS and Alec running. They quickly moved to a first-name basis, which wasn't unusual for someone from the Bright Republic but was highly unusual in Vision culture. "Florissa, how are your designs doing in the VRF lately?" She smiled at Alec. "I am doing very well so far. Although I have not published any new designs by myself, all of the collaborative project that I'm involved in has been spread to the entire organization." "How big is the VRF?" VS asked with genuine puzzlement. Sometimes he had the sense that the VRF was a behemoth, but other times it was a medium-sized organization that had been stretched out to cover the entire kingdom. "We're not allowed to tell you the exact figures, but it's safe to say that we can give a couple of mech divisions from the Mech Corps a run for their money." That wasn't enough to overthrow an established Vision duchy, but it would certainly be able to cause mass disruption if the VRF deployed them all at once. Naturally, Florissa could have lied about their strength. VS thought that an all-encompassing organization like the VRF should have had a few tricks up their sleeve. Not that it was any of his business. "What are your specialties?" "I am a specialist in space-borne flight systems," Florissa answered first as she glanced at Alec. "Part of the reason why I am transferred aboard your lovely factory ship is because your design department lacks this specialty. It's a show of good faith on our part, and a sign of appreciation for all the assistance you have rendered us over the years." Again, VS received another clue on the closeness of the ties between the Vandals and the VRF. "What about you two ladies?" They both looked at each other for some reasons before they smiled at him. Iris spoke first. "I'm a specialist in neural interfaces, while Lucille is a heat sink specialist." All three of them possessed an eclectic mix of very specific specialties. Two of them happened to be very relevant to the design department. As for the specialty mentioned by Iris, VS almost had to do a double take. "You design and customize neural interfaces?" VS asked with more than a bit of doubt. Messing around with neural interface was dangerous work at the best of time. Implemented incorrectly, and a mech could easily fry the brains of their mech pilots. The vast majority of mech designers utilized standard neural interface models that the MTA made available for free. In general, there was little demand for customizing neural interfaces. Every time someone messed with it, they risked upsetting some sort of limit and turned the neural interfaces into torture machines. "It is a family tradition," Iris spoke proudly. "We Jupiters have worked on neural interfaces designs under the auspices of the MTA for generations. They've approved each product we've released over the years." "Is that still going on?" "Sadly not," she replied, seeming genuinely stricken all of a sudden. "A long time ago, we Jupiters affronted a relative of a powerful duke. The incident was small and nothing should have come out of it, but the duke himself moved to retaliate against our entire lineage. We lost everything within a matter of weeks. Our contracts turned invalid, our partners stopped supplying us, our employees left our research labs, and our products got smeared on the galactic net." Florissa sighed and pulled Iris into a hug. What the Jupiters have suffered is something which happens all too often in a tyrannical state like the Vija Kingdom. The nobility is always right. In a dispute between a noble and a commoner, we have as much rights as a pig reared for slaughter. When VS was young, he often heard tales of such abuses in school. He realized later on that the stories were meant to malign the kingdom, and made them out as a place of horror who would dearly bring their abuses over to the Republic once they conquered it. It was the duty of everyone from the Republic to resist such tyranny. Propaganda or not, the stories always held a kernel of truth. Hearing such an example from Iris really made it clear to VS that the lessons he learned at school hadn't pulled those anecdotes from thin air. Have you adjusted yourself to living with the rebels? What is there to do with them? Oh, the VRF has been good to us. Iris nodded as she wiped away her tears. You have to know that while our rebel movement can easily get our hands on mechs from the private market, it's difficult to hide our whereabouts. We would rather buy the raw resources from the market or the other rebel groups and fabricate our own mechs. Keeping our design and production activities in-house guarantees that the mechs don't come with spying devices or software hacks. So it's a matter of maintaining complete control over your mechs. I can understand that, VS replied. Do you keep all of your designs for internal use or do you also sell your mechs to other groups? Florisa answered this question. We maintain a lucrative business in selling mechs to the smaller rebel groups. It's not easy for newly established rebels to get their hands on fully functional mechs. This helps them kickstart their rebellion and allows them to cause more trouble to the nobles. That didn't sound very good to VS. There was no way a small group of malcontents could threaten the rule of the established powers in the kingdom. VS did not ask for the outcomes of these so-called rebellions. Instead, he focused on the other aspects of their stories. It sounds like the VRF has taken on the role of the black market. That's exactly what we are in Vision Space. As an organization that resists the tyrants who believe they have a birthright to do everything they want, we've suffered too many betrayals from gangs and pirates that are able to supply us of the things we needed. The Vision underground scene is split into two parts, Alec interjected. One part consists of the regular scum of the galaxy. They don't care about nobility and politics. They even like such a system, because nobles sometimes become their best patrons. Alec is correct. Florisa nodded. In our eyes, the noble houses are nothing more than gangs that enjoy official sanction. The two work well together whenever their interests align. It's not safe for rebel movements like ours to build a long-term relationship with the underground groups. The trust simply isn't there. That is why we have built up our own underground trading network. We are one of the few middlemen that rebels across the kingdom can trust. Truly, the more VS heard about the VRF, the more his impression of them veered away from a traditional rebel group like the Bentheim Liberation Movement. Whereas the BLM lived like cornered rats that sought refuge in the deepest depths of the planets, or in the most desolate corners of a lifeless star system, the VRF merrily went about earning a handsome profit from facilitating trade between different rebel groups. They sounded surprisingly mercantile for a movement that ostensibly sought to overthrow the feudal order. How far along are rebel groups like yours to launch an uprising? VS pointedly asked. All three ladies fell silent for a moment. Chapter 447 Charming. The oldest among them, Florisa, recovered the quickest. The Vision Revolutionary Front has been planning the downfall of the nobles for decades. Unlike other movements which attempt to enact an immediate change, we have been much more deliberate in our approach. As much as we think the nobles are detestable, without convincing the rest of the commoners who are ignorant of the abuses, our rebellion doesn't stand a chance. In other words, the VRF talked big but didn't do much to back up their words. VS understood their position somewhat, but these Vision rebel movements all sounded like they enjoyed their current position a little too much. Well, it was none of his business, so he simply shrugged and moved on. Will the three of you be helping us out? That is why we have been sent. I have already corresponded with Professor Velton for the last couple of weeks, so we know what to expect. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Perhaps VS could make use of their presence. All three of our designs could use a lot of help, If I may say so, I think it's best you start with the Inheritor design. The light skirmisher is our most stagnant project and could dearly use a firm push. Ah, your famous Inheritor Mechs. Well, we can't make any promises, but we will see what we can do. Perhaps our specialties will provide the breakthrough you are hoping for. We make no promises, though. We are restricted in the advances we can extend to the Vandals. Trading some of our prized secrets will demand an equivalent trade. We expect nothing less, Alec answered for VS. We can compensate you for any assistance you can provide or technologies you can introduce to us through your shell companies. As Alec discussed the issue with Florisa, VS learned that the VRF established a concrete presence in the Republic space. In fact, they owned a whole string of shell companies that performed various services on their behalf. The main issue for the Vandals was that as a legitimate mech regiment, it couldn't resort to pirating designs and exclusive technologies. To make such a transaction seem proper and above board, the VRF made use of its shell companies to provide some of their transactions with the veneer legitimacy. It all sounded very shady to VS, but apparently that was the way the Vandals and the Rebels always did business. As the two older mech designers engaged in their own conversation, VS had been left with the two younger ladies. Both Iris and Lucille looked charmingly at VS with big, blinking eyes. Ever since they associated him with Master Olson, they inched a little closer to him, though that was difficult since they sat across the dining table. Of the two, VS hadn't heard much from Lucille, so he decided to ask about her background. So, are the Hornbacks a family of mech designers like the Jupiters? No, nothing like that. She shook her head. I started studying material sciences and transitioned into mech design halfway. No one in my family has ever been involved with designing mechs before. It turns out that designing mechs is a lot more enjoyable to me. After I graduated, I already had a job lined up at a major mech manufacturer. So did you already specialize in designing heat sinks? Lucille nodded. I became famous for that immediately. I studied long hours into the night after work to increase my knowledge on heat sinks. I worked hard in the company to assist in designing the best heat sinks for their products. All of this went well until the patron of the mech manufacturer fell. I thought that the company that I worked for was an independent business. Only later did I find out that it's actually owned by a small count who fell out of favor. Once his enemies got rid of him, they took over all of his assets, including his company. That's when all the trouble began. Did they harass you? Nothing of the sort. They simply raided the money the company had set aside to invest in new licenses and research. We needed that money to develop new mech designs. Without it, our future was bleak. Eventually, the company let me go because they couldn't afford to retain so many mech designers. That didn't sound so bad. So how did getting fired end up with you joining the rebels? That's quite a leap, you know. Lucille smiled a little ruefully at him. I joined on my own volition. VS wanted to rub his fingers in his ears. Did he hear that correctly? Isn't that a little premature? Not that I have anything against the VRF. It just sounds a bit impulsive to me. The young woman sighed and brushed back her lustrous black hair. I put my heart and soul in that company. They truly made me feel at home. Having been ripped away from them, only to see them deteriorate from lack of investment pained me more than anything. I pity those who are still left in the company trying to plug a ship that is leaking air from over 1,000 different holes. VS somewhat believed her, even if he thought she was being a little hasty with her decision. Many companies tried to foster loyalty and commitment among their workforce. Ideally, each person who worked for the company would develop a cult-like attachment to them. It was the best formula to retain talented employees, and it had worked for humanity for thousands of years. Miss Lucille sounded like a typical dupe who had bought into the whole corporate culture. Are you happy with the VRF? I am, though there are too many mech designers in their ranks, I think. That makes it a little more difficult for me to stand out. I imagine it helps that you specialize in designing heat sinks. Not a lot of people pay attention to them, despite relying heavily on them to keep their mechs running. If you think about it, every mech is a giant heat generator, Lucille said. Energy is converted into various movements and attacks. Large amounts of waste heat emerge from these transformations. Despite the progress that our race has made since they emerged from old Earth, we still haven't been able to achieve perfect efficiency. Waste heat is a fact of life, no matter the race. Whether it's humans or aliens, we are all facing the same constraints. Many mech designers treated heat sinks as an annoying necessity that they begrudgingly include in their designs because it wouldn't function without them. That was the wrong mentality to adopt. Heat sinks formed a vital function that wasn't any less important than a power reactor. One part generated usable energy, while the other part handled the waste heat. VS had in fact gained a new appreciation of heat sinks ever since he won the Amastendera. The wondrous weapon that utilized some of the most advanced technologies from the Galactic Center utilized something which the weapon referred to as a dimensional heat sink. It basically absorbed any waste heat within its body and shunted it into another dimension, thereby solving the problem in the easiest but also most extravagant manner possible. Although the dimensional heat sink only worked up to a point, it was still an amazing picture of what the end point of heat sink technology looked like. VS hoped that he could incorporate them into his own design one day. VS entered a brief discussion about heat sinks with Lucille. Despite his broad base of knowledge, Lucille knew quite a bit about materials science, while her insights into thermodynamics veered into a completely unknown territory to him. It became clear that with regards to heat sinks, she was truly a specialist who was leagues ahead compared to a generalist like VS. Someone with her specialty was in high demand to any design team that worked on space-borne mechs or mechs that predominantly relied on energy-intensive weapons such as lasers. The banquet ran on for several hours until it came at an end. During this time, VS spent most of his time learning more about what they brought to the table as mech designers. As Iris and Lucille both possessed specialties that pertained to specific components, they could potentially provide a substantial boost to the three designs that the Vandals still kept developing. As the guests retired to their own compartment aboard the Wolf Mother, VS and Alec walked back to their own section of the massive ship. The corridors had dimmed down a little, signifying that it was standard night time. Once they fell well out of earshot from the Visions who attended the banquet, Alec began to speak. "Did you enjoy your time with the girls?" They're very competent, sir." "Right. Competent. Interesting choice of words." The journeyman curled up his lips before bringing them down to a frown. "Don't fall for their tricks. The VRF always sends out a couple of vixens to us. They're always easy to talk to and pleasing to the eye, but that still can't change the fact that they're Visions." VS grasped the implied meaning and stopped smiling as well. "I understand. I think. If that's the case, what is the VRF after?" "It's one of the many games they play. The VRF may not look impressive as an insurgency movement, but their influence reaches well beyond the borders of the kingdom. They have their fingers in a lot of different pies. Don't underestimate their skill in trade and diplomacy. They're always out to make a deal with you, couched in terms that sound great at first, but turn out to come with several inconvenient caveats. If they're so inconvenient, then why do the Vandals accept this kind of behavior, sir?" "Don't ask me." Alex shrugged helplessly. "I once asked the same thing to Professor Velton. She told me that it's one of the concessions the Vandals have made to the VRF. The slick-talking diplomats of the rebels have even gotten us to agree that any mech designer that wants to defect to the VRF is allowed to do so without restrictions." That really got VS to halt. What a ridiculous concession. Has anyone ever taken up this offer? "PFF, Look at how few designers are on our design team and you have your answer. That was impossible. There was no way the Vandals would tolerate the VRF stealing over 80 mech designers from them. VS looked at Alec with a suspicious eye. Okay, maybe I exaggerated. Alec held up his hands. Only 5 mech designers that I know of has defected to the VRF over the past decade. Those mech designers haven't been content in their current postings anyhow, so good riddance to them. The only regret that we have is that they are all rather good at what they do. The VRF mainly targets journeyman mech designers. That's what Florisa is here for. She's mainly targeting me and the 2 other journeymen in our department. Though age gaps didn't count for much in this day and age, people would still format couples whose ages visibly diverged. It would be unseemly for VS to hook up someone like Florisa. Instead, he could look forward to the advances of Iris and Lucille. Great. Well, the cat's out of the bag. Now that I know, I won't fall for their tricks, VS declared with some conviction. That's what they all say, VS, but when it comes to the matters of the heart, we turn into some of the dim-witted sentient beings in the galaxy. Love makes you stupid. Despite Alec's warnings, VS did not think much of the threat posed by the 3 women. He was a Larkin son, and a Larkin son never abandoned the Republic. He also thought of himself as a rational thinker. Though he acted on a couple of reckless impulses from time to time, at his core he believed himself to be an enlightened thinker. There was no way VS would turn silly because of a silly face. Chapter 448 Guest Designers. The design department gathered in the conference room next day. Professor Velton introduced the 3 guests from the VRF to everyone. I expect you to treat our guests with decorum, but also be mindful of what you are and aren't allowed to say. I'll send you a detailed list after this meeting. Read it carefully and memorize what you are not allowed to tell. I don't need to remind you that the Mech Corps doesn't take it lightly if they see elements of their exclusive technologies ending up in the hands of the Visions, no matter if they are royalists or rebels. Once she made her point clear, she moved on to the main point. With the arrival of the delegation from the VRF, our plans have accelerated. Our main fleet is currently on track to arrive at our target in roughly 2 weeks. This means there's no time to implement any major revisions for the time being. The main priority of the Vandals is to repair and upgrade every mech that still needs working on. Make no mistake. We need as many mechs operational as possible. This was it. The first major operation of the flagrant Vandals since he arrived. And this one was a real doozy. Though his days aboard the Wolf Mother had passed by in peace, in actual fact the factory's ship and her escorts dove deeper and deeper into Vision space. It was actually a miracle that the Mech Legion hadn't found them out. That and the VRF did a good job securing passage for the Vandals. One of the other journeymen raised his hand and asked a question. What will our jobs be? Your design teams are to continue to seek every possible method of improving the performance of your designs. Our guest designers will offer their services to your teams on a semi-rotating basis. Try and get a quick fix done within a week so we can quickly propagate those fixes to the current crop of mechs that the Vandals have on hand. After that, everyone split up and got to work. Florisa, Iris, and Lucille all started to advise the design teams on how to tweak or improve their chosen specialties. No matter their motives, VS had to admit that their specialized knowledge came in really handy. In particular, Florisa's extensive expertise on flight systems far surpassed everyone else's grasp on this large and complex part. Professor Velton might possess a much broader base of knowledge, but even the old lady hadn't immersed herself into perfecting flight systems to such an extent. The Vision journeyman practically charmed everyone with her friendly demeanor and an openness to answering any questions the apprentices asked. She rotated between the design teams of the Inheritor and the Hellcat, but due to a lack of time, the professor instructed her to focus most of her efforts on improving the flight system of the Hellcat design. The Hellcat is one of our best mechs, and has to be in tip-top shape for the upcoming operation. We also have much less Hellcats on hand, so it will be easier to modify them all in time for the Vandals to begin their assault. When VS heard about the decision, he winced and shook his head. It seemed like the inheritor could never earn a break. As for Lucille, her expertise into heat sinks led Professor Velton to instruct the Vision apprentice to spend most of her efforts on improving the maximum heat capacity of the Akara heavy cannoneer design. The flagrant Vandals will be descending from orbit numerous times according to the latest plans. Since we are rather lacking in the ranged firepower department, it is of utmost importance that our Akara mechs can output as much firepower as possible to defend our landing zones. With the two guest designers already veering away from the other designs, the inheritor design was left with hardly any love. The only guest designer who remained was an odd bird who possessed a specialty that wasn't conducive to quick fixes. Nevertheless, VS thought he could use her esoteric qualifications as a vehicle to enact his own improvements. The good thing was that Iris was remarkably open to his ideas. She smiled at him and touched his shoulder with her palm. "That's great! I was afraid I wouldn't be of use. The VRF has a lot riding on this operation as well, you know. Anything that can make the Vandals stronger will also make our lives easier as well." VS hadn't heard anything like that before. The Vandals aren't raiding the industrial star system on their own? Of course not, silly. Iris held up a hand in front of her mouth as she giggled. Industrial star systems are heavily protected by several garrison regiments. While not all of them are mech regiments, their combined strength is more than what the Vandals can handle even if they bring all of their assets to bear. That's why you need us. You mean the rebels don't have any qualms with being seen together with the Vandals? Something like that sounded truly crazy. Rebels working in concert with their foreign enemies was generally seen as a profound betrayal that wouldn't endear the citizens standing on the sidelines. We aren't planning on showing up in our own colors. Our organization and its partners have already applied the coatings of a pirate organization to our mechs. Our presence will therefore be explicitly seen as a destructive one, rather than an attempt at liberating the star system. It's too early to attempt such a momentous action. That was a devious if dishonest plan. VS had to applaud their daring to moonlight as pirates. They could rain as much destruction as they wanted while their public mouthpieces decried the devastation and put the blame on the fat and lazy nobles that let the pirates run roughshod over their star system. What Iris revealed to VS hinted at the magnitude of the next operation. This was no simple smash and grab kind of raid. This was a major assault on a highly developed star system. The ensuing damage would be hard to imagine, but so would the loot the Vandals might be able to abscond. To his eyes, the Vandals definitely played with fire this time. They took on an unimaginable amount of risk, but if their daring action succeeded, the rewards would be enough to turn around the fortunes of the declining Mech regiment. Besides robbing the abundant amount of riches that any industrialized star system possessed, a victory would also be a major boost to their reputation. Striking the Emotries Duchy a blow that they would continue to feel for generations would definitely be a feat that the Mech Corps had to propagandize as far and wide as possible. The Vandals definitely aimed to secure a continuation of their existence. Because the stakes were so high, Iris had been tasked to find any way boost the performance of the neural interfaces in any way possible. Even if the manipulation of neural interfaces was fraught with catastrophic failures, Velton did not have the luxury to keep an expert on the sidelines. Due to her strange expertise, VS happened to be a good fit for her. His supposed expertise accomplished something similar to what Iris accomplished, but from a different approach. In the end, they both aimed to increase the compatibility of the mech pilots with their mechs. Since the Akara and Hellcat designs already enjoyed the attention of the two other Vision designers, VS steered Iris into working on the much less appreciated Inheritor design. She broke her perpetually charming smile upon hearing his suggestion. Is the Inheritor not a low-class design? It is hardly worth our attention. VS became a little angry at her casual dismissal of a design that hundreds of mech pilots relied on to stay alive. There are many lives at stake, far more than with the Hellcat and the Akara Mechs. If you care at all about the lives of those poor pilots, then you owe it to yourself to better their chances of surviving the coming battle. To her credit, Iris noticed his displeasure and quickly turned contrite. She bowed in front of him. "I'm sorry! That was very insensitive of me. I hope you can forgive me." He had mixed feelings about her sudden apology. She made a very convincing display of being sincere in her regret, so VS couldn't again her. He softened a bit and nodded. "Don't forget our creed as mech designers. We exist to serve the mech pilots and better their ability to fight. Sometimes I think that some of my colleagues have forgotten this priority." As someone who grew up among the Jupiters, it was impossible for her to be ignorant of this saying. Otherwise, their family wouldn't have been trusted by the MTA to work on developing new neural interfaces. "I will take your words to heart." She pressed her hand on her chest. "Please show me around." VS brought Iris to the workplace of Inheritor Design Team. All of the mech designers were somewhat familiar to VS, but the presence of Iris was a novelty to them, especially since she was a very pretty girl. However, Iris stuck close to VS, which somehow made it impossible for the other men to approach her or pull her into a conversation. They all looked back at VS with mixed expressions. VS did not have time to play any games. He immediately broached the topic of coming up with some short-term fixes for the Inheritor. "What kind of fixes have you guys been planning?" The journeyman in charge of the team answered his question. "You know our situation as well as I do. We essentially have nothing to suggest." VS expected this answer, though he still felt disappointed when he heard it from the team leader's mouth. Every easy fix possible had already been exhausted before. The Inheritor design team had in fact come up with many more solutions, but the only way they could implement them was if Professor Velton lifted the restrictions imposed on the design. Fat chance of that ever happening. Therefore, VS planned to be a little creative this time. "This is Iris Jupiter. As you know, she knows more about neural interfaces than all of us put together. I suggest we allow her total leeway into seeing if she can improve the neural interface of the Inheritor and assist her in any way possible. What are your thoughts?" No one objected to his suggestion, partially because they didn't have a direction and VS just pointed one out for them. Even the journeyman went along with him. Years of working on the frustrating mess that was the Inheritor design had really taken a toll on his confidence. Meanwhile, Lyda sat quietly at the side. She hadn't spoken up even once, but she regarded Iris with an ambivalent attitude. The design teams of the Vandals generally held quite a few more men than women, and the introduction of Iris to their team completely changed their dynamics. After settling in, Iris immediately went to work. She sat behind a spare terminal and browsed all of the relevant design schematics and documents in rapid tempo. VS sat next to her and worked on preparing his own solution. His main issue was that it wasn't easy to foster the X factor in a mech. Certainly, the difficulties increased exponentially when dealing with a collaborative project that had already produced many copies of the mech. VS simply didn't think about raising the X factor of the Inheritor all the way to a B grade. Raising it to an F or an E grade would be enough of an accomplishment, but only if he could find a way to achieve such a feat. How could he bestow the X factor to a design that was already mature? How would he be able to achieve this without overhauling an entire mech? Chapter 449 Trivial. While Iris devoured every detail about the Inheritor design she was allowed to access, VS practically sat motionless as he struggled to come up with an approach that worked. Before the Mech Corps assigned him to the Vandals, VS never truly collaborated with another mech designer on a joint design. Sure, he modified plenty of existing mechs, and he briefly worked together with another mech designer during a competition, but those didn't concern true mechs. The Inheritor design spawned hundreds of mechs and formed the backbone of the Vandal space-borne mech contingent. Due to the constant minor updates to its design, a lot of variations existed within the mech regiment, but all of them roughly shared the same commonalities. This also happened to include their spiritual stunting. They never had the chance to develop even a hint of life from the onset their design came into being. To someone like VS, who exhibited a basic appreciation for almost every mech, this attitude of treating them as disposable commodities irked him in a very fundamental way. That mentality clashed squarely against his budding design philosophy. What he faced right now was perhaps one of his greatest tests in his career. Even if no one would put him to task for failing to come up with a solution, he would still feel bad for himself for letting the Inheritor mechs be deployed into battle in their grossly inadequate states. To find a viable approach to this seemingly impossible task, VS needed to go back to the root of his theory on the X factor. What did he wish to accomplish? I want the flagrant vandals to succeed with as few losses as possible. I want the Inheritor design to receive more appreciation to increase the odds of success. I want the Inheritor to be a mech that possesses just enough life to be of assistance to its mech pilot. What means did he possess to engender the X factor into a design or mech? I can work on a mech in person and infect it with my focused mentality. VS already proved this method worked. The spiritual entity of a mech was a smorgasbord of all the emotions and thoughts of the people who worked on the mech and its design. This was why his gold label mechs possessed such a strong X factor, and why the mechs the MTA materialized into being appeared clinically dead. As much as VS knew for certain that this method worked, the amount of labor involved was exorbitant. There was a reason why the LMC sold less than 100 of his coveted gold label mechs despite their enviable profit margins. It required too much personal attention from him, and he had better things to do with his time. Forcing a mech designer to fabricate a mech in person was like forcing an architect to construct a house by hand. This is the dumbest solution available to me. It works, but it's not practical. To truly affect every Inheritor at once, VS needed to effect a change in its design, and subsequently allow it to be passed on to the mech technicians who applied his changes into the existing mechs. VS had never done anything like this before. The challenge daunted him because we was treading completely new ground, and unlike before, he did not have access to his precious mech designer system to cheat his way out. Still, system or not, VS had never relied on its help to progress his understanding of spirituality and the X factor. Everything he gained so far had been products of his own ingenuity. Mostly. He turned back to his original goal, to find a way to induce a comprehensive improvement of the X factor in each copy of the Inheritor. To do so, the design itself needed to acquire a measurable amount of X factor. According to my theories, all it takes is my personal involvement. VS possessed a substantial amount of spirituality, far beyond a regular human being. This enabled him to imprint his thoughts onto an existing mech with some effort. The same should apply to working on an existing design. To sum it up, it did not matter what kind of changes he made to his design. As long as he did it extensively enough to leave his fingerprints on the design, its X factor should definitely be contaminated by his thoughts. Perhaps enough to foster some kind of life in this deadbeat design. All of this sounded as if he came up with a solution to his problem, but in fact VS was no better off than before. I can't think up a way to improve this design. Therein lay the rub. With several apprentices and a journeyman working day after day on this design, its level of optimization had reached an insane level. Even if they focused on cutting costs rather than increasing its performance, so much time had passed and so much work had been done that a newcomer like VS wouldn't be able to spot any holes in its design. VS turned to Iris, who tucked her coif blonde hair behind her ear. Perhaps she noticed his stare, because she turned her head and looked at him with a questioning expression. What is it, VS? I'm still brainstorming some ideas. I've thought of several ways to improve this design, but they can't be applied because Professor Velton won't allow it to exceed the hard limits imposed on it. I can't get around these limitations. Not normally, at least, but with the help of Iris, he may be able to accomplish something. I'd like to work together with you for something. What? When you come up with some modifications, bundle some of mine in them as well. I'll try and come up with some ways to complement your work so that they'll mesh well together. Then, let's serve our work in front of Professor Velton and see whether she's still willing to reject our combined solution. I'm not so sure about this, VS. It sounds as if these hard limits exist for a reason. If she's as obstinate as you say, she won't change her mind just because of my presence here. She had a point. His suggestion may not sink into that old coot and her rigid insistence on keeping the inheritor as light as small as possible. Then perhaps I can go at it in a different direction. He mused for a moment. I think I have a way to stay within the limit. Instead of upgrading the design, I can side grade it. The mech won't improve, and there's a risk of introducing inefficiencies, but I think this is the right way to go. Iris didn't agree with his assertion. The inheritor is highly optimized in its current configuration. A downgrade will certainly lead to unintended consequences. Without months of testing, you can ensure that the design will take a step backwards in performance. Even if you're right, I still have to try. They turned back to their work. Iris spent the first day reading up as much as she could before requesting to see some inheritors in person. While she toured the Wolf Mother's various hangars to observe the Mech take some readings, VS sat behind his terminal hard at work at overhauling one of the most important but also inconsequential parts of a mech. The cockpit. When Iris came up with her quick fix, she would inevitably demand a change to the cockpit's neural interface. This device played the main role in establishing a connection between a mech pilot and a mech. Some neural interfaces put hard bucket helmets on the top of a mech pilot's head. Others extended alloy rods on each side of the headrest of the piloting chair. Many more did not employ a visible apparatus at all. Instead, their workings had been embedded into the seat or behind a wall panel and worked to establish a fully remote connection. Each method came with their own advantages and disadvantages. The inheritor employed a wireless design due to the mech's tendency to perform lots of rapid turns in space. While the cockpit's inertial compensators negated most of the G-forces applied to the mech pilot, they didn't always work as intended, especially when the cockpit sustained damage. Therefore, light mechs predominantly utilized the remote interfacing method, thereby allowing mech pilots to jostle their heads around in every direction without bumping into anything stiff. These remote connections generally worked fine, but their reliability always came into question when fighting in an area with heavy interference. For example, fighting somewhere close to a sun or a black hole where all kinds of strange effects occur would always interfere with the signal between the mech and mech pilots. Better technology and higher quality designs help mitigate this problem, but even in the galactic center, nothing could beat a physical connection. One of the ways in which VS thought that could work was to suggest Iris to come up with a plan to switch the remote interface to a physical buckethead interface. Some mech pilots preferred the so-called buckethead interface because its reliability was without question. Naturally, it didn't need to be shaped like a bucket. That was just a general term that mech pilots and mech designers used. The more correct term was helmet, and it could even be stripped down to a headband if needed. No matter the size and shape, the shift from a remote interface to a buckethead interface allowed for modest weight and space savings. A remote interface came with a lot of complexity that could only be dealt with by sufficiently powerful hardware. In comparison, a buckethead interface worked relatively straightforward. It was an old-school technique that had received countless of refinements over the centuries. Many superfluous aspects and parts had shrunk over the time, to the point where they only took up half the space of a remote interface. VS opened up a design program, loaded the file of the inheritor design, and proceeded to draw some sketches for his changes. The first thing that had to go was the old neural interface. He would leave the job of filling the gap to Iris. In the meantime, VS turned back to the design and began to sketch out further changes to the interior of the cockpit. Raise the height of the forward console by 2 mm. Change the seat leather from an organically sourced leather to a synthetic substitute. For monitor projections to the left is overkill. A mech pilot often uses 2 at most. I can definitely shave one off. VS did not focus on solving the major issues of this design. Instead, he homed in on the cockpit and planted a lot of minute changes that no one except VS would notice. None of what he suggested so far would be able to propel the inheritor's performance to another level. The quality and magnitude of his work didn't matter as much as how much time he spent on leaving his fingerprints on the design. The more, the better. Volume counted the most. Even if it was an inconsequential change such as shifting the chair of the pilot forward by 1 millimeter, it did not change the fact that the design had been affected by his intentions, however brief it may be. Over the next several days, VS continued on his project to overhaul the entire interior of the cockpit. Iris, meanwhile, followed his suggestion and worked on designing a buckethead interface to replace the old and familiar remote interface that the Vandals had always used for this mech model. Both of them rushed to complete their work as fast as possible. VS had in fact finished his laundry list of trivial modifications, but he still needed to spend several more days in simulating every possible thing that could go wrong. Several things did in fact turn up, creating new vulnerabilities, but it was a lot easier to VS to simulate the cockpit as opposed to an entire mech. VS rapidly plugged the holes as they came. Once they reached the end of the week, VS and Iris both stepped forward into Velton's office, ready to present their solutions. They walked close together, and when they sat down on their chairs, Iris put her hand over V's hand, which he readily accepted. This was a moment of truth for the both of them. VS smiled at Iris before he turned to face the old lady. "Well, what have the two of you achieved? I hope you haven't wasted the last week. Let's hear your proposal." Chapter 450 Driven. No senior mech designer ever made it to their rank by being stupid. Despite her slow responses and her erratic behavior, when it came to mechs, Professor Velton was as razor-sharp as any mech designer. She immediately took note of the abundance of superfluous elements in his design proposal. "Mr. Larkin's son, of all the elements of a mech that you could have chosen to work on, you focused on the cockpit. Worse, besides switching the neural interface systems, most of these changes appear to be purely cosmetic. I can understand if you've made the cockpit sturdier or increased its ability to withstand a breach, but all you have done is rearrange its interior. What do you have to say for yourself?" VS held up his hands. "It's not cosmetic, ma'am. Far from it. Every adjustment I have made is needed to increase the ergonomics of the cockpit." In order to cover for his ability to affect a mech pilot through the X factor, VS had delved into real ergonomics several times before. Just for this occasion, he brushed up on his theory by referencing the textbooks the Mech Corps made available through the central database. According to Lightspritz's theory of luminescent comfort, putting more than 3 projectors in a row will excessively distract the mech pilot, and the height of the piloting chair is set according to the average height of every mech pilots in the service more than a century ago. That's fine as a whole, but the average height of the mech lots in the Flagrant Vandals is a little bit shorter than that. VS basically spun a tale of nonsense cloaked in scientific rigor. The vast majority of his adjustments had no point. They were only there so that VS could leave his fingerprints on the design. While he changed plenty of things inside the interior, getting these changes approved was a very different matter. After a couple of minutes of blabbering on, VS reached the end of his prepared speech. He waited in a tense moment of silence as Velton parsed his words. "I have no doubt that your applications are sound," she conceded slowly and knocked a gnarly knuckle against her desk. "Yet none of it seems worth it. How will any of these changes improve the performance of the inheritor? As much as you tout the benefits of this proposal, there is an alarming lack of hard estimates on how much the design will improve. How am I supposed to approve to the wholesale modification of every inheritor in our possession, thereby wasting a large portion of our limited logistical capacity?" In other words, VS might have talked a good game, but he hadn't been able to justify why the Vandals should overhaul the cockpit interiors of every inheritor. It wouldn't take a lot of time and effort to rearrange the interior of a single cockpit, but it was an entirely different story when it came to hundreds. A mech regiment as large as the flagrant Vandals constantly ran their production equipment night and day, doing all sorts of tasks. The mech technicians always had more things to do. Thus, convincing the Vandals and Professor Velton that his changes was worthwhile would always be an uphill battle. Fortunately, VS already prepared an answer to this question. He withdrew a data chip from his pocket and gently put it on the desk. "I have already tested out the changes. The raw data and the results are in the data chip. Please take a look, Professor." The professor looked at him with a little skepticism, but she didn't dismiss the data chip out of hand. As she slid the secure data device in her terminal, she began to peruse the logs and data that VS had recorded during the tests. This was his trump card for this meeting. During his stay with the design department, he heard many stories about Professor Velton. Everyone spoke about her ironclad rigidity on certain matters. If she expected someone to finish a report within a day, he better well do it, or he would face a reckoning. If she said that someone should increase the performance of a specific component by a couple of percentage points, the entire design team would be forced to slave for weeks or months until they finally achieved their goal. A mech designer like the professor was set in her ways, and she never showed any leeway in anything. That troubled VS a lot, and he struggled to deal with this personality trait until he realized that if he played things correctly, it could play to his advantage. While most of his fellow mech designers grumbled about Velton's inflexibility, VS recognized that she was simply a mech designer that worked in terms solid numbers and quantifiable results. In other words, she was a very data-driven engineer. To overcome the objections of someone who was driven by data, VS merely had to serve up additional data that played in his favor. So in the final day before he had to report to the professor, VS brought Iris to one of the Wolf Mother's hangars and conferred with Chief Carmen and Lieutenant Chandis. "I have a way to renew the inheritor," he began after pulling them aside. "Iris and I have worked on a set of minor modifications that will boost the performance of a mech pilot. The changes aren't very big, but it could potentially be the start of something bigger." VS proceeded to explain a summary of what he had in mind. "What do you need us for then?" Chief Carmen asked as she crossed her hefty arms and chewed on an illegal stimulant. "I don't know if you've noticed, but we're kind of busy right now. We don't have time to spend on installing fancy frills like a spiffed-up cockpit." The lieutenant voiced his own objections as well. "My men are used to piloting with bare heads. They won't take buckethead interfaces very well. Light mech pilots really hate those unwieldy things." "Don't knock it until you try it. I only need one mech and a test pilot to gather some data. What will it hurt? Besides, once I can get this modification proposal approved, it might open the door to further improvements." They both thought that this was a waste of time, but the carrot that VS had dangled at the end sounded very tempting. If VS could get the obstinate professor to approve of further modifications to the inheritor design, then they stood a chance of vastly improving its survival rate. To that end, letting VS free rein on a single inheritor mech was a cheap price to pay. Okay, you've convinced me. Go ahead, but don't change anything else. Thanks. VS and Iris proceeded to inspect the inheritors in the hangar and selected the most up-to-date one because it matched the current design the closest. After that, VS personally worked on tearing out the old interior and replacing it with his own. He did everything in person, from fabricating new replacement parts to assembling them into place at their exact positions. Iris in the meanwhile worked to fabricate and install the buckethead interface system. Though VS could have taken care of this chore on his own, he found it best to leave it to a genuine expert. It's best you leave it to me because I can tailor this neural interface to our test pilot, she said. Not all neural interfaces are born the same. The best ones are made to accommodate the mind of a specific mech pilot. So VS left the job of installing the best neural interface system as possible on their testbed mech while VS cobbled together the rest. He worked quickly but efficiently, helped by the fact that none of the work involved anything challenging. At his level of skill, putting together the revamped interior was a piece of cake. All the while he worked on overhauling the interior, he focused his mind on the inheritor in order to foster its X factor. Since it wasn't his own design, he did not attempt to usurp its dominant flavor, nor did he try to go directly against the intentions of the original designers. The inheritor's X factor still needed a direction, though. While he couldn't go against the mech's original intentions, he could add something small to it that nudged it in a better direction. Therefore, when he drew up the modifications to the design, he infused it with a single, abstract idea, one that would have presence even if it was diluted to an enormous extent. Anything more complex might not hold up because of his lack of involvement in the design. VS had seen plenty of mechs of other designers that held some potential, but ended up with stillborn spirits. That was because even if the mech designer put a lot of his heart into his design, he washed his hands off them as soon as he completed it, and left the production of the mechs to some efficiency-driven mech manufacturer. Thus, VS needed to keep things simple. After a bit of thinking, he bestowed the inheritor design with the concept of survival. Why survival? It was more than simply wishing that it would last longer on the battlefield, though that would certainly help. VS chose to focus on the concept of survival because it was the primary drive of a short-lived species, no matter if it was mechanical or biological in nature. VS likened it to humanity's place in the galaxy. Were they not like the inheritor version of a sentient race? When humans first sprang up during the age of space, they were seen as weak and pathetic sentients by the alien races that ruled their corner of the galaxy. Humanity's intelligence, strength, and lifespan all fell below average to the more privileged races that evolved on planets with an abundance of exotics. Well, humanity enjoyed the last laugh. Their lack of dependence on exotics and relatively high birth rate allowed them to outgrow those stagnant and snobby alien races. Yet why did humanity come to dominate half the galaxy while other humanoid races that shared the same broad traits wallowed in obscurity? Many human supremacists liken their success to fate or their superior genes, but more sober-minded scholars and philosophers attributed it to their drive to survive. Their race faced constant challenges during their rise, and each time they overcame their existential crises through grit and the drive to stay alive. Survival was one of the most primal goals that drove the human race, and VS incorporated its purest form into the design and the mech he modified. He felt it taking shape underneath the materials he shaped and placed according to his will. He even rejected the assistance of bots to help him carry or lift the heavier components. Instead, he did as much work by hand as possible in order to strengthen his involvement into the modification work. His dedication to his work had not gone unnoticed. Iris paused in her work of installing the neural interface systems to ask him a question. You don't need to lift everything by yourself, VS. Bots can do the same thing as well, you know. You only need to check their work afterwards if they left some discrepancies. It's not about efficiency. Otherwise, I would have listened to your suggestion or let some mech technicians do the heavy lifting. It's about dedication. Dedication? Yeah, it's. VS briefly paused his work to look at Iris. Should he tell her something like this? It hinted strongly towards one of his secrets. He decided to keep it vague. It's about remaining involved through every step of the way. Without implementing my proposals by my own two hands, how can I know whether they will work as planned? With me on hand, I can instantly recognize if something doesn't pan out the way I want to. This way, I can ensure I will deliver the highest quality possible. That's the true meaning of dedication. His words put Iris to thought, but only for a moment. While VS spoke the truth, it was only a small portion of what he was really after. He hoped that Iris would quickly dismiss his words as wishy-washy aspirations and go back to her work. Instead, she smiled at him and spoke out her own thoughts. You know, I've always had a feeling that mech designers don't do too much on their own. You're the first person who put my feelings into words. I always felt better about the mechs which I personally worked on. Now I understand a little. Thank you for that, VS. VS wanted to palm his face. It wouldn't have been so bad if he mentioned this point to Alec instead of Evesian. The more he worked by her side, the less her identity mattered. They were both mech designers who respected each other's competences.